I stayed at home for a century, when I emerged I was invincible. Chapter 201, Knocking on the G Family's Door. Central County. The news of the G family, one of the three great families of the eastern region, being challenged had already spread throughout the central county. That seemingly simple and dull youth had a wooden saber hanging on his back. He looked very ordinary, but he had actually arrogantly said that, among the G family of the same generation as him, there was not a single genius worth their salt, and that they were all trash. His following words were, "If you're not satisfied, then let's fight." The supporter behind that simple and dull youth was actually the third young miss of the Yu family, Yu Baibai. The arena was erected directly in front of the main entrance to the G family's residence. Yu Baibai had even mobilized the Yu family's forces and spread the news everywhere. Now everyone in Central County knew about this matter. Everyone was puzzled. Why was Yu Baibai doing this? Could it be that some genius of the G family had offended her? Yu Baibai was not just the pearl of the Yu family. She was also the fiancée of the number one genius of the eastern region, Ling Baiun. The Yu family and the Ling family had a marriage engagement. There was something strange about this matter. No matter what was going on behind the scenes, the G family could not just sit by and do nothing when someone erected an arena in front of their door. Moreover, they could not bully the weak with the strong. Otherwise, would it not confirm that the younger generation of the G family was trash? The elders of the G family did not take this matter to heart. They only treated it as a joke between members of the younger generation. However, the matter developed in a way they had not expected. On the first day, all the G family geniuses under the age of 30 were crushed. One punch after another, they were beaten until they were left lying unconscious on the arena platform. Emperor Realm Expert. That simple and dull youth was actually an Emperor Realm Expert. Those who were more than 100 years old could also be called part of the younger generation if they were cultivators. However, why did he have to bully those below the Emperor Realm? Thus, the G family's Emperor Realm geniuses made their move. First level Emperor Realm, defeated. Second level Emperor Realm, defeated. Third level Emperor Realm, similarly defeated. As such, the G family's higher UPS had no choice but to take this matter seriously. This was no longer a simple farce between members of the younger generation. This youth had directly attacked the G family's pride, and wanted to trample upon the G family's dignity. Patriarch G first sent a message to Patriarch Yu, inquiring as to what the Yu family's intentions were. In the end, Patriarch Yu replied that this matter had nothing to do with the Yu family, and that it was only because his daughter's life had been saved by that youth that he had repaid the latter's kindness. This was a grudge between the G family and that youth. Since it had nothing to do with the Yu family, then the G family had nothing to worry about. However, the matter of this youth challenging the G family's geniuses had already spread throughout the entire central county. Moreover, the G family had been defeated consecutively. If the older generation were to make a move at this time, they would definitely be ridiculed, and their younger generation would be forced to hang their heads in shame. As one of the three great families in the eastern region, the G family cared about their reputation. Unless saving their reputation was no longer viable, the older generation would not make a move. There were many Emperor Realm experts in the G family. There were even Emperor Realm experts among the younger generation who possessed outstanding talent. Therefore, a 6th level Emperor Realm expert from the G family's younger generation made a move. Among the martial artists, this expert was actually much older than Chu Pingfen. In a remote corner of Central County, there was a small shop. Chu Yuan's face looked much more haggard than before. He looked at the street outside the shop with a bitter expression. Since he had not been able to see his wife since he came to the eastern region, he knew that the G family had not completely disowned him as their son-in-law. It was just that they needed him to show off his abilities. They gave him this shop. As long as he could manage the shop well and displayed outstanding management talent, the G family would accept him as their son-in-law. As for cultivation talent, the Ji family did not lack it. Chu Yuan could not be said to be very outstanding among the Ji family's geniuses. Thus, they gave him a way out by asking him to manage the shop. As long as he had the ability to make it prosper, the Ji family would also accept him. Initially, everything went smoothly. After all, Chu Yuan was still a heavens blessed. He still had the fortune of having been taught by Chu Kaioluo. The shop's business quickly recovered, but then a love rival appeared. The guy who had pursued Chu Pingfan's mother back then came out to suppress Chu Yuan, but the Ji family did not give him any support. Without sufficient strength and support, no matter how brilliant Chu Yuan's methods were, there was nothing he could do. No method could withstand the oppression of absolute strength. As a result, the shop's business, which had just started to improve, was instantly thrown down the gutter again. The Ji family called him a useless person who was unworthy of being the Ji family's son-in-law. Recently, he also heard that the Ji family was preparing to marry his wife to that love rival because the other party did not mind that the Ji family's young miss had once married someone else. What a shame! Chu Yuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yesterday, that love rival had come once again to cause another ruckus and beat him up. The reason was that his wife would rather kill herself than remarry. Chu Yuan was very worried. If this situation continued, the other party would either use him to threaten his wife, or go to the Chu family's territory in the southern region and use Chu Pingfan as a hostage. The situation was very bad. However, he could not do anything about it. Recently, he heard that there was a young man who came to challenge the geniuses of the Ji family. Chu Yuan could only hope that this young man could stall for time, and perhaps even mess up the Ji family. He closed the door and walked toward the Ji family's residence. He went to see the young man who challenged the Ji family for himself. After so many years, his cultivation had risen to the 9th level of the Truth Realm. However, he was still far from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. The Ji family's Emperor Realm geniuses had been defeated consecutively. Chu Pingfan stood in front of the Ji family's door with a wooden saber in his hand, his gaze sharp. Is this one of the Ji family's geniuses? He's worse than trash. Many of the surrounding cultivators gloated over the Ji family's misfortune. When they saw the Ji family make a fool of themselves, they were extremely happy. The bigger the family, the more grudges they had. The expressions of the Ji family's higher UPS were extremely unsightly. If they did not defeat the challenger, the Ji family would lose their dignity and their reputation would be greatly tarnished. Tian Cheng, you go. The Ji family's patriarch, Ji Xinming, said. Yes, father. The white-clothed, tall Ji Tiancheng walked out of the Ji family's residence with a sword in his hand. Following Ji Tianken's appearance, all of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. It's Ji Tiancheng. The Ji family's strongest genius, a 100-year-old Emperor Realm expert. He's now at the 9th level of the Emperor Realm and has the best chance of reaching the Heaven Realm. This challenger has completely enraged the Ji family. Chu Pingfan looked at Ji Tiancheng, who was walking over, and tightened his grip over the wooden saber in his hand. His opponent's cultivation level was higher than his, but Chu Pingfan was not afraid at all. A cross-realm battle was nothing to him. Yu Baibei, who was in the crowd, was a little worried when she saw this scene unfold. She sent over a voice transmission, "Hey, silly boy, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat. Ji Tiancheng is very powerful." Chu Pingfan ignored her. Ji Tiancheng stopped 30 feet away. He looked at Chu Pingfan coldly and said, "I'm very curious. Who sent you to provoke my Ji family? Don't think for 1 second that you're invincible in the Emperor Realm." Chu Pingfan held his saber in his hand. "You're the strongest genius of the Ji family." "That's me." Ji Tiancheng admitted it without hesitation. No one in the Ji family objected either. "Very good. I'll trample you under my feet today and tell everyone that the geniuses of the Ji family are all useless and trashy." Chu Pingfan's imposing manner was full of vigor. His third-level Emperor realm cultivation was displayed without reservation. The scenes from when he was young reappeared in his mind. Today, he wanted to let the Ji family and those people know that the little trash that they looked down on in the past was now trampling on their so-called geniuses. Chapter 202, The Power of the Extreme Dao. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Xian sat on the reclining chair, leisurely watching the situation unfold in front of the Ji family's residence. Chu Pingfen had come knocking on their door. This was the story of the rise of a good-for-nothing who crushed their heavens blessed and trampled upon the pride of a large family. What a good show! As a 9th-level Emperor Realm expert, Ji Tianquan's strength was not weak. He was indeed the strongest heavens blessed of the younger generation of the Ji family. Chu Pingfen's cultivation level was a little low, but before he broke through to the Emperor Realm, his body was already comparable to an Emperor Realm cultivator. He ate Emperor-level pills as snacks. In terms of foundation, there were not many people in this world who could compare to Chu Pingfen. Moreover, Chu Pingfen cultivated the extreme Dao. He was even a genius when it came to the extreme Dao. It was not difficult for him to defeat enemies that had higher cultivation levels than he did. Chu Xian estimated that after this big battle, Chu Pingfen would break through to the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Chu Xian was not worried at all about Chu Pingfen's safety. Apart from Chu Pingfen himself had many trump cards. It's little Pingfen. Su Xianer was surprised for a moment and informed Chu Yun. Soon, the two of them were seated next to Chu Xian as they watched the scenes that were being projected from the entrance of the Ji family's residence by the heaven spying mirror. You're boasting shamelessly. Tell me your name and I'll leave your corpse intact. Ji Tiancheng snorted coldly. Chu Pingfen stepped forward and said in a clear voice, I'm from the Chu family of the southern region. My name is Chu Pingfen. I'm 16 years old and I'm at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Today, I'll use my strength to tell the world that the geniuses of the Ji family are nothing but trash. At this moment, Chu Pingfen no longer concealed his identity and revealed his aura without restraint. The expressions of the countless experts present changed drastically at this moment. 16 years old. Once Chu Pingfen no longer restrained his aura, all the experts present could sense it. Chu Pingfen was indeed just a teenager. 3rd level of the Emperor realm. A 16-year-old Emperor realm expert? How monstrous was he? Chu Pingfen continued to walk forward. My father's name is Chu Yuan, and my mother's name is Ji Qiaoyi. I'm the little trash that your Ji family once disdained and threw away. Today, I want to let the world know that the so-called geniuses of the Ji family aren't even comparable to a little trash like me. All of the spectators were shocked. The young man in front of them was the son of the rumored useless husband of the Ji family's young miss, the very same son-in-law who was not recognized by the Ji family. Such a peerless monster was thrown away by the Ji family and regarded as a piece of trash? Were the Ji family members blind? Many people revealed gloating smiles. The facial expressions of all the elders in the Ji family changed. Especially Ji Xinming, whose expression seemed to be a complex mix of disbelief and confusion. The other middle-aged man beside him had a similar expression of disbelief. What did you say? Ji Tianquan's expression also changed, but he quickly calmed down. Don't even think about messing with my mind. I'll kill you. Ji Tiancheng attacked. The wooden saber in Chu Pingfen's hand exuded a sharp aura. It was as if a new great Dao had been born as it spread out. He pressed forward. Slash! As the saber slashed out, the saber gleams were like a cage, enveloping Ji Tiancheng. It was like a prison. Ji Xinming and the other higher UPS of the Ji family all came to the entrance. How is this possible? Ji Xinhai looked as if he had seen a ghost. Even though Chu Pingfen had grown up, he could still recognize him from a glance. This youth was the silly-looking, dull-witted child from before. That silly-witted, dull-witted demeanor of his was too obvious. Are you sure it's him? Ji Zhenming asked in shock. Yes, it's really him. Ji Zhenhai still could not believe that the child who was clearly trash back then had suddenly become a peerless monster. A 16-year-old Emperor Realm expert. There was probably no other person who had achieved this in the entire 9 zones. Chu Yuan, who was walking towards the Ji family's residence, was completely stunned. His entire body could not help but tremble. Pingfen. He was in disbelief. How was this possible? How old was Chu Pingfen? 16 years old, yet he was already at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm? He rushed to the entrance of the Ji family's residence frantically and saw the young man who was fighting. He could not help but cry. It really was Chu Pingfen. The battle had reached its climax. Chu Pingfen was only at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, yet he was able to withstand Ji Tianquan's attack. Moreover, the more he fought, the stronger the aura around his body became. In fact, his entire body was emitting light. Ji family's genius, you're nothing but a useless piece of trash. Chu Pingfen roared angrily and broke through with a bang. He had reached the 4th level of the Emperor realm. The saber gleam shook the sky as a powerful aura swept out in all directions. It was as if a huge saber that wanted to shatter the sky had appeared in the sky. Rumble. The saber and sword collided, and Ji Tianquan's sword was almost sent flying. However, Chu Pingfen transformed into a ray of light and instantly caught up. Another saber slash. Pu. When Ji Tianquan blocked the second slash, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not believe that he was actually being beaten by someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. The third slash. This slash was even stronger, and Ji Tianquan barely blocked it. Enough! An elder of the Ji family in the Supreme Realm took action and blocked Chu Pingfen's attack, sending him flying. Chu Pingfen's figure turned into a ray of light and arrived in front of him in an instant. He threw out a round ball. An old fart like you dares to bully me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Boom! The round ball exploded and raging flames erupted. A roaring fire dragon burst forth and attacked that elder of the Ji family. Not good. The elder's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly blocked it. Pu. His entire body was sent flying. The flames on his body were not extinguished, and he was already badly injured. Chu Pingfen stood in front of the entrance to the Ji family's residence and pointed his saber at the Ji family's residence. He said coldly, "The Ji family's geniuses are inferior to trash." The entire place was deathly silent. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbstruck. Ji Tianquan had actually lost. Moreover, he had been defeated by someone whose cultivation was lower than his. This youth already possessed such formidable strength despite only being in the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Once he broke through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm, would he not be invincible in the Emperor realm? Chu Pingfen's name was destined to shake the entire eastern region, and even the northern zone. A peerless genius who had reached the Emperor realm at 16 years of age. He had crossed realms to defeat Ji Tianquan of the Ji family. Even the peerless genius of the Ling family might not be a match for this young man. Such a monstrous young man was actually the son of the Ji family's third young miss, Ji Qiaoyi, who was viewed as a disgrace by the Ji family. Su Xian'er and Chu Yun were both shocked by Chu Pingfen's strength. They knew that Chu Pingfen was very strong, but they had never expected him to be this strong. Chu Xian was not surprised by this. Anyone who cultivated the extreme Dao would be extremely strong, much less Chu Pingfen, who was naturally gifted in the extreme Dao. Your nephew, Chu Pingfen, displayed the might of the extreme Dao. His name shook the entire eastern region. You have been rewarded with an upgrade to the Destruction Dao principle. The system's reward suddenly arrived. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. The Destruction Dao principle had been upgraded. This meant that it had been further perfected. It was now equivalent to the second level of the Dao realm. Although Chu Xian was still in the first level of the Dao realm, his destruction Dao principle had already been upgraded to the second level of the Dao realm ahead of time. Chu Xian was satisfied with his nephew, Chu Pingfen. As expected, he did not dote on the wrong person. His nephew truly knew how to earn rewards for his 13th uncle. At this moment, the situation at the entrance of the Ji family's residence changed. Chapter 203, Father, there's a ghost. Patriarch Ji Zhenming walked out from the entrance. You have the right to be arrogant, but this isn't the place for you to be arrogant. Half of the Ji family's bloodline flows in your body, so you shouldn't bring shame upon the Ji family. Today, I'll discipline you properly on behalf of Kiao Yi. Chu Pingfen's gaze was sharp and did not show any signs of fear. He looked straight at Ji Zhenming and said coldly, "What does the Ji family have to do with me? What do you have to do with me? You don't have the right to discipline me at all." His saber was sharp. Even though there was a huge difference in their strengths, he was not afraid at all. Where's my father? Where's my mother? The Ji family must give me an explanation. If my parents have been harmed, I, Chu Pingfen, will eradicate the Ji family in the future. The onlookers were shocked. An Emperor Realm youth had threatened to eradicate the Ji family, one of the three great families of the eastern region. Was he not aware of the immensity of heaven and earth? However, they then thought about the fact that this 16-year-old youth had already reached the 4th level of the Emperor Realm. Could he not achieve such a feat? He could. If a Heaven Realm cultivator could not eradicate the Ji family, then a Divine Realm cultivator could. Could this youth reach the legendary Divine Realm? No one doubted him. He was a 16-year-old Emperor Realm cultivator. Ji Zhenming's face was gloomy, and his gaze was cold. Killing intent flashed across his face. A heavens blessed that could not be used by the Ji family, but could threaten the Ji family's heavens blessed, had to die. Do you understand the gravity of what you're saying? Ji Zhenming's aura exploded, and he said angrily, I am your grandfather. How dare you be so rebellious? Tui. Chu Pingfen spat on the ground. When have I ever been a grandson in your heart? The saber pointed at Ji Zhenhai behind him and sneered, who was it that I couldn't defeat a piece of trash? And that I was the shame of your Ji family. Today, I stepped on the so-called heavens blessed of your Ji family and suddenly became your grandson. You're shameless. I, Chu Pingfen, still have my dignity. Ji Zhenming's expression changed again and again as he shouted angrily, ****, I'll teach you a lesson today. He raised his hand and was about to suppress Chu Pingfen. No matter how monstrous an Emperor Realm cultivator was, it was still merely an Emperor Realm cultivator. No. A figure rushed out from the crowd. Chu Yuan. Father. Chu Pingfen was overjoyed. Pingfen. Chu Yuan looked at Chu Pingfen and felt a mix of emotions in his heart. He did not know where to begin. He pulled Chu Pingfen behind him and said to Ji Zhenming, Patriarch Ji, Pingfen is still young. If there's anything he has done wrong, I, Chu Yuan, will take the punishment in his stead. Ji Zhenming narrowed his eyes as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Chu Pingfen was too monstrous. If he became a heavens blessed of the Ji family, they would definitely become the #1 family in the eastern region. It was even possible for them to become the #1 family in the northern zone. Of course, this all depended on Chu Pingfen's attitude towards the Ji family. If he was hostile towards the Ji family, the more monstrous his talent was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Ji family. Chu Pingfen pulled Chu Yuan behind him, and Chu Yuan did not have the strength to resist him at all. He felt sorrowful in his heart. This was the result of being weaker than others. He did not even have the ability to protect his son. Father, there's no need to be polite to him. He's a member of the Ji family. Chu Pingfen said coldly, the Ji family can't hurt me. If he dares to hurt me, even if the Ji family had a divine realm expert, they would still be wiped from the face of this world. His tone was resolute and decisive. Ji Zhenming's heart shook violently. He suddenly realized that, since Chu Pingfen was such a monster, how could there not be a teacher behind him? Who was his master? If he were to injure him rashly, the Ji family would definitely suffer. As someone who was able to teach such a monster, there was no way he or she would be weak. However, if they allowed Chu Pingfen to leave, he would still be a potential threat to the Ji family. As such, he could only try to pull something by leveraging Ji Qiaoyi. Chu Yuan was stunned. He did not know what Chu Pingfen had experienced all these years. Back then, he had entrusted Chu Pingfen to Chu Xian. But Pingfen, your mother, she... Father, don't worry. Mother will come out very soon. Chu Yuan was not the only one who was stunned. Ji Xinming was also stunned. Where did Chu Pingfen get his confidence from? Ji Qiaoyi was under house arrest. Even a Heaven Realm expert would not be able to sneak in quietly. At this moment, two figures suddenly flew out of the Ji residence. One of them looked haggard, but her beauty was still evident. The other person was actually Ji Tiancheng, who had gone back to recuperate from his injuries. Qiaoyi. Chu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He had not seen his wife since the last time they parted. Chu Yuan, Fanner. Ji Qiaoyi was pleasantly surprised. She could not help but cry as she threw herself at Chu Pingfen and hugged him. Even though they had been separated for many years, and Chu Pingfen had grown up, she still recognized him immediately. That simple and dull temperament of his was really too easy to recognize. Tiancheng, what are you doing? Ji Xinming was full of doubt. Why did Ji Tiancheng bring her out? However, Ji Tiancheng did not reply. Chu Pingfen broke free and said, Father, Mother, let's go. Okay. Ji Qiaoyi nodded. Chu Yuan held her in his arms, and the family of three turned around to leave. Moreover, Ji Tiancheng looked like he was going to escort the three of them away. Qiaoyi, come back. Ji Xinming was furious. He raised his hand, and a huge palm condensed from spiritual power swept out. In the end, a figure flashed past, and Ji Tiancheng blocked the huge palm. The sword was placed across his neck. Ji Xinming was stunned. All of the members of the Ji family were stunned. The onlookers were also stunned. They did not understand what Ji Tiancheng was doing. Could it be that he had finally grown a conscience and could not bear to break up the family of three, or that he could not stand his father's behavior, so he decided to commit suicide? Tiancheng, what are you doing? No, wait, you. Ji Xinming was a heavenly realm expert after all. After a short moment of shock, he soon realized that something was wrong with Ji Tiancheng. His soul was in a deep sleep, and he could faintly sense a cold aura from inside his body. What exactly did you do to him? Ji Xinming was furious. He charged forward and grabbed Ji Tiancheng, wanting to capture everyone and bring them back to the Ji family's residence to deal with. Chu Pingfen waved his hand, and two puppets appeared, blocking Ji Xinming directly. Their battle prowess was no weaker than a second-level Heaven Realm expert. "UER, come back." As expected, the one controlling Ji Tiancheng was naturally UER. When Ji Tiancheng was severely injured, UER took the opportunity to use her ghostly possession technique to control him. Originally, with UER's strength, it was impossible for her to control Ji Tiancheng with the ghostly possession technique. However, Ji Tiancheng was severely injured and suppressed by Chu Pingfen, which was why she managed to seize the opportunity to control him. UER took control of Ji Tiancheng and used him to release Ji Qiaoyi. He was the Ji family's top prodigy and Ji Qiaoyi's elder brother. If Ji Tiancheng was the one releasing Ji Qiaoyi, the rest of the Ji family would naturally not stop him. The puppets and Ji Xinming exchanged blows for a short while, and UER used Ji Tianchen's body to run toward Ji Xinming. With a flash, she then returned to Chu Pingfen's side. Her ghostly form appeared. Ji Xinming hurriedly stopped and caught Ji Tiancheng. He was afraid that the shockwaves from the battle between Heaven Realm cultivators would kill him. A ghost! Father! There's a ghost! Ji Tiancheng screamed in horror as soon as he woke up. A ghost! Everyone was dumbfounded. What was a ghost? They had never heard of it. Chapter 204, The Ghost Shocks the World. Ji Tiancheng cried out in fear. He no longer had the demeanor of a top-tier heavens blessed. He was like a frightened child. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. He had lost control of his body, and his soul was trembling. However, his mind was clear. He knew what he was doing, but he could not stop it. His body did not seem to belong to him anymore. In fact, that gloominess seemed to be able to devour his soul. A voice murmured in his soul, "I'm a ghost. Are you afraid? I've possessed you." Possessed by a ghost. He was terrified, and his entire body was trembling. A ghost. This was the first time he had heard this name in his life, and he felt inexplicably terrified. Ghosts had the ability to incite horror and fear. Uer cultivated the ancient netherworld scripture, so her ability to do this was particularly strong. Whenever she activated this ability, anyone who was near her would feel fear. Moreover, she had directly possessed Ji Tiancheng, so this fear and horror he felt was further magnified. When Ji Zhenming saw the terrified Ji Tiancheng, he was furious. He waved his hand and knocked him unconscious. Trying to leave. Get the hell back here! Ji Zhenming moved and was about to rush over. However, Chu Pingfen waved his hand, and the puppets were withdrawn. Then, spheres scattered in all directions. Yuers raised her hands as she rapidly formed a hand seal. A ghastly and terrifying aura instantly descended. Senluo Ghost Domain. Blood-colored skeletons and an endless sea of blood appeared. Terrifying screams and chants echoing in the air. Ghosts! There are ghosts! Run! Run! There are ghosts! In the crowd of onlookers, the weaker cultivators below the Emperor realm screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The appearance of the Senluo Ghost Domain filled their minds with inexplicable horror. They could not help but call out the name Ghost. At this moment, ghosts had officially made their appearance in the 9 zones. The scattered spheres exploded with a bang, transforming into surging fire dragons that intertwined together to form a great array formation. It overlapped with the Senluo Ghost Domain and instantly sealed off the entrance of the Ji family's residence, blocking Ji Zhenming's advance. This was a method that Chu Pingfen and Uer had long prepared. It was a great array formation that could be activated immediately. It would not be a problem for it to block a Heaven Realm cultivator for some time. Chu Pingfen grabbed Chu Yuan and Ji Qiaoyi with each hand. Uer perched herself on his shoulder and, together, they flew away. Chu Pingfen's voice reverberated in the air. The Ji family's heavens blessed are worse than trash. They are all a joke. Let's end this feud here. If the Ji family is unwilling to do so, they can seek me out for revenge. The prerequisite for doing so is that they must be prepared to be wiped out. The Ji family is nothing but trash. Haha. Ji Zhenming and the other Ji family experts' faces were ashen as they broke through the array formation. Chu Pingfen was too fast. Using the Aurora technique, he disappeared almost instantly into the horizon. The Ji family was undoubtedly going to become the laughingstock of the eastern region. They had actually looked down upon such a monstrous genius and treated him as trash. In the end, he had come knocking on their door and crushed the heavens blessed juniors that they were so proud of. The eastern region was shaken. A 16-year-old Emperor Realm expert would definitely attract the attention of many factions. The mysterious and terrifying ghost also attracted a lot of attention. In the small courtyard, Chu Xian did not continue watching Chu Pingfen. He deactivated the heaven spying mirror. Just as Uer had made her move and shocked the onlookers, the system's reward had been triggered. Your Ghost Junior, Uer, made her move in shocking fashion. The name of ghosts has shocked the world. Your Yin Dao principle has increased by 1 level. Chu Pingfan's matter of saving his parents had temporarily come to an end. He did not return to the southern region immediately, but instead continued to stay in the eastern region. Since he had journeyed all the way here, he naturally would not rush home immediately. After all, he was young and adventurous, so he naturally wanted to explore the world for a while. Chu Xian was not worried about his safety. Even if there were experts eyeing his monstrous talent, with Chu Er secretly protecting him, his safety was assured. As his Dao principles continued to level up, Chu Xian's strength naturally increased. His Dao aura absorption speed was constantly increasing. Although he was still far from reaching the second level of the Dao realm, his strength was already close to the benchmark of an ordinary second-level Dao realm cultivator. The Great Dao Communication Group was still lively, especially after Ying Kong mentioned that he was about to break through to the fourth level of the Dao realm. The rest of the Dao realm cultivators in the group were all trying their best to flatter Huanglong. Huanglong was very excited. With the Great Dao Communication Group, he was no longer bored. Chu Xian took out the Heavenly Dao Talisman and refined it to upgrade it. He carved the embryonic form of his Dao principles into the talisman to prepare it for the implementation of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. The laws of heaven and earth in the southern region had been steadily recovering. This naturally increased the cultivation speed of the southern region's cultivators. It would not be long before Emperor Realm experts appeared in the southern region. The opening of the Azura ancient land was drawing closer and closer. Before the laws of heaven and earth of the southern region were completely restored, he had to merge his own laws of heaven and earth into the laws of heaven and earth of the southern region to obtain a portion of the authority of the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region. Once the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region were fully restored, it would be very difficult to merge them. He would need a higher grade Heavenly Dao Talisman to do so. Furthermore, it would incite a heavenly phenomena and create fluctuations, which would easily attract the attention of experts. The best way forward was to quietly fuse the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region with his own, gradually nibbling away at them. In the future, his laws of heaven and earth would completely replace the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region. If this fusion was successful in the southern region, it would be easier to expand the fusion process to the entire northern zone. He would be able to avoid causing huge fluctuations then. After all, the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region were a part of the laws of heaven and earth in the northern region. They originated from the same source. After fusing and replacing the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region with his own, he could begin to quietly erode the laws of heaven and earth in the northern region. He could then continue the process and eventually fuse and replace the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 zones with his own. This was an enormous plan, so Chu Xian needed to plan carefully. Once the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan was successful, he would become the founder of the Heavenly Dao. The entire 9 zones would be under his control. As long as a cultivator could not transcend the laws of heaven and earth, Chu Xian would be able to determine their life and death with a single thought. The Black Moon Tower was a crucial part of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan, so he had to assume complete control of the Black Moon Tower. Now, the highest-ranked Tower Lord under his control was an 8-star Tower Lord. However, even so, he still did not manage to obtain any information about the person behind the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian would eventually fish him out. On this day, the Chaos Dao Mirror finally located another Dao Realm expert, who was naturally added to the Great Dao Communication Group. Unsurprisingly, Ying Kong was still the weakest. A month later, the Heavenly Dao Talisman was upgraded. Now he only needed to wait for an opportunity to merge the laws of heaven and earth stored in the Heavenly Dao Talisman with the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region. Bao Hongjian suddenly sent over a message. A 9-star Tower Lord, who was a Heaven Realm cultivator, had secretly arrived in the southern region and gathered all of the Tower Lords. However, he did not give them any orders. It was very strange, and she asked Chu Xian if he wanted to control him. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. Did the person behind the Black Moon Tower notice something unusual? The soul seed seal could control people soundlessly, and those controlled would not display any flaws. The other party should not have noticed it. Could it be that the changes happening in the Black Moon Tower had made the other party suspicious? Chapter 205, The Master of the Black Moon Tower. Since a 9-star tower lord had arrived, Chu Xian naturally had to control the other party. Bao Hongjian carried his power, which naturally overpowered and controlled the other party using the soul seed seal. Unexpectedly, he still failed to obtain any information about the mastermind behind the Black Moon Tower. This tower lord had also received orders to come to the southern region to meet with the various tower lords that were already here, but he was not here to give them orders. After meeting them, he was going to return. Chu Xian told him to do what he had to do. The person behind the Black Moon Tower must have been suspicious. Perhaps the sudden release of the communication talisman had allowed the other party to unearth some clues. As long as Chu Xian eventually found traces that would lead to the other party, it was fine. At worst, he could just instruct Chu Yi or the left and right Buddhist attendants to make a trip. Half a month later, unexpected news arrived. The mastermind behind the Black Moon Tower had arrived in the southern region and appeared secretly. Moreover, he had directly sent a message to the various tower lords of the southern region, asking to meet the person behind them. As he had not come into contact with Bao Hongjian, he had not triggered Chu Xian's Dao realm power, so he had not been controlled by the soul seed seal. The other party was very cautious. Chu Xian was really surprised. The person behind the Black Moon Tower was not simple. He could actually tell from the clues that something had happened to the Black Moon Tower in the southern region. He could tell that the Black Moon Tower was slowly being chipped away at it. What had given it away? The soul seed seal would not be discovered, so there should be no problems from that end. As such, the only other possibility was that the other party had detected the abnormality due to the changes taking place in the southern region's Black Moon Tower. Such keen observational insight. No wonder this person could establish the Black Moon Tower and make it the largest intelligence force in the northern zone. The Black Moon Tower had branches all over the northern zone, and many large factions would not dare to mess with the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and thought about deducing the other party's identity and information, but he immediately gave up on the idea. Since the other party had come to the southern region and wanted to see him, then he should meet the person. If the other party was suitable, he would take them under his wing to work for him. If the other party was not suitable, he would suppress them. After the Dao-seeking mirror was upgraded to the Chaos Dao mirror, it had the power of deduction. Still, Chu Xian did not want to use it for this. After all, the situation was very much under his control. Only when things were beyond his control and he lacked confidence would he utilize the deduction ability of the Chaos Dao mirror. He sent a message to Bao Hongjian and asked her to bring the other party over. Chu Xian summoned Su Xianer and got her to make tea for himself as well as to prepare to entertain the guests. It was a matter of courtesy. "Sir, are there any guests coming?" Su Xianer was puzzled. It was unbelievable that someone would visit Chu Xian. The mastermind behind the Black Moon Tower, Chu Xian smiled and said. "Were we exposed?" Su Xianer said in surprise. "No. It's just that the other party is quite smart, and I like to meet smart people." An hour later, a person arrived outside the Chu family's territory. This person's appearance was extremely beautiful, but her face was pale and bloodless. Her long black robe could not conceal her beautiful figure. Her footsteps were light, and there was no expression on her pale face. Her cultivation had only reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Unexpectedly, the person behind the Black Moon Tower was not even a Heaven realm cultivator. The black-robed woman silently arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard. It was as if the other party knew that the person she wanted to see was in the small courtyard. Chu Xian looked at the black-robed woman who appeared at the entrance and was momentarily shocked. Her beauty could topple kingdoms, but her complexion was pale and bloodless, looking sickly. Behind her soft expression, there was an unyielding will. She was like a fragile blade of grass, but no matter how the wind blew and the rain fell, she was still unyielding. This was a beauty with a story. When Su Xian'er saw the black-robed woman, she was momentarily stunned. Then, she felt a sense of crisis. Could it be that Mr. wanted to take in another maidservant? The other party's figure seemed to be even more alluring than hers. Su Xian'er could not help but lean against Chu Xian's body. She sat next to him, looking obedient and lovely. Chu Xian glanced at her speechlessly. Sit. Chu Xian pointed at the chair in front of him. The black-robed woman sat down and spoke first. My name is He Yu, the owner of the Black Moon Tower. Her voice was clear and crisp, but there was also a trace of weakness in it. It was as if she had just recovered from a long illness and lacked strength. Sir, why did you chip away at my Black Moon Tower? Chu Xian slowly sipped his tea, but his gaze was like a smile that was not a smile. Are you really the owner of the Black Moon Tower? Of course. My cultivation level is not important. Chu Xian nodded and said, I understand. He looked up and said, come down and have a cup of tea. You're only at the 5th level of the divine realm, nothing worth shouting about. There's no need to hide. As soon as Chu Xian said this, He Yu's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared and landed beside He Yu. It was a white-haired elder. He looked at Chu Xian coldly without concealing his killing intent. Why do you have to be hostile? Chu Xian smiled. I don't like hostility. A divine realm cultivator doesn't have the right to act presumptuously in front of me. Grandfather, there's no need to be like this. He Yu tugged at the elder's hand and said softly. Grandpa Zhang retracted his gaze and sat down beside He Yu. However, he remained on guard against Chu Xian. This young man looked like an ordinary person. However, the more Chu Xian acted like this, the more vigilant he became. Even he could not see through him. Moreover, his tone of voice was extremely arrogant. It was obvious that he did not hold divine realm cultivators in high regard. From this, it could be seen that the other party's strength was not ordinary. At least the peak of the divine realm? Although Grandpa Zhang was only at the 5th level of the divine realm, his strength was definitely not weak among divine realm cultivators. He had once crossed realms and defeated an 8th level divine realm expert. Chu Xian looked at He Yu and Grandpa Zhang. The grandfather protected the granddaughter as she controlled the Black Moon Tower from behind the scenes. What an interesting combination. There was definitely a story behind this. He immediately used the Heaven's secret origin probing technique. He Yu was born with an incomplete divine soul. She was one of the people who possessed great luck in the Central Zone. She hails from the human king family of the Central Zone, the Ji family. She was the illegitimate daughter of the current Ji family head and was despised. She had wanted to find a treasure to restore her soul and had thus traveled to the northern region. He then secretly controlled the Black Moon Tower and led the Black Moon Tower to rise. She was indeed a person with a story. Moreover, she was one of the people with great luck in the Central Zone. She had the bloodline of the human king's family. Unfortunately, she was not loved but despised. She was born with an incomplete divine soul. She did not create the Black Moon Tower. Instead, she took it and controlled it. It rose rapidly under her leadership. The central region of the Central Zone was the most prosperous place in the 9 zones. It was also the center of the human race. The reason why He Yu was able to come here was probably related to the lucky mystic realm, which attracted a lot of people. Chu Xian already had a plan. He Yu was very suitable to carry out the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. He Yu felt a little uneasy. Chu Xian's gaze seemed to have seen through her from inside out. She took a deep breath to calm her complicated emotions and said, "What plans do you have for the Black Moon Tower?" Chu Xian smiled and said, "You didn't create the Black Moon Tower, did you?" "It really wasn't me. The Black Moon Tower in the past was also very powerful. After I took over, I perfected the intelligence gathering system and improved on various aspects of the organization. Still, no matter what, the Black Moon Tower belongs to me. He Yu's tone remained calm and without much emotional fluctuation. However, Chu Xian knew that the reason why she was like this was because her divine soul was incomplete. Moreover, if her emotions fluctuated greatly, it would probably cause her some problems. Therefore, she was used to controlling her emotions. Chapter 206, Innate Divine Soul, He Yu. Su Xianer poured tea for He Yu and Grandpa Zhang, but neither of them looked at the teacups, nor did they have any intention of drinking the tea. Chu Xian did not care. Instead, he said to himself, He Yu, or should I call you Ji He Yu instead? What did you say? Who are you? Grandpa Zhang stood up abruptly, his aura rising threateningly. He Yu clapped her hands and said calmly, Grandfather, there's no need to be like this. Grandpa Zhang's chest heaved up and down a few times before he finally listened to his granddaughter and sat down again. However, the rage in his eyes could not be hidden. It could be seen that the current patriarch of the Ji family had caused He Yu, as well as He Yu's mother, to undergo a lot of suffering. This made Grandpa Zhang extremely angry. Chu Xian ignored Grandpa Zhang's anger as he continued to speak, You're not that old, not even 100 years old. Your 9th level Emperor Realm cultivation isn't too shabby. The Emperor Realm isn't your limit. It's just a pity that cultivation is extremely difficult and painful for you. You were born with a divine soul, but it's a pity that your divine soul is incomplete. This kind of deficiency wasn't caused by an injury, so it's hard to remedy. Grandpa Zhang's eyes widened, and his aura was about to explode again. He Yu comforted him. Even though her expression changed, she still tried her best to keep calm. There were only 2 people in this world who knew that she was born with an incomplete divine soul. Even her father did not know, and her mother had died. It was obvious that the other party could see through it. It was not strange for him to be able to see that her divine soul was incomplete, but being able to tell that she had been born with that condition was something that no ordinary expert could accomplish. Chu Xian continued, You came to the northern zone to take control of the Black Moon Tower and establish an intelligence gathering system. Your ultimate goal is to find a treasure that can restore your divine soul, right? He Yu did not deny it. Chu Xian changed the topic and asked, I am very curious. How did you discover that something was amiss in the Black Moon Tower? He Yu replied calmly, I control the Black Moon Tower, so I naturally know how the Black Moon Tower operates. I am fully aware of the capabilities of each Tower Lord, so the sudden changes in the Black Moon Tower were very apparent to me. Since I did not incite those changes, I can naturally arrive at certain conclusions through those clues. Also, there's intuition. Intuition was the real reason. She was born with a divine soul and had an innate intuition. She came to the northern zone because her intuition told her that there was trouble in the central zone. As such, she hid in the northern zone. I quite like the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian finished a cup of tea and Su Xianer poured more for him. He Yu remained silent for a while, before saying, Then from now on, the Black Moon Tower is yours. Grandpa Zhang became anxious. He Yu shook her head and stopped him from continuing. She looked at Chu Xian and said, Do you have any other intentions? Chu Xian pointed at the teacup and said, Since you're already here, why don't you have a cup of tea? Okay. He Yu picked up the teacup. You. It's okay, grandfather. He Yu smiled and downed the teacup in one gulp. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She looked at the teacup and revealed a shocked expression. This is. Thank you, sir, for this cup of tea. He Yu stood up and bowed respectfully. Grandpa Zhang was puzzled. What was the secret behind this tea? Chu Xian said with a smile, I can restore your divine soul, and I can also help you become strong enough to return to the central zone. With my help, you can trample upon the Ji family and take back your dignity. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? He Yu hesitated for a moment before immediately kneeling on the ground. He Yu greets master. Thud thud thud. She kowtowed 3 times, and her forehead turned red. Her emotions fluctuated a little, and a hint of pain flashed across her pale face. Grandpa Zhang was stunned. However, he remained silent. His granddaughter had always had her own way of doing things. Moreover, she was born with sharp instincts, which had helped her to avoid disasters several times. She had found supreme treasures several times. The fact that he could break through to the 5th level of the divine realm was also related to this. Get up! Chu Xian was very satisfied. He called out Xiang Xing. This is your 4th senior brother. In terms of the order in which you became disciples, you are rank 7th. Greetings, 4th senior brother. Hello, junior sister. Xiang Xing widened his eyes and sized up He Yu curiously. Master had actually taken in a female disciple. He waved his hand and handed over a puppet. Junior sister, this is a welcome gift. Senior brother personally refined this puppet. Grandpa Zhang's face was filled with shock when he saw this. That was a Heaven Realm soul puppet, right? He was only an Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he had actually refined a Heaven Realm soul puppet? With this puppet, would he not be invincible in the same realm? Under normal circumstances, given Xiang Xing's cultivation level, he would not be able to refine a Heaven Realm soul puppet. The only reason he could do so was because the pocket dimension was special. Moreover, for the sake of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan, Chu Xian had condensed a cluster of Dao aura around his artifact refining area. In addition, he had refined it with all sorts of high-level materials. Of course, it had to be said that Xiang Xing's talent in artifact refining was absolutely monstrous. Thank you, 4th senior brother. He Yu's expression remained calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Xiang Xing did not mind. He only cared about refining artifacts, not women. He was not bothered about He Yu's attitude and expression. You have accepted a disciple with an innate divine soul. She has the talent to carry out the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. You have been rewarded with the Heavenly Dao scripture. The system's reward arrived. Chu Xian examined the Heavenly Dao scripture. It was indeed an extremely powerful cultivation technique. When it was fully mastered, one would have the power of the Heavenly Dao, controlling all living things. It just so happened to be in line with the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. He Yu could be nurtured to become the first ruler of the Heavenly Dao. Chu Xian received the reward. Xiang Xing had already returned to the pocket dimension to continue cultivating and refining artifacts. As for courting his junior sister, such a thought did not exist in his mind. Under the influence of that B***** Ding Yu, he might also be destined to be a loner in the future. Since you have already acknowledged me as your master, I will naturally resolve the issue of your incomplete divine soul. Chu Xian raised his hand and grabbed a fruit from his pocket dimension. Dao fruit. Soul-nourishing Dao fruit. A cluster of Dao aura also appeared in his hand. Grandpa Zhang's face was filled with shock. Was that a legendary treasure? The other party had taken it out so casually. It was as if it was some common cabbage by the roadside. Black Moon revealed a look of joy. Her choice was indeed correct. Even though her soul was suffering pain due to the fluctuations of her emotions, she did not mind it at all. From now on, she would no longer have to suffer. Eat it. Chu Xian handed the Dao fruit over. He Yu stretched out her hand to receive it and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master." The Dao fruit entered her mouth and turned into a stream of energy that directly nourished her divine soul. The damaged divine soul received nourishment and was slowly being restored. However, it seemed that it lacked enough energy to sustain and complete the restoration process. Chu Xian waved his hand and the cluster of Dao aura entered He Yu's body. The Dao aura nourished her divine soul, causing the originally stagnant speed of the restoration process to increase once again. Heiyu's entire being fell into a wonderful state. The process of her divine soul's restoration was also the moment of enlightenment for her. Chu Xian raised his hand and transmitted the heavenly Dao scripture into her mind. He said telepathically, "Cultivate this technique while suppressing your cultivation realm and solidifying your cultivation foundation. There's no rush to make a breakthrough." "Yes, Master." Chu Xian waved his hand and moved Heiyu into the pocket dimension. He said, "You can cultivate and comprehend it there." Chapter 207, The Inheritance of the Ancient Pill King, Transformation of Fate. Grandpa Zhang was not angry to see Heiyu disappear. Instead, he bowed deeply and said, "Mister, you saved Yuer's life." Chu Xian pointed at the teacup and said, "You can have a cup of tea and then go back to guard the Black Moon Tower." Grandpa Zhang did not hesitate. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. In an instant, many insights surfaced in her mind. His strength had actually improved a little, and the 6th level of the divine realm was no longer unreachable. He was extremely shocked. Just a single cup of tea had such a miraculous effect. Just what cultivation level had this great expert reached? "Thank you, sir, for your great kindness." "You're welcome," Chu Xian said with a smile. "In that case, I will not disturb sir. I'll head back and guard the Black Moon Tower for sir." Grandpa Zhang left. The Black Moon Tower was now completely under Chu Xian's control. The implementation of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan could also be accelerated. Su Xianer heaved a sigh of relief. She had thought Chu Xian was going to take Heiyu as a maidservant, which made her feel a sense of crisis. Fortunately, he had taken in a female disciple. Su Xianer ran back to the pocket dimension. She was still very curious about Heiyu. This lady was actually the mastermind behind the Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian was paying attention to Heiyu's situation. He discovered that she had already started to cultivate the heavenly Dao scripture the moment her divine soul was restored. Although Heiyu's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm, due to her divine soul being incomplete, her actual strength was only equivalent to a 1st level Emperor realm cultivator. However, the cultivation of the heavenly Dao scripture seemed to begin from the Emperor realm. It was as if she was cultivating it all over again. When she finished her recultivation and returned to the 9th level of the Emperor realm, her strength would increase explosively. Once Heiyui succeeded in her cultivation, the heavenly Dao talisman plan would be left to her to carry out. With her ability, she would definitely be able to quickly implement and expand the heavenly Dao talisman plan. Furthermore, she came from the central region of the Central Zone, so she had a better understanding of the 9 zones. As for how the heavenly Dao talisman plan would be expanded to other zones, she would naturally have a way. Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and searched for Dao realm experts. Half a month later, he found another Dao realm expert, and the Great Dao Communication Group gained another member. Furthermore, this Dao realm expert was a cultivator from a race that he had never heard of. Even Hong Yuanchu had never heard of this race. It was as if they had long disappeared into the lost history of the 9 zones. Chu Xian was very curious as to how many races had disappeared, as well as how many Dao realm experts remained. How many races had appeared in the 9 zones and how many were left now? Although Huanglong had existed for a very long time, he had never left the Great Dao. Naturally, he did not know how many races had existed in the world. The races he had seen were limited. Moreover, all of those he had met were Daoyuan experts. Chu Xian took out the myriad heavenly mirror and checked on the situation of Demon Buddha, Ren Changhe, and Qin Ying one by one. Qin Ying's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Emperor realm, and he was currently breaking through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. It would not be long before he returned to the southern region. The laws of heaven and earth in the southern region were already recovering rapidly, which could be seen from the increased cultivation speed of the cultivators in the southern region. The Azura ancient land would soon make its appearance. Moreover, there was a new ancient ruin in the southern region that had appeared as the law of heaven and earth were restored. However, the battle at this ancient ruin had been too intense. The sect here had been completely destroyed, and there were no survivors. Not even a single corpse could be seen. All of them were reduced to ashes over the long passage of time. The Great War back then was too intense. This entire sect was destroyed, and not a single complete emperor-level weapon was left behind. From this, one could tell how dangerous those times had been. It was rumored that this was an extremely powerful sect in the southern region during the ancient times that was no weaker than Nine Swords Mountain at its peak. Chu Xian shook his head. A sect that had such a tragic ending must have belonged to Qin Ying's side back then. Furthermore, their luck was not good, and they were directly destroyed. Your disciple, Wang Luo, received the inheritance of an ancient Pill King. His heavenly void fire evolved and his fate was transformed. You have been rewarded with the Fate Dao principle. Chu Xian was stunned. Wang Luo received the inheritance of an ancient Pill King and his fate transformed? The system had rewarded him with the Fate Dao principle? The extremely mysterious Dao of fate was finally about to be grasped by him. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Wang Luo was really something. His disciples' achievements had earned him the Fate Dao principle. Including the Fate Dao principle, he now had 6 Dao principles. The Dao of fate had been difficult to cultivate since ancient times. Furthermore, those who cultivated the Dao of fate were mostly devoured by fate in the end. It was unknown if anyone had ever cultivated to the Dao realm and grasped the Dao of fate. The Dao of fate was one of the most unpredictable and mysterious great Daos among the myriad great Dao. Chu Xian took out the heaven-spying mirror and connected it to Wang Luo. Ever since Wang Luo had trampled on the Wang family and caused them to lose their dignity, he had encountered all sorts of schemes and dogged pursuits. In the end, he had mistakenly entered an ancient forbidden land. He had actually obtained the inheritance of an ancient Pill King? The image projection gradually formed. Wang Luo was holding an ancient-looking small cauldron in his hand. The evolved heavenly void fire was currently fueling the small cauldron. Wang Luo's expression was grave as he continuously condensed pills. He was currently refining pills. At this moment, Wang Luo's cultivation had already risen to the 8th level of the Emperor realm, and he was very close to the 9th level. His cultivation level was already on par with Ding Yu's. In fact, if that fellow Ding Yu had not obtained a fortuitous encounter in the secret realm of the Earth Spirit race, he would have been left behind by Wang Luo. Chu Xian only took a brief glance before discovering that Wang Luo had already grasped an extremely profound pill refinement method. This pill refinement method had also been recorded in the Myriad Elixirs scripture. Wang Luo had not managed to grasp it back then, but now he had. In addition, he was crossing major realms with the intention of refining a divine pill with his Emperor realm cultivation. He was already extremely monstrous to be able to refine a heavenly pill with his Emperor realm cultivation base. Now, he actually wanted to refine a divine pill. If he really succeeded, then he would definitely become one of the most powerful alchemists in the 9 zones. In fact, he might become the most powerful one. Chu Xian looked at the old man beside Wang Luo. He looked extremely old, and his white beard fluttered in the wind. This was only a phantom image. It was a phantom image left behind a wisp of the ancient Pill King's wool. However, even if it was just a phantom image, it was still very powerful. It could suppress a divine realm cultivator without much issue. Of course, after suppressing that divine realm cultivator, the phantom image would completely disappear. Dao realm. The phantom image was left behind by a Dao realm expert, and carried a wisp of the other party's wool when he was alive, which was tasked with finding a successor. From the Dao aura he had left behind, Chu Xian could tell that this expert had just entered the Dao realm when he was alive. He had been in the first level of the Dao realm. In terms of strength, he was far inferior to the current him. Chu Xian was able to use certain second-level Dao principles. He was absolutely invincible among those in the same minor realm. A dead Dao realm expert. Chu Xian was very curious as to how the other party had died and why he had left behind a phantom image in this ancient forbidden land to await a successor. Had his lifespan been exhausted? Or had he been killed by someone? Chu Xian looked at the aged appearance of the phantom image and was inclined toward the former. There was a high probability that his lifespan had been exhausted. Chu Xian did not know how long a Dao realm cultivator could live. What he could be certain of was that the other party had been stuck at the first level of the Dao realm and could not break through. His talent was probably limited as well. Otherwise, why would he have died from having his lifespan exhausted? Of course, it could not be ruled out that he had suffered heavy injuries and his foundation had been damaged, resulting in the loss of his lifespan. The vitality of a Dao realm cultivator was extremely strong. After all, one's body was nourished by Dao aura. Theoretically, as long as one could absorb Dao aura into one's body, there would be no problem with one's lifespan in the Dao realm. Chapter 208, The Extremely Mysterious Dao of Fate. Chu Xian had been watching silently, waiting for Wang Luo to finish refining the pill. 3 hours later, Wang Luo had reached the last few stages of refining the pill. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and he had consumed large portions of his spiritual power. However, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the small cauldron spat out the pill. There was only one pill. It had barely reached the threshold of a divine pill. Wang Luo put away the pill and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He had actually refined a divine pill. He took out the pill and started to recover the spiritual power he consumed while refining the divine pill. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Wang Luo bowed respectfully to the phantom image. You really don't want to acknowledge me as your master? The phantom image asked with a regretful expression. I'm sorry, Senior. I already have a master, Wang Luo said apologetically. Your talent in alchemy is better than mine. No matter how strong your master is, he may not be able to guide you on the path of alchemy. The phantom image still refused to give up. No, Senior. My master is proficient in everything. His alchemy has reached an unattainable height, Wang Luo said solemnly. The shadow sighed. He did not believe Wang Luo at all. He shook his head slightly and said, Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to acknowledge me as your master. My legacy has already been passed down. Pausing for a moment, he then said, In the future, if you manage to break through and you go to the central zone, hand over the token I gave you to the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Star Palace. If the Heavenly Star Palace is no longer there, then forget it. Senior, don't worry. I, Wang Luo, will definitely fulfill your request. Wang Luo said solemnly. Chu Xian did not continue observing. He stopped after gaining a rough understanding of the situation. After closing the heaven spying mirror, Chu Xian received the system reward. The extremely mysterious and unfathomable Fate Dao principle entwined itself around his body. At this moment, countless insights regarding the Dao of Fate appeared unceasingly in his mind. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes and began to comprehend the Fate Dao principle. It took half a month to grasp the Fate Dao principle. This was the first time that Chu Xian had spent so much time comprehending a Dao principle. From this, it could be seen how mysterious and unfathomable the Dao of Fate was. After grasping the Fate Dao principle, Chu Xian had truly entered the path of the great Dao of Fate. He could now visualize the fate of whatever he saw with his eyes. The good luck charm and the fate-suppressing Dao cauldron could be used as he pleased now, and he could unleash their full power. He raised his head to look at the sky. The fate of the southern region was recovering. Furthermore, Chu Xian discovered something in the southern region. There were 5 balls of fate light. They were extremely ancient and seemed to be within a single body of fate light. That should be the location of the Azura ancient land. The fate lights represented the fate treasure, the northern zone, and the fate treasures of its 5 regions. It also represented the fate of the ancient northern zone. After being nurtured for such a long time, the northern zone's fate had already changed, and its level was even higher. Fate was very magical. Whether it was ancient fate or present fate, they were all one entity and could be fused. If the fate treasures of the northern zone's 5 regions returned, whoever obtained the fate treasures would be able to fuse them with a portion of the current fate, obtaining great fortune and great opportunities. This was also why people with great luck were always able to break through bottlenecks and cultivate more smoothly. Furthermore, they would also encounter many opportunities. Chu Xian's eyes crossed the southern region as he looked at the fate of the entire northern zone. He discovered that the fate of the northern zone was very strange. It was as if it was in a critical state, as if there would be a huge change at any moment. Was it because the Azura ancient land was about to open and the ancient fates were about to return? Chu Xian had a nagging feeling that it was not that simple. Turning his gaze past the northern zone, he tried to figure out the fate of the entire 9 zones, but Chu Xian could only see it vaguely. It was as if the fate of the 9 domains was hidden. The Dao of Fate was too fickle and mysterious. Even though Chu Xian was already in the Dao realm and had grasped the Dao of Fate, he still could not see it clearly. In fact, some of the deeper layers of fate still looked blurry and could not be seen through it all. His cultivation level was still too low, and his comprehension of the Fate Dao principle was still lacking. If he had been a Dayuan realm expert, he would probably be able to see through the fate of the 9 zones with a single glance. Even if a Dayuan realm expert did not cultivate the Dao of Fate, because their cultivation level was high enough, they would be able to observe fate to some extent. After all, cultivators were more sensitive to fate. For example, Emperor realm experts, even if they did not cultivate the Dao of Fate, would still be able to see through the fate of ordinary people with a single glance. This was because the difference in levels was too great. Chu Xian did not continue to look. Although the Dao of Fate was mysterious and could even change one's own fate, he had to be wary of fate's backlash. After all, he had just entered the Dao realm. Even if he grasped the Fate Dao principle, his comprehension of it was not perfect. If his level was not high enough, he would still be at risk of encountering a backlash if he touched a fate that was too deep. Chu Xian's subsequent cultivation focused on fusing the Dao principles. If he could fuse the 6 Dao principles and form a great Dao with multiple Dao principles, then his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In addition, it would lay a foundation for him to open up a miniature version of the Great Dao in the future. In theory, one could comprehend and grasp new Dao principles in each one of the 36 levels of the Dao realm. Most Dao realm experts would constantly perfect one Dao principle, nurturing that Dao principle to grow stronger. The rest of their enlightenment would not condense into enlightenment of a new Dao principle. It was precisely because of this that experts who cultivated the Dao of Fire did not only have the Dao of Fire. In fact, they combined their enlightenment of other Daos as support for the main Dao. They only used the Dao of Fire as the main axis. Chu Xian walked the path of true fusion of many Dao principles. He did not use one Dao principle as the main axis and use the rest as support. Moreover, Chu Xian's Dao principles were complete ones. Even if he wanted to choose one Dao principle as the main axis, it was actually impossible to use the rest as support. He was not like other Dao realm cultivators, who could not form new Dao principles with their excess insight after nurturing their main Dao principle. They were also unwilling to spend time to perfect their new insights and turn them into a new Dao principle. They could only nurture the main Dao principle to perfect and strengthen that one Dao principle. Chu Xian's cultivation was different from any other Dao realm cultivator. Most Dao realm cultivators did not even dare to dream of breaking through the 36 levels of the Dao realm and reaching the Dayuan realm. Even if there were ambitious warriors who thought that they were extremely talented and could open up a Dao path, they had never thought of opening up a miniature Great Dao. They only thought of opening up their own Dao path. From the beginning, Chu Xian had been aiming to open up a Dao path. However, it was not just any Dao path, but a miniature version of the Great Dao. Different starting points, different goals, naturally different cultivation methods. Chu Xian fused and separated the paths while paying attention to Heiyu's cultivation. After restoring her divine soul and focusing on cultivating the heavenly Dao scripture, Heiyu's strength was constantly increasing. She believed that it would not be long before she could fix her cultivation. After Heiyu came out of seclusion, it would be time for her to carry out the various aspects of the heavenly Dao talisman plan. With her abilities and her control over the Black Moon Tower, he believed that she would be able to quickly increase her level of control over the northern zone. Chapter 209, Heavenly Spirit Cat, Spirit Devouring Flower. Another half a month passed. Heiyu had finally fixed her cultivation. Her face was no longer as pale as before, and there were also fluctuations of emotions on her face. She no longer needed to hide and restrain her emotions. Heiyu thanks Master. Rise. Chu Xian had high hopes for his sole female disciple. He waved his hand, and the heavenly Dao talisman flew over and landed in Heiyu's hand. This is the heavenly Dao talisman. You are in charge of the Black Moon Tower, so you will be in charge of implementing the heavenly Dao talisman plan. Chu Xian briefly described the plan. Of course, he did not mention the core points. Even so, with Heiyu's intelligence, she was extremely shocked. Such foresight! Heiyu was shocked by the heavenly Dao talisman plan. Just how strong was Master to be able to carry out such a plan? Chu Xian said again, the 9 zones are about to undergo great changes. This is your opportunity. Make good use of it. Yes, Master. Heiyu took a deep breath and said respectfully. Don't worry, Master. I will carry out the plan well. She clenched her fists secretly. She had to return to the central region of the central zone someday. Once the heavenly Dao talisman plan was successful, was a human king's family even worth worrying about? Compared to her, who controlled the entire northern zone, what was the Ji family? I believe in your ability. Chu Xian waved his hand and said, go and cultivate well. If you don't understand anything, come back and ask me. If things are inconvenient outside, you can also cultivate here. As long as you can control and implement the plan, it's fine. Yes, Master. Heiyu left excitedly. After delegating some tasks and reworking some of the systems by which the Black Moon Tower operated, she returned and continued to cultivate. This was the holy land of cultivation. With the communication talisman, she could even hide behind the scenes and control the operations of the Black Moon Tower. After Heiyu left, Chu Xian continued to cultivate, waiting for the arrival of the 20-year milestone. What reward would there be this time? A year passed quickly. Under Heiyu's management, the heavenly Dao talisman plan was implemented smoothly. They had now almost completely grasped the flow of information in the northern zone. As early as a month ago, Heiyu had returned. While cultivating inside the pocket dimension, she relied on the heavenly Dao talisman to manage the implementation of the heavenly Dao talisman plan. Grandpa Zhang also came with Heiyu. He was Heiyu's only relative. Heiyu could not bear to be separated from her grandfather for too long, so she brought Grandpa Zhang with her. Chu Xian did not have any objections. The pocket dimension was so big, and contained so many resources. Supporting one more divine realm cultivator was easy. Moreover, he could be considered to have gained another divine realm cultivator under his command. In this 1 year, the Great Dao Communication Group had grown by 10 members. Other than one human, the rest were from other races. There were also 2 Dao realm experts from smaller races that he had never heard of. One of them was an expert at the 36th level of the Dao realm. He was only 1 step away from stepping into the Daiyuan realm. However, this step was even more difficult than stepping into the Dao realm from the divine realm. According to the other party, he had already been stuck at the 36th level of the Dao realm for 1 Daiyuan. After all, there were too few Daiyuan realm experts. In the past year, he had not found any Daiyuan experts. With more members, the Great Dao Communication Group was naturally active, and the amount of Dao aura that the origin Dao crystal obtained increased as well. However, it would still take a long time for it to transform. Over the past year, Chu Xian had continuously absorbed Dao aura into his body, as well as fusing and nurturing his Dao principles. His cultivation had progressed at a rapid pace, and he had already sensed the threshold of the second level of the Dao realm. He had sensed the threshold, but he was still far from breaking through. Breaking through each level of the Dao realm was too difficult. Even if Chu Xian had enough enlightenment, he still needed a long time to accumulate a sturdy enough cultivation foundation. If Chu Xian was like this, one could imagine how difficult the cultivation of other Dao realm cultivators was. It was no wonder Ying Kong was still stuck at the third level of the Dao realm. Even with Huang Long's time acceleration disc, he still needed some time to break through the fourth level of the Dao realm. One had to know that before this, Ying Kong's comprehension was already half a step into the fourth level of the Dao realm. Even so, coupled with the accelerated time flow, it was still too difficult to accumulate his cultivation foundation. He was still the weakest existence in the Great Dao communication group. Meow. The heavenly spirit cat ran over and rubbed its head against Chu Xian's feet. Chu Xian looked down and saw that the heavenly spirit cat's strength had already reached the peak of the heaven realm. Such cultivation speed would have scared people to death. Chu Xian was not surprised by this. The heavenly spirit cat was a pet he had earned from the system. Naturally, its increase in strength could not be regarded as normal. Moreover, as Chu Xian's strength increased, the pet's strength would also increase faster. The sky-shaking golden rock had already broken through to the divine realm a month ago. After breaking through, the sky-shaking golden rock was restless. After obtaining Chu Xian's permission, it went to the eastern region to look for Chu Pingfen. Among the two pets, the sky-shaking golden rock liked Chu Pingfen more, and Chu Pingfen also liked to play with the sky-shaking golden rock more. Perhaps it was because the sky-shaking golden rock looked cooler. For a dull guy like Chu Pingfen, he preferred the cool to the cute. However, the heavenly spirit cat was very popular with Su Xianer, Chu Yun, and He Yu. They often liked to hug it because it was cute. The sky-shaking golden rock did not experience this kind of treatment. Are you going to break through to the divine realm? Chu Xian took out a bottle of pills and threw it over to the heavenly spirit cat, which would help it break through to the divine realm quickly. Meow. The heavenly spirit cat grabbed the bottle of pills with its claws, rubbed its head against Chu Xian's calf a few times, and then ran off into the pocket dimension. Not long after, the spirit-devouring flower came over with a request. All of its flowers were blooming, and they were extraordinarily beautiful, but also somewhat demonic. The spirit-devouring flower was very special. It could devour all sorts of poisonous gases, demonic energy, and ghostly energy to strengthen itself. All types of dark and gloomy powers were food to it. It could not be poisoned or negatively affected. Its ability was also quite strange. Its increase in strength was not as great as that of the heavenly spirit cat and the sky-shaking golden rock. It was only at the 9th level of the supreme realm now. Alright, I'll allow you to go to the Fengde's secret realm to cultivate. Chu Xian was speechless. The spirit-devouring flower had gone to the ghost's dark valley once. After devouring the gloomy ghost energy, it had fallen in love with that gloomy and cold aura. But I'm warning you, you can't devour the ghost race. The spirit-devouring flower nodded. The ghost race could not be swallowed. That was its master's treasure. Chu Xian was still counting on the ghost race to grow stronger and fight for great luck and fate. The name of the ghost race would spread throughout the 9 zones. If some of them were devoured by the spirit-devouring flower, he would feel heartache. There were not many members of the ghost race to begin with, so even one less would be a huge loss. However, Yuer's performance in the eastern region had given him a pleasant surprise. Some Emperor Realm cultivator who had suffered heavy injuries and had his body destroyed was tricked into cultivating the ghost race's cultivation method and turned into a malicious ghost. This added another member to the ghost race. The spirit-devouring flower received Chu Xian's permission and happily entered the pocket dimension. It went to the Fengde's secret realm to devour the ghost energy. It liked that kind of cold and gloomy aura, and breathing it in made it feel very comfortable. It had been a while since he had used the myriad heavenly mirrors, so Chu Xian took it out and was about to connect it to Ren Changhe when He Yu suddenly emerged from the pocket dimension. Master, the major forces of the northern zone have decided to hold a quota competition in the southern region in a month's time. Many famous itinerant cultivators have already started making their way to the southern region. Chu Xian raised his eyebrows. The competition for the quotas of the Azura Ancient Land had actually started ahead of schedule. Chapter 210, Solo Challenge. The quota competition for the Azura Ancient Land had started earlier than expected. This also meant that the various factions vying for the Azura Ancient Land had already started to make their preparations. The participants of the Great War from back then had also started to make their appearance. Chu Xian raised his head to look at the sky. The speed at which the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region recovered was also increasing. It was about time for the competitors from all sides to make their appearance. Although Emperor Realm itinerant cultivators could participate in the quota competition, the major powers of the northern zone had set up checkpoints. Only by breaking through these checkpoints would the itinerant cultivators be qualified to participate. Apart from itinerant cultivators who had experts backing them, itinerant cultivators who did not have any background would not be able to break through the checkpoints and participate in the quota competition easily. Chu Xian took out the myriad heavenly mirror and found that Ren Changhe was already preparing to come to the northern zone, so he left him to his own devices. Once the quota competition for the Azura Ancient Land began, both Ding Yu and Wang Luo would participate. Xiao Yang naturally would be there as well. They would all participate as itinerant cultivators. Chu Xian was looking forward to the performance of his disciples. He hoped that they would trigger the system's reward during the quota competition. Based on Chu Xian's current level of mastery in the Dao of Fate, it could be seen that the start of this quota competition would signify the start of the battle for fate would begin. On a vast plain in the southern region, a battle arena was being set up. This place was far from any populated areas in the southern region, and was a desolate area. The people in charge of setting up the battle arena were naturally the 3 sects and 3 empires of the southern region. Behind them were their superpower counterparts of the northern zone. The other forces and sects of the southern region could only shake their heads and sigh when they heard about such a grand event. They had no chance to participate. They could only become spectators. The weakest of those who participated in the quota competition were Emperor Realm cultivators. The southern region had no Emperor Realm cultivators. Well, at least on the surface, there were none. Moreover, those who had Emperor Realm experts among their ranks were not simple. The small and medium-sized forces of the southern region all realized that the southern region was going to change. Some people started making plans to rely on the large forces to protect their own forces or disband their forces to join a new force. Some people were worried and did not want their sect's foundations to be destroyed. The road to the southern region had been opened. The first hurdle that itinerant cultivators faced was to pass through the road to the southern region. If they could not even make it to the southern region, then what qualifications did they have to participate in the quota competition? The various major powers were all on their way to the southern region, stationing experts along the way to stop the itinerant cultivators from entering. Since they had set up a checkpoint, there were naturally rules as well. Those above the Emperor Realm were not allowed to take action. Other than that, they could fight alone or in groups. The Azura Ancient Land was not accessible to those above the Emperor Realm. Hence, itinerant cultivators above the Emperor Realm would not take action. Even if they took action for their juniors or descendants, if they violated the rules, they would be suppressed by the various major powers. The journey to the southern region was destined to be an extraordinary experience for itinerant cultivators. Battles happened all the time and everywhere. If itinerant cultivators wanted to pass, they had to be strong enough and have sufficient means. The Emperor Realm cultivators from the major forces, regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation methods or equipment, had far greater resources at their disposal compared to itinerant cultivators. They were usually stronger than the itinerant cultivators too. Even if groups of itinerant cultivators joined hands to launch a surprise attack, only a few could break through the encirclement and enter the southern region. Moreover, those that could were the top experts among the itinerant cultivators. On the road from the western region to the southern region, an ordinary-looking young man was heading toward the southern region. He was Xiao Yang, who was concealing his true identity. How could he miss such a grand occasion in the southern region? At the pass leading to the southern region, an expert at the 9th level of the Emperor realm looked at Xiao Yang, who was walking over, and said disdainfully, "As an itinerant cultivator, you should have some self-awareness. Not everyone can participate in this grand event. Young man, you should leave. This old man won't make things difficult for you." Xiao Yang was expressionless as he walked forward step by step, holding a long spear in his hand. "Oh, kid, you're not convinced? Don't you know that 12 itinerant Emperor realm cultivators have already died here?" Xiao Yang opened his mouth and asked, "How old are you? How strong are you? Listen well. This old man broke through to the Emperor realm in 500 years. It's been 3,000 years since then. I'm now at the 9th level of the Emperor realm and was once a heavens blessed." Xiao Yang laughed disdainfully. It took you 500 years to break through to the Emperor realm, and 3,000 years to break through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. You're just trash. You're courting death." The spear flashed, and the battle ended in the blink of an eye. A figure was nailed to the ground at the entrance of the pass, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Yang continued to advance. He charged forward alone. Another 9th level Emperor realm expert came to stop him, but was also defeated in an instant. After 3 of them were defeated in an instant, the Emperor realm experts guarding this passage all knew that an extremely powerful itinerant cultivator had arrived. The experts among them made a move. Normally, if an itinerant cultivator could defeat 3 people in a row or an expert among the overseers, they would be allowed to pass. Xiao Yang was too strong, and those who tried to stop him were defeated too quickly. The Emperor realm martial artists of the major forces guarding the passage were unconvinced and felt that their performance had been too shameful. Therefore, they directly ignored the hidden rule that someone who defeated 3 people consecutively had passed the test. "You managed to receive 3 strikes from me. You can be considered decent," Xiao Yang said as looked at the young man who had just been defeated by him. 3 strikes? Everyone was shocked. Who was this itinerant cultivator? There had to be an expert behind him. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Even a heavens-blessed Emperor realm cultivator was defeated in 3 strikes. His strength was beyond imagination. A young man walked out and blocked Xiao Yang's path. "Very good. It's rare to see an expert like you among the itinerant cultivators. If you can defeat me, you will pass this test." The young man held a long spear in his hand. Discussions could be heard from the crowd. "It's Xiao Ping from the Xiao family, one of the top geniuses of the Xiao family. I'm afraid the other party's advance will stop here. Not only that, Xiao Ping is ruthless. If he loses, he's dead for sure." "Not necessarily. He definitely has an expert backing him up." "So what if he has an expert backing him up? Xiao Ping killing him won't break the rules. He has the support of the Xiao family. Would a mere itinerant cultivator expert dare to go against the Xiao family?" Xiao Yang ignored the discussions. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. "Xiao Ping of the Xiao family? Just another arrogant coward. Do you really want to die?" Xiao Ping's face was gloomy, and his killing intent surged forth. Xiao Yang smiled disdainfully and said, "You, Xiao Ping, are narrow-minded. Didn't you come out here to kill me? Even if I beat you, you won't let me pass smoothly. Your little schemes are as clear as day. Go to hell." Xiaoping suddenly attacked. His spear was as fast as lightning. He actually tried a sneak attack. Many people in the crowd revealed contemptuous looks. Xiao Yang held his spear and did not move. When Xiaoping's spear was 3 feet away from his body, it suddenly slowed down. The slow vine's power of time. In order to thoroughly defeat Xiaoping, destroy his state of mind, and suppress his pride, Xiao Yang used slow vine's power for the first time. When Xiaoping's attack slowed down, Xiao Yang stabbed him with his spear. It was a very ordinary and simple attack. However, this ordinary spear strike pierced through Xiaoping in an instant. It sent him flying. From the perspective of the onlookers, Xiaoping had launched a sneak attack with his spear, but in the end, he was sent flying by the opponent's spear strike. He was defeated cleanly, without even putting up the slightest trace of resistance. He performed worse than the previously defeated people. Chapter 211, Fighting against 100 Emperor Realm experts alone. The spectators were all stunned as they looked at the defeated Xiaoping in disbelief. It was one thing for him to launch a sneak attack, but he was actually defeated so cleanly. He was not even able to mount the slightest bit of resistance. A simple spear strike had sent him flying. It made those present wonder if the title of him being the Xiao family's heavens blessed was made up. Xiaoping is a little weak. Someone could not help but say. He's not just weak, but very weak. I'm even starting to suspect that his great reputation was fabricated by the Xiao family. It's hard to say. I heard that the Xiao family is getting weaker and weaker from generation to generation. For the sake of their reputation, it's possible that they boasted about having a top-tier heavens blessed. Xiaoping was also a little confused. With his strength, he naturally couldn't sense slow vine's time energy. In that short moment, he felt as if he had hesitated for a moment before he was sent flying by a spear. Hearing the discussions around him, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Xiao Yang. What are you all standing there for? Let's attack together. Are we really going to let him get through? Xiao Yang smiled contemptuously and said, Trash, killing you would dirty my spear. Holding his spear, he continued to advance. So what if he was attacked from all sides? Emperor Realm cultivators could not stop him. Chu Xian occasionally paid attention to the matter of itinerant cultivators clearing the checkpoint. Many Emperor Realm itinerant cultivators either retreated in defeat or were not fated to fight for the quotas. Many were killed by the ruthless Emperor Realm cultivators of the big forces. There were very few itinerant cultivators who made it through. The fight for the quota was between the big forces. Itinerant cultivators would not be given much of a chance at those spots. In the Azura ancient land, countless experts had fallen during the Great War. There were definitely many treasures inside. There were also inheritances left behind by some experts before they died. In addition to that, after being trapped in the spatial crack for so long, young spiritual herbs might have grown into heavenly treasures. Above all, the fate treasures of the 5 regions, which was related to the fate of the ancient northern zone, were undoubtedly the most precious treasures and also the main focus of the various major factions. These major factions could be divided into Qin Ying's side, the human divine realm experts side, the demon race divine realm elders side, and the other participants. No matter who or which faction obtained the fate treasures, they would rise up rapidly. If they gathered the 5 regions' fate treasures, it was very likely that they would rise up and become the human king of the northern zone. Once they obtained the fate treasures, even if they were surrounded and killed, they would not easily fall. They would rise up in adversity. The Dao of fate was too mysterious. Since ancient times, countless almighty experts had risen up in adversity. They broke through their limits after experiencing numerous life and death crises. What Chu Xian wanted to do was to merge the laws of heaven and earth contained within the heavenly Dao talisman into the southern region's laws of heaven and earth when the Azura ancient land opened, which would be when the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region were on the cusp of being restored. He wanted to replace a portion of the laws of heaven and earth. This was a crucial step in the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. Once it succeeded, he would be able to advance steadily and silently replace the laws of heaven and earth in the entire 9 zones. For this reason, Chu Xian continued to carve the laws of heaven and earth that he had comprehended into the Heavenly Dao Talisman. By now, the Heavenly Dao Talisman's laws of heaven and earth were basically perfect. Even some of the laws that he had yet to grasp had already started to take shape. They could evolve and grow on their own to form the complete set of laws of heaven and earth. Other than the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan, Chu Xian also had to be the biggest behind-the-scenes controller of the Azura ancient land, as well as the biggest beneficiary. The 5 regions' fate treasures had to belong to someone under his command. The first human king of the northern zone had to be one of his own disciples. Chu Xian took out the myriad heavenly mirror. It was time to inform Qin Ying and allow him to make preparations. The overall situation in the southern region was about to change. As Qin Ying's master, since he had promised him that he would not allow those above the Emperor realm to interfere, he had to do it. He now had enough strength to do it. With so many Divine Realm experts under him, it would not be a problem for him to suppress the other dissatisfied experts. Chu Yi and Chu Er were already at the 9th level of the Divine Realm. They completed their metamorphosis and could no longer be considered soul puppets. They were now unique existences. The left and right Buddha attendants were already at the 8th level of the Divine Realm. With the help of the Divine Origin Pill, Ren Changhe's cultivation had increased rapidly. His talent was actually pretty good. After all, he was also a top-tier heavens blessed. He had just stepped into the 6th level of the Divine Realm. Buddha Nanmu had been cultivating in the pocket dimension. Enlightened by the Dao aura, he had now reached the 8th level of the Divine Realm. The Fengde Ghost King's strength also increased rapidly. As the first Ghost King, he had his own unique fate and talent. He had been cultivating in seclusion in the Fengde's secret realm and was now at the 5th level of the Divine Realm. In addition, Heiyu's Grandpa Zhang had been cultivating in the pocket dimension. With the help of resources there, he had already broken through to the 6th level of the Divine Realm. There were too many Divine Realm cultivators under his command. The Heavenly Spirit Cat was also about to break through to the Divine Realm. The sky-shaking Golden Rock was already at the 3rd level of the Divine Realm. Now, he stayed by Chu Pingfan's side and had taken Chu Er's place in protecting him. Chu Er had already returned to the pocket dimension. As long as Chu Xian did not give them orders, Chu Yi and Chu Er would stay by the Origin Dao crystal to cultivate. Chu Xian informed Qin Ying and said that the recovery of the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region had begun to accelerate. He needed to make preparations early. Just as he deactivated the myriad heavenly mirror, the system's reward suddenly arrived. Your disciple, Xiao Yang, single-handedly fought 100 Emperor Realm experts with his spear. His battle intent is boiling, and he has transformed into a battle god. You have been rewarded with the Battle Dao principle. Awesome! Chu Xian was amazed when he saw the system's reward. Xiao Yang was indeed worthy of his innate battle bones, battle heart, and battle soul. Moreover, he fought 100 Emperor Realm cultivators alone. It was simply ridiculous. His combat prowess was even greater than Ding Yu's, right? Was Xiao Yang trying to pass the checkpoint? Chu Xian took out the heaven spying mirror and calculated the distance between the western region and the southern region. He started to observe the situation. The image projection shimmered, and the scene there unfolded. Sounds of fighting and killing could be heard. A figure bathed in golden light was dashing about, shaking the heavens and the earth as he moved. He was invincible. That golden figure was Xiao Yang, who was wielding the god-vanquishing Star Radiance spear. Xiao Yang was rampaging through the crowd. Countless Emperor Realm cultivators were sent flying. Xiao Yang had suffered some serious injuries. However, to him, these minor injuries were just superficial wounds. Xiao Yang would only use the slow vine when he was in actual danger. After all, using the slow vine required a large amount of his spiritual power. With his current strength, he was unable to unleash the full power of the slow vine. He could only use it during critical moments. Xiao Yang had already charged out of the encirclement. This battle was bound to shake the northern zone, and countless large factions would be shocked. He would definitely become the most powerful competitor for the Fate Treasures. Rumble. Xiao Yang's golden figure charged forward and exploded with ferocity. His battle intent roared and swept out in all directions. He forced an Emperor Realm expert to retreat with a single spear strike. With a flash, he had already charged out of the encirclement. Haha, none of the Emperor Realm experts of the Western region can put up a fight. The Xiao family members are all trash. Xiao Yang laughed arrogantly. Young man, you're too arrogant. A voice sounded and a large palm condensed from spiritual power came hurtling down from the sky above. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Sure enough, all of the major powers were like this. A Supreme Realm expert had made his move. Shameless old trash! Xiao Yang cursed angrily. The god-vanquishing star radiance blossomed and his battle intent boiled. His spear seemed to be about to pierce the sky. Rumble. The palm shattered and Xiao Yang flew out, but he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Arrogant brat, I can't let you live. Chapter 212, Black-Hearted. The expression of the person who attacked changed drastically. This kid was too monstrous. He had fought against 100 Emperor Realm experts by himself and had consumed a lot of spiritual power. His injuries were not light either. Under such circumstances, this kid had actually blocked his attack. He was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. Even if he had not used his full strength in that attack, it was enough to prove how powerful and monstrous this kid was. Now that he had offended this kid, once the other party grew stronger, he would definitely come back for revenge. A fist flew towards Xiao Yang. In order to kill him in one strike, he had used his full strength in this one punch in order to ensure that he could kill Xiao Yang. However, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, though no one could see where it originated from. What's the point of bullying a junior? The fist silently disappeared. The attacker's face was filled with shock. There was an expert here. All of a sudden, his entire body tensed up. His heart was filled with shock, and he opened his mouth to ask for help. Save. Pang! His body turned into bloody mist, and his divine soul was also annihilated. On a huge mountain beside the entrance, a powerful aura surged forth. Heaven Realm. Every passageway was guarded by a Heaven Realm expert. However, the aura that had just surged forth quickly quieted down, and the other party chose to restrain himself. The person who had attacked was even stronger than him, and he had not discovered any traces of the other party. That was terrifying. His own life was more important. In any case, the one who died was not a member of his own sect, much less his own junior. If he died, then so be it. Lu Piaopio's divine soul was communing with the laws of heaven and earth. Since it was intertwined with the laws of heaven and earth, it was naturally difficult to detect her. However, Chu Xian knew that Lu Piaopio's soul was communing with the laws of heaven and earth. The area that she could draw power from the laws of heaven and earth did not exceed 50 miles, while the area in which she could unleash the power of the laws of heaven and earth was limited to only 10 miles. This was already sufficient. In the heaven realm, she was almost undefeatable. Unless her opponent could temporarily break through the laws of heaven and earth and interrupt her state of communion with the laws of heaven and earth, Lu Piao would be in an undefeatable position. Chu Xian closed the heaven spying mirror and did not continue to watch. He was looking forward to Xiao Yang's performance in the quota competition and the battle for the Fate Supreme Treasure in the Azura Ancient Land. He received the Battle Deo Principle. In an instant, his fighting spirit started boiling, as if he was born for battle. Having grasped another Deo Principle, his strength increased again. Chu Xian was very satisfied. The news of Xiaoyang single-handedly fighting 100 Emperor Realm experts and successfully passing through the passageway spread like wildfire throughout the northern zone. Ever since the release of the communication talismans, as well as the headline news publication of the northern zone created by the Black Moon Tower, news spread quickly among the cultivators. This headline news publication was something that Chu Xian mentioned. He Yu had someone create it, specifically summarizing the major and minor news topics in the northern region for that day. The Black Moon Tower had also launched the sales of news talismans, which allowed the buyer to access these news topics and information the moment they were published. After more than half a year of promotion, at least 50% of the cultivators in the northern zone possessed a news talisman. Without even needing Chu Xian's advice, He Yu had already made preparations for the next step, which was to charge for the news talismans. After the cultivators had formed a reliance on the news talismans and were addicted to browsing through the news every day, the Black Moon Tower would introduce monthly subscriptions, annual subscriptions, and so on. Only by paying the fees on time could they continue to receive the news publication. Moreover, in order for this to happen, He Yu had made preparations in advance. Every news talisman had a unique mark on it, and it was tracked through the parent talisman. If one did not pay, then the parent talisman would stop transmitting the news to that news talisman. Ever since the communication talisman was introduced, the parent-child communication talismans had become well known. The operating principle behind the news talisman was thus not unfamiliar to them, and no one would doubt that there was a problem. After all, many factions had refined their own parent-child communication talismans. The reason why the news talisman could not be replaced was because of the Black Moon Tower's strength and the fact that their branches were spread throughout the northern zone. No faction could replicate the Black Moon Tower and obtain information from all over the northern zone to create the headline news publication. In addition, only the information released by the Black Moon Tower possessed authority and authenticity. It was trustworthy. This was also something that He Yu had done purposefully. From the moment she took control of the Black Moon Tower, she had been building a trustworthy and reliable image for the Black Moon Tower among the northern zone's cultivators. Credibility guaranteed. When Chu Xian heard He Yu explain the next step of the plan, he could not help but sigh. No wonder she was called He Yu. Her name really suited her methods. T/N, He Yu means Black Moon. She had countless methods, and operated using the mindset of a capitalist from his previous life. After Chu Xian listened to He Yu's plan, he gave some suggestions to perfect it. For example, for certain hot news items, it would only display the headline and a brief excerpt. If one wanted to see the whole news article, they would have to pay an extra fee to purchase it. Of course, in order to make things easier for cultivators to pay, one did not have to go to the branch of the Black Moon Tower to pay the fee every time. One could sign up for a VIP package and pay an extra fee every month to see the full contents of the hot news items. She could also take on the advertising business and broadcast messages for people. Whoever wanted to be famous would go to the Black Moon Tower. She could charge according to the number of people they wanted the message broadcasted to. The more people they wanted to broadcast to, the higher the fees. When He Yu heard this, she was dumbfounded. She had always thought that her business methods were cutthroat, and that she was black-hearted enough to put profits first. Unexpectedly, compared to her master, she was a completely good person. As expected of her master, his heart was really black. Chu Xian's words seemed to open the door to a whole new world for her, and many strange and wonderful black-hearted ideas instantly emerged one after another. Master, do you think I should lower the pay of the members of the Black Moon Tower? Increase their working time and workload? Perhaps I should tie their rewards to the efficiency of the branch's operations. For example, how many tasks and missions must be completed before they can receive the benefits and rewards? If they fail to complete the task or mission, they will be punished. If you cause a loss beyond a certain measure, we can even deprive part of their cultivation as compensation for the Black Moon Tower. Good heavens! Even capitalists would cry when they heard this. This was too f***ing ruthless. Chu Xuanzhen's expression was serious. He could not let this female disciple of his become a black-hearted female devil. He could not give her any more tips when it came to the business world. He did not want to nurture a black-hearted female devil. In particular, they should not exploit their own people. Hey you, don't be black-hearted. If you treat your own people like this, will you still have feelings of loyalty in your heart? Everything should be done in moderation. You cannot be too excessive towards your own people. In one's life, you cannot lack the tenets of loyalty, compassion, and sympathy. This is part of the great Dao. He Yu's heart trembled. She bowed and said, Master's teachings are correct. He Yu has gone astray. Learning from mistakes is good. Chu Xian nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Master. He Yu knows what to do now. Chu Xian nodded and said, there must be a limit to everything. You should grasp it well on your own. Master, I understand. Chu Xian was gratified. After all, He Yu's experience in this field was extraordinary. It was not so easy for her to go astray. Fortunately, he had corrected it in time. He Yu retreated and continued to push forward the implementation of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. Xiao Yang fighting 100 Emperor Realm experts by himself had undoubtedly shaken the northern zone. Countless cultivators were shocked, especially those heavens blessed. They were all amazed. There was actually such a monster in the world, fighting 100 Emperor Realm experts by himself. It sounded so terrifying. Some heavens blessed were eager to give it a try. They were prepared to pretend to be itinerant cultivators and challenge the checkpoints. It was also a chance to make a name for themselves. At this time, the Black Moon Tower very thoughtfully and timely launched a business. Chapter 213, Are Heavens Blessed Idiots? One of the Heavens Blessed walked out of a branch of the Black Moon Tower and touched his storage bag. He was so heartbroken that he could barely breathe. The Black Moon Tower was too black-hearted. They charged 1,000,000 low-grade spirit crystals to send messages to 1,000,000 people. It was equivalent to 1 message per spirit stone. It was ridiculously expensive. He did not have enough spirit crystals, so he even took out a few precious spirit herbs to make up for the lack of spirit crystals. I'll definitely be able to do it. I only need to fight 10 Emperor Realm experts alone, and I'll be able to make a name for myself. The Heavens Blessed headed toward the checkpoint, his fighting spirit soaring. Unless he fought 100 Emperor Realm experts alone, the Black Moon Tower would not put it on the news talisman. So how could his fight against 10 Emperor Realm experts be spread to others? How could he be famous? For the sake of his fame as a Heavens Blessed, for the sake of obtaining more cultivation resources, he had to make a name for himself. As long as he increased his sect's reputation, he would be valued even more, and the elders of the sect would be able to see his potential and battle prowess. Whatever he spent today would be repaid twice over. The eyes of this Heavens Blessed were filled with determination as he walked toward a checkpoint leading to the southern region. In front of a branch of the Black Moon Tower, a pale-faced man with serious injuries was reading the information on the news talisman in his hand. His face became extremely unsightly. The Heavens Blessed of the XX sect challenged the southern region checkpoint alone and fought 10 Emperor Realm experts by himself. His strength is shocking. He is indeed worthy of being a top-tier Heavens Blessed of the XX sect. He was furious. He had fought 12 Emperor Realm experts by himself. Why was there no news about him? He rushed into the Black Moon Tower branch to seek an explanation. He roared that the news published by the Black Moon Tower was incomplete. The Tower Lord was calm. He directly put the price tag in front of this cultivator and pointed at the 1,000,000 spiritual crystals price to send messages to 1,000,000 people about his challenge of the southern region checkpoint. Young man, don't try to delude yourself. Other than one person fighting against 100 Emperor Realm experts, all other news of that sort is of little value. If you want to let others know, you will naturally have to pay a price. Our Black Moon Tower has always been known for reliable information. Now that we are launching this business, it is also for the consideration of the other geniuses. You shouldn't think that the price is too high. You should know that it costs a lot of spirit crystals to send a message through the parent talisman. Moreover, once you become famous, you will also be able to recoup your expenditure. For example, what if your elders think that you're a promising talent and nurture you more? You'll definitely get something in return for your efforts. The man was stunned. The Black Moon Tower ran such a business? Moreover, what the Tower Lord said made sense. Once he was famous, he would definitely be valued more after showing off his powerful talent and combat prowess, right? I'm a top-tier heavens blessed who fought against 12 Emperor Realm experts alone. Gritting his teeth, he took out his storage bag and said, "Send one. No, 2 million messages. Okay, no problem." The Tower Lord of this Black Moon Tower branch took out another catalog, pointing at the set price on it. He said, "Dear guest, please look carefully. Would you like the evaluation service as well? You should be well aware of the reputation of our Black Moon Tower. A heavens blessed who is evaluated by us will be valued even more. Look, this VIP service. Are you interested? It will allow you to receive the most accurate news, and even insider information as soon as we find out about it. This includes confidential information on major forces and other heavens blessed." The man was moved. He touched his storage bag and gritted his teeth. I'll buy them all." When he walked out of the Black Moon Tower, his mind was in a daze. He felt that he had been fooled, but he somehow also felt that the spirit crystals were worth it. He touched his storage bag. It was almost empty. He was so poor that he could not afford to consume medicinal pills. The Tower Lord of this Black Moon Tower branch looked at the row of staff in front of him and said, "You saw it, right? Just sell it to them like this. Do you understand?" "Understood, Tower Lord." Persuaded by the Black Moon Tower, countless heavens blessed began to challenge the southern region's checkpoints. The heavens blessed of the various forces who were originally guarding the checkpoints also quietly left and went to other checkpoints to challenge them. They even met acquaintances. The entire situation was chaos. It was no longer a checkpoint set up to hinder itinerant cultivators. It had become a place for the heavens blessed of the various factions to make a name for themselves. As for the Black Moon Tower, they naturally earned a lot of money. Soon after, the higher UPS of the large factions responded and strictly prohibited the heavens blessed from engaging in such behavior, and the matter came to an end. Many experts gnashed their teeth at the Black Moon Tower. They were too black-hearted. Also, were their heavens blessed idiots? They were actually tricked just like that? Chu Xian sighed. Hey, you really had a trick up her sleeve. Taking advantage of Xiao Yang's achievement, she acted quickly and quickly earned a tidy sum of money. She had made a huge profit. If the capitalists of his previous life had witnessed this, they would have called her a comrade. In front of the southern region's checkpoint from the central region, Ding Yu looked at the news talisman in his hand and fell silent. Xiao Yang fought 100 Emperor Realm experts alone. He was too strong. He was hot-blooded. If Xiao Yang could fight 100 Emperor Realm experts alone, then, he, Ding Yu, could do it too. I, Ding Yu, have no woman in my heart. I am a peerless heavens blessed who can draw a sword and slay a god. How can I lose to others? Sword cultivators were the most powerful. How could I not take this opportunity to proclaim the might of sword cultivators? The spirit of the earth vein was squatting on his shoulder, looking bored. In the distance, a beautiful figure walked over. The spirit of the earth vein instantly entered Ding Yu's body to avoid being discovered by outsiders. Han Yingmeng. Ding Yu. Han Yingmeng gritted her teeth. Ever since she was flung away by Ding Yu back then, she had become so angry that she almost exploded whenever she remembered that scene. She swore that she would give Ding Yu a good beating. This B** starred was too hateful. Because of this, she persuaded her master to allow her to leave the southern region and head to the Floating Flower Pavilion's headquarters in the central region to break through to the Emperor realm. When the major forces of the northern zone entered the southern region, Han Yingmeng took the opportunity to return with them. Currently, she was already at the first level of the Emperor realm. The first thing she did when she returned was to look for trouble with Ding Yu. She wanted to beat him up and vent the anger in her heart. Han Yingmeng was very confident because she had reached the Emperor realm. No matter how strong Ding Yu was, there was no way he could break through to the Emperor realm in the southern region. As long as he was not an Emperor realm expert, he would definitely not be her match. Ding Yu, I've finally found you. Han Yingmeng gnashed her teeth. Ding Yu turned around and was momentarily stunned. He asked, "Are you that Han Yingmeng from the Floating Flower Pavilion?" After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Can you help me with something?" He wanted to test himself again to see how far he was from breaking through the third stage of the Way of the Sword. The last time Han Yingmeng hung on his shoulders, it had caused a shift in his state of mind. He could not do it. He had a woman hanging on him, but he did not have a woman in his heart. Now, after several experiences, his Way of the Sword had once again improved. Her timing was just right. He could test himself again to see if he had made a breakthrough in the Way of the Sword before heading for the quota competition. When Han Yingmeng heard this, she was so angry that she almost exploded. Again? She sneered in her heart. The current her was no longer a person who could be casually flung away. He wanted her help, right? Sure, let's see if you, Ding Yu, can withstand it. I'll let you experience the might of an Emperor Realm cultivator. I'll have you crawl under my feet. Okay, what do you need my help for? Ding Yu's eyes lit up and he smiled. Miss Han, you're really too kind. I, Ding Yu, am surely your friend. Come, try hanging yourself on me again. No problem. Han Yingmeng had a charming smile on her face, but she was sneering inwardly. She secretly made up her mind to make this B***** Ding Yu scream and beg for mercy. She walked over gracefully and stretched out her jade-like arms around Ding Yu's neck, and her slender and strong legs were coiled around Ding Yu's waist. She would use all of her strength to squeeze Ding Yu until he screamed and begged for mercy. Chapter 214, Torrent of 10,000 Swords. Han Yingmeng hung on Ding Yu's body. Her face could not help but turn pink, and her breathing became a little ragged. She secretly gritted her teeth, and the legs that were coiled around Ding Yu's waist began to exert force secretly. She wanted to squeeze Ding Yu so hard that he screamed and begged for mercy. However, as she continued to increase her strength, she realized that Ding Yu still had yet to react. Han Yingmeng was secretly shocked. Ding Yu's physical body was too powerful. However, so what if he was powerful? He would never be able to resist her Emperor Realm strength unless he had entered the Emperor Realm himself. She was not an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator. She had once obtained a fortuitous encounter in the central region. Otherwise, she would not have been able to break through to the Emperor Realm within such a short period of time. Ding Yu felt her warmth and fragrance. His heart was calm and unperturbed. He was not moved by the beauty. His heart was like an ice-cold sword tip, but he still had his emotions. No matter how much force Han Yingmeng exerted, no matter how hard she tried to squeeze him, Ding Yu's heart remained unperturbed. Only the sword was in his heart. At this moment, Ding Yu understood. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. It was as if he had caught on to the true essence of what his master had said. There was no woman in his heart. Drawing a sword could slay a god. This mysterious and unfathomable realm of Sword Dao. Even though he might not have completely broken through the 3 stages of the Supreme Way of the Sword, without a doubt, he was already half a step into the 3rd stage of the Supreme Way of the Sword. At this moment, Ding Yu was in high spirits, and his laughter was clear and bright. Ha ha ha, I, Ding Yu, am finally a person who can slay a god. Master, I am about to reach the realm where I can draw my sword and slay a god without a woman in my heart. Han Yingmen's face turned red. At this moment, she had already unleashed her full strength, but Ding Yu remained unmoved and was even laughing wildly. She was stunned. Ding Yu had reached the Emperor realm? How did he break through? When did he break through? Could it be that he had also obtained a fortuitous encounter? Otherwise, how could he have broken through so quickly? Why could he break through to the Emperor realm in the southern region? Before she could figure it out, a hand had already grabbed her collar and, just like last time. Han Yingmeng, you. Before she could finish her sentence, her body flew off uncontrollably as she was flung aside by Ding Yu. She was still unable to resist. Han Yingmeng was so angry. Thank you for your help, Miss Han. My sword Dao has taken another big step forward. I want to challenge the checkpoint and fight 100 Emperor Realm experts alone. Ding Yu laughed arrogantly and turned into a flash of light as he flew away. Ding Yu, I. Arg. Han Yingmeng got up and unleashed her Emperor Realm aura to vent her frustration. B*****. He was too much of a B*****. Who did he think he was? This B***** Ding Yu had gone too far. After venting her anger for a while, she calmed down a little and was stunned. What had Ding Yu said just now? He was going to challenge the checkpoint? He was from the southern region, so why would he challenge the checkpoint? He was going to fight 100 Emperor Realm experts by himself? Her face changed and she hurried toward the checkpoint leading to the central region. The Emperor Realm cultivators guarding the checkpoint leading to the southern region were all from the major forces of the central region. Among those forces was the floating flower pavilion. The central region checkpoint. Ding Yu left the southern region, but returned to the southern region and walked toward the checkpoint. Every day there would be itinerant cultivators coming to challenge the checkpoint. The cultivators of the major forces who were guarding the checkpoint were already used to it. When they saw Ding Yu walking over, they did not pay him any mind. No matter how they looked at him, he did not look like an expert. How many experts could there be among the itinerant cultivators? Some time ago, some people came to challenge the checkpoint and fought alone against many Emperor Realm experts. All of them came from the major forces. The number of actual itinerant cultivators who could do so could be counted on one hand. The one who was famous in the northern zone for fighting 100 Emperor Realm experts alone might have been an itinerant cultivator. However, he had a Heaven Realm expert behind him. He could no longer be regarded as an ordinary itinerant cultivator. Itinerant cultivators who had the support of such a high-level expert were basically guaranteed a spot. Ding Yu walked over step by step. The first one to block his path was sent flying with one sword strike. The second one was also sent flying with one sword strike. Instantly, the central region checkpoint was thrown into an uproar. Countless Emperor Realm cultivators ran out. Among them, there was no lack of geniuses from the major forces of the central region. Ding Yu held the sword in his hand. His sword intent surged like a sharp divine sword. The experts of the central region all took a deep breath. This person was definitely a top-notch expert. He was a monster-like existence. He was either a peerless genius from a major sect or had a peerless expert backing him up. Regardless of the situation, the overseers above the Emperor Realm could not make a move. Should they stop him? They definitely would not stop him. Thus, everyone gave way. As for whether or not the other party came with the intention to challenge them, they did not care. There was no reason for them to help others become famous. Ding Yu saw that the situation was not right. He was here to challenge 100 Emperor Realm experts. If these people did not fight him, how could he challenge 100 Emperor Real experts? How could he display his strength and show everyone that he was not weaker than that guy? In the southern region, he was the most monstrous person. He shouted arrogantly, "I want to fight 100 of you. Those who don't dare to fight are all trash. If you retreat, it only means that there are no heavens blessed in the central region. All of you are trash. I will have the Black Moon Tower spread the word of this. They could not stand it. This guy was too arrogant, way too arrogant. A flirtatious woman walked out while twisting her slim waist. She sneered, "Arrogant, I want to see what you are capable of." Ding Yu looked at her and waved his hand. "Woman from the floating flower pavilion? Leave. On account of Miss Han helping me twice, I won't beat up members of your floating flower pavilion. How dare you?" The flirtatious woman went mad with anger. Spiritual power burst forth from her body, and flower petals scattered elegantly. She used her domain power and instantly charged toward Ding Yu. So troublesome! Clang! His sword chi pierced through the heavens and the earth like a stream of light. All of the flower petals were shattered, and the domain collapsed. The flirtatious woman had a look of disbelief on her face. She was sent flying. The expressions of the surrounding geniuses of the central region changed drastically. This person was no weaker than the one in the western region checkpoint. Kill. Since the other party wanted to challenge 100 Emperor Realm experts, then they would fight. Boom! A great battle broke out. When Han Yingmeng arrived, she was already stunned by the scene in the passage. Ding Yu was fighting against 100 Emperor Realm experts alone. Sword chi flashed and sword intent fell like raindrops. The 100 Emperor Realm experts were attacking him together, but they were actually unable to defeat him. Just how strong was he? Why was he so strong? How old was he? Han Yingmeng had a fortuitous encounter that helped her break through so quickly. She originally thought that she could trample upon Ding Yu and repay him for the humiliation she had suffered. She thought that she could surpass him and look down upon him. However, reality was very cruel. The gap between them did not shrink. Instead, it became wider and wider. The geniuses of the central region were all enraged. They went all out with their attacks, not holding back at all. Were it not for Ding Yu's powerful physique, he would have been severely injured. Even so, Ding Yu was still injured. Moreover, he was trapped in the encirclement and could not break out. As the battle became more intense, some injured Emperor Realm experts who were guarding the checkpoint retreated. The others who had not participated in the battle joined the fray to replace them. This battle attracted the attention of the itinerant cultivators near the checkpoint. They were all shocked. There was actually such a terrifying monster in this world? Ding Yu waved his hands, and sword chi bloomed, enveloping him within. More and more sword chi appeared, and his sword intent had transformed into swords. Only me and my sword exist in my world. Torrent of 10,000 Swords. Chapter 215, Powerful Disciples. The sword chi was like torrential rain, and his sword intent filled the checkpoint. It was extremely tyrannical and blasted apart the encirclement of the 100 Emperor Realm experts. Countless onlookers were shocked. Han Yingmeng was dumbfounded. The Heaven Realm experts who were guarding the central region checkpoint were also deeply shocked when they saw this scene. What kind of sword Dao was this? Even Nine Swords Mountain, which was famous for its sword Dao, did not have such a tyrannical sword Dao, right? Where did this monster come from? Why did such a monster suddenly appear, and there was not just one too? Ding Yu's figure flew closely behind the rampaging sword chi as he charged out of the 100 Emperor Realm experts' encirclement. Although he was gasping for breath, and it was very exhausting, it was very satisfying. Haha, we'll meet again someday. After Xiao Liang, there was another person who fought 100 Emperor Realm experts alone and successfully passed the checkpoint. It had to be known that among these 100 Emperor Realm experts, there were many elites from the major forces. From this, it could be seen how monstrous Ding Yu and Xiao Liang were. The headlines were updated, and countless cultivators were shocked. More people felt that they had cultivated pointlessly, and began to question life. Why was the difference between them so great? Ding Yu's overbearing sword Dao shook the entire northern zone. Many people immediately looked toward Nine Swords Mountain. They suspected that he was a peerless genius of Nine Swords Mountain. The most famous sword Dao in the northern zone had always belonged to Nine Swords Mountain. Your disciple, Ding Yu, single-handedly fought against 100 Emperor Realm experts. His torrent of 10,000 swords shook the northern zone. You have been rewarded with the Fission Dao principle. Chu Xian was stunned. Ding Yu had also gone to challenge 100 Emperor Realm experts alone, and had not fallen behind Xiao Yang. He had actually grasped the torrent of 10,000 swords, this overbearing offensive sword technique. It seemed that Xiao Yang was unable to suppress Ding Yu. Not bad. As expected of his eldest disciple. Chu Xian was elated. He had comprehended the Fission Dao principle, which added another Dao principle to his tally. At this moment, he was pondering whether or not he should allow Xiang Xing to challenge the checkpoints as well. Given Xiang Xing's current strength, it would be no problem for him to fight against 100 Emperor Realm experts. It would be fine as long as the puppet was by his side. However, such a deliberate request might not trigger the system's reward, so Chu Xian had no choice but to give up on this idea. He did not know if Wang Luo would attempt it. Wang Luo's combat strength was relatively weak. After all, his talent lay in alchemy. Chu Pingfan's combat strength was very strong. After all, he cultivated the extreme Dao. However, his cultivation level was relatively low. He had yet to break through to the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, so he probably would not be able to fight against 100 Emperor Realm experts. Somewhere in the southern region, Xiao Yang looked at the information on the news talisman and raised his brows. There was actually someone whose strength was not inferior to his? Could it be? He cultivated the Limitless Battle Dao, which was an incomparably powerful cultivation technique. He felt that no one in the same realm could compare to him. Seeing someone whose strength was not inferior to his, the first thing he thought of was his senior brothers that he had not met before. Could it be one of his senior brothers? The northern region. Wang Luo looked at the information on the news talisman. He knew immediately that the person in the headline news was Ding Yu. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the southern region. He felt that he had to give it a try. In terms of combat prowess, he was indeed inferior to his senior brother, Ding Yu. However, was he weak? No, far from it. Moreover, his strength was definitely above that of most cultivators in the same realm. The heavenly void fire was incomparably powerful. Furthermore, he had also refined special pills that had been fused with array formations and restrictions. He could use them. It would not be too difficult for him to rely on these to fight 100 Emperor Realm experts at the checkpoint. With this thought in mind, Wang Luo roused his spirit and set off toward the southern region. It was time to return. The array formation pills and restriction pills that he had created were about to be released to the public. He wanted the Wang family to wallow in regret. He wanted them to only be able to look on helplessly despite wanting nothing more than to kill him. He wanted the entire northern region to know that he, Wang Luo, was a true genius in the Dao of alchemy. He was a peerless genius who had opened up a new Dao of alchemy. Wang Luo chose the eastern region checkpoint. A battle soon erupted. The Emperor Realm martial artists at the eastern region checkpoint went all out. They had to suppress these geniuses. Otherwise, would it not make them look like trash? The eastern region checkpoint had Emperor Realm cultivators from the Heavenly Cauldron Mountain guarding it. Their attacks were fierce, and their medicinal pills were constantly being consumed. They ignored their injuries as they fought. They even swallowed medicinal pills that could unleash their potential. However, they were facing Wang Luo. Wang Luo turned into a man of fire, and the heavenly void fire burned in all directions. He waved his hands, and medicinal pills floated around him. He laughed arrogantly. Alchemy is not just about refining medicinal pills. You know nothing about alchemy. Look at my array formation pills and restriction pills. All kinds of pills scattered in all directions and exploded with a bang. All kinds of killing array formations, restriction array formations, and illusion array formations appeared one after another, and large groups of people were engulfed by the array formations and restrictions. The Emperor Realm martial artists who had originally completely surrounded Wang Luo disappeared. Only 10% of them were left. Even though these special pills could only trap them for a while, or even only slightly affect them, it was still enough. Wang Luo successfully passed the checkpoint, laughing arrogantly as he left. The members of the Heavenly Cauldron Mountain were dumbfounded. Could pills be used like this? How could they be refined? The northern zone was shaken once again, especially due to the appearance of array formation pills and restriction pills. These pills that surpassed the understanding challenged the common sense of all alchemists. There were even cultivators who went to the Black Moon Tower to ask if there were any of these special pills for sale. The Wang family of the northern region once again became the butt of the joke. Countless forces were laughing at the Wang family. If they had not expelled Wang Luo, the Wang family would definitely have been incomparably powerful. There were also countless people who laughed at the woman who had broken off her marriage engagement with Wang Luo. What was the meaning of being blind? This was it. Giving up a peerless genius and marrying a piece of trash? Compared to Wang Luo's genius, everyone else was a piece of trash. Your disciple, Wang Luo, shocked the northern zone with his Dao of alchemy. You have been rewarded with the Fusion Dao principle. Chu Xian was overjoyed. His disciples were really awesome. The system reward had been triggered again. It was not a waste of his painstaking efforts. Another Dao principle. The Fusion Dao principle had the ability to fuse everything. Of course, there was a limit to this fusion. It was impossible to fuse something of a higher level than himself. After Chu Xian received this Dao principle, he had now grasped a total of 9 Dao principles. He was one step closer to creating a miniature version of the Great Dao. After comprehending the Fusion Dao principle, Chu Xian attempted to use the Fusion Dao principle to fuse all the Dao principles. After a few attempts, the fusion was finally successful. After the fusion, the power of his Dao principles became even stronger. With the help of the Fusion Dao principle, Chu Xian's mastery and comprehension of his Dao principles increased further. Among his disciples, Xiao Yang, Ding Yu, and Wang Luo had passed the checkpoint by fighting 100 Emperor Realm experts. Chu Pingfan's cultivation was still slightly weaker. If he had reached the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, then he would be able to emulate their feat as well. He would also be able to shake the entire northern zone. Since none of his remaining disciples would be able to accomplish a similar feat, Chu Xian no longer paid attention to the battles going on at the checkpoints. Instead, he focused his attention on the situation in the southern region. As the laws of heaven and earth recovered, the various parties started to enter the fray. Who was the human divine realm expert? Who was the demon race divine realm elder? Chu Xian waited for news. Right now, he was certain that the great Jian dynasty was related to the human divine realm expert, and that this person was most likely from the great Jian palace in the central region. Up until now, there was no news of the demon race divine realm elder. The evil imperial court was under the command of the demon race divine realm elder, and it was most likely an outside party. Their back was the great evil palace from the Chaos Zone. The Chaos Zone did not belong to any race, but was shared by various races. Some of the remaining small races were also active in the Chaos Zone. Chapter 216, Ding Yu and Wang Luo's Return. The Azura ancient land involved the fate treasures of the 5 regions of the northern zone. Anyone who received news of its opening would be tempted. The Great Evil Palace should have been created by the experts of the southern region, as well as the Great Jian Palace, Great Qin Empire, and the other major forces. After the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region became incomplete and the ley lines collapsed, these major forces moved out of the southern region, leaving behind the remnant forces like the evil imperial court, and the 3 sects and 3 empires. Chu Xian had a premonition that other than the known forces, there would definitely be other forces from other zones participating. A month had passed since Wang Luo single-handedly challenged 100 Emperor Realm experts. No one followed suit, and many people heaved a sigh of relief. It was not that they were too useless, but that these three were indeed monstrous. Thankfully, in the entire northern zone, there were only these three. The number of itinerant cultivators who were able to enter the southern region was still very limited. Most of them were stuck outside of the southern region. Meanwhile, the quota competition had already begun. There were many people participating in the quota competition, as the quota to enter the Azura ancient land was strictly controlled. Hence, more than 90% of these participants were destined to be eliminated. The rules of the elimination round of the quota competition were very simple. If one won 3 matches in a row, they could enter the next round. If one lost 3 matches in a row, they would be directly eliminated. Without a doubt, those who could enter the final round would all be 9th level Emperor Realm cultivators. Apart from that, those geniuses of the major sects would not participate in the elimination battles and would directly participate in the final battle for the number of spots. As long as they won 1 round, they would have their spot confirmed. If there were not enough spots, then one would be added. Itinerant cultivators felt that it was unfair, but to the major powers of the northern zone, this was completely fair. The elimination round of the competition was prepared for itinerant cultivators and to motivate the ordinary disciples of the various sects. The chosen disciples of the sects would not participate in the elimination round. Instead, they would directly participate in the competition for the number of spots. Passing through the checkpoints into the southern region was the first hurdle for itinerant cultivators. Advancing to the end of the elimination round was another hurdle. Only by entering the quota allocation round and obtaining at least 1 victory could one obtain a spot to enter the Azura ancient land. Apart from the geniuses of the sects, the other Emperor Realm disciples of the major forces had to participate in the elimination round if they wanted to make it to the quota allocation round. In the end, this quota competition was actually a competition between the major forces to motivate the ordinary disciples and secretly compete with each other for honor and pride. Itinerant cultivators were just supporting characters. Naturally, itinerant cultivators who had the backing of experts did not need to participate in the elimination round. In this world, strength spoke for itself. Xiao Yang would not participate in the elimination round, and Ding Yu and Wang Luo were naturally the same as well. If they really wanted to, they could even choose not to participate in the quota allocation round. If they really wanted to enter the Azura ancient land, they would. Which faction could stop them? Chu Xian looked at the competition briefly. To him, it was just a farce, and he immediately lost interest. The great show would truly begin inside the Azura ancient land, when Qin Ying returned. Given the number of participants, it would probably take several years before the geniuses of the various major factions would compete for the number of spots in the final round. Ding Yu and Wang Luo returned together. "Greetings, Master. Rise." Chu Xian was very satisfied with these 2 disciples. Before they returned, they had earned him a big reward. Since Ding Yu and Wang Luo came back, Chu Xian called out Xiang Xing and He Yu and introduced her to them. She was also his only female disciple. "Greetings, senior brothers." He Yu bowed. She sighed in his heart. As expected of Master's disciples, they were fierce experts who fought against 100 Emperor Realm experts alone. They were indeed extraordinarily monstrous. "Greetings, junior sister." Ding Yu and Wang Luo returned the greeting. Then, Wang Luo casually took out a few bottles of pills as a greeting gift. Ding Yu was not stingy either. This guy had plundered many treasures in the Earth Spirit race's mystic realm. "Thank you, senior brothers. We're family. You're welcome." Ding Yu waved his hand. Seeing that these 2 senior brothers were not enamored with her, He Yu could not help but doubt her own beauty. The scene of the senior brothers being attentive and fawning over their junior sister did not appear. Especially the eldest senior brother, Ding Yu, his gaze seemed to imply that he did not even see her as a woman. On second thought, this was right. If he was easily attracted by beauty and fawned over her, then he was not worthy to be her master's disciple, and not worthy to be her senior brother. Master, there's someone very powerful among the participants. I feel that his strength is not weaker than mine. Ding Yu said emotionally. Chu Xian smiled. Of course. Xiao Yang was born with the battle bones, a battle heart and a battle soul. He also had a precious treasure like the slow vine, so how could his strength be weak? He also cultivated the limitless battle Dao, which was an incomparably powerful cultivation technique. In the entire 9 zones, he was also qualified to be called a monstrous talent. Of course, Ding Yu was not the slightest bit weaker. His sword Dao had already reached a very high realm, and he also had a supreme treasure. He was also the holy child of the earth spirit race. If they really fought, the outcome would be hard to predict. That's your junior brother, Xiao Yang. What? It was our junior brother. Ding Yu and Wang Luo were shocked. He Yu was also shocked. She knew better than anyone else how powerful Xiao Yang was. Apart from you all, I have also taken in a few disciples outside. Chu Xian smiled and said, there are 2 in-name disciples and a servant. You will meet them in the future. Ding Yu and Wang Luo were stunned. They looked at Xiang Xing in confusion. Could it be that their master had left the small courtyard before? Ever since they had taken him as their master, they had never once seen their master leave the small courtyard. Xiang Xing shook his head, indicating that their master had never left. Their master was too powerful and mysterious. He had taken in such a monstrous disciple without even leaving the courtyard? Ding Yu felt pressured. He had to work hard in his cultivation. He absolutely could not allow his junior brothers to catch up. Since you are all here, I will preach the Dao to you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your good fortune, Chu Xian said. Ding Yu, Wang Luo, and Xiang Xing heard this and hurriedly sat down respectfully, listening attentively. He Yu also sat down. This was the first time she was listening to her master preach the Dao. Su Xianer and Chu Yun came out, sitting beside Chu Xian on the left and right, waiting. This was the first time Chu Yun would hear Chu Xian preach the Dao. She was very curious about what kind of extraordinary insights her 13th brother 13 had. In her eyes, Chu Xian had become more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Chu Xian sat upright on the chair and displayed his heaven-shaking divine image. He looked like a truly peerless mighty figure. The Sage Master's halo was activated and covered everyone present. His words brought forth Dao aura and contained Dao intent. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ding Yu and the others fell into a wonderful state of enlightenment. They gained more understanding and comprehension toward cultivation. Some bottlenecks and areas that they could not comprehend previously were instantly cleared up. They now had a smooth path to the Supreme Realm, and would not even encounter any obstacles during their cultivation to the Heaven Realm. As long as the accumulation of their cultivation foundation was sufficient, they would be able to break through easily. Chu Xian stopped preaching. The Sage Master's halo was still activated. He looked at the people around him who were immersed in a state of enlightenment and silently raised his teacup to take a sip. This was his first time preaching the Dao after breaking through to the Dao realm. Unlike the past, what he preached about now was the Dao itself, which gave them direct insight into the path of cultivation. Of course, Ding Yu and the others' cultivation levels were still low, so they were unable to comprehend the depths of what he was preaching. What they comprehended would be enough for them to reach the Heaven Realm smoothly. Chapter 217, Preaching the Dao. Chu Xian was considering taking some time to gather his disciples and preach the Dao again. He was already in the Dao realm. It was not difficult for him to use the myriad heavenly mirror to transport people over. However, this matter would have to wait until after the Azura Ancient Land event concluded. Xiao Yang had already arrived in the southern region. Chu Xian decided to allow him to come and pay his respects. He wanted him to get to know Ding Yu and the others. No matter what, the fate treasures of the northern zone could not fall into the hands of others. Whether it was Ding Yu or Xiao Yang, they both had sufficient strength to fight for them. Moreover, Qin Ying was not an ordinary person. After all, he was the great Qin Emperor who had once unified the southern region. Those above the Emperor realm were not allowed to participate. In the Emperor realm, Ding Yu and Xiao Yang's battle prowess meant that they held an absolute advantage. Not to mention Su Xian'er and He Yu. Regardless of whether it was Su Xian'er or He Yu, both were extremely powerful. It would not be a problem for either of them to fight against 100 Emperor realm experts. This was especially so for He Yu, who cultivated the heavenly Dao scripture. Due to her uniqueness and its strength, the probability of her obtaining a fate treasure was higher than the others. Even if there were other geniuses from the human kings' families participating, Chu Xian was confident that he would emerge the final winner. Qin Ying definitely had a backup plan for the fate treasures. Even if a long time had passed, the plan would still be of some use. The great Qin Emperor who had unified the southern region should have been the inheritor of the southern region's fate and the fated son of that era. After making his decision, Chu Xian asked Chu Yi to make the trip to bring Xiao Yang over. He then thought of Du Yuan. Du Yuan, who had just broken through to the heaven realm, should probably meet him as well. Chu Xian had a very good impression of Du Yuan. Back then, he had gotten along well with him. Since he had become his servant, his aptitude was not bad. Chu Xian would cultivate him and make him a divine realm expert at the very least. Chu Xian realized that he was paying more and more attention to the word fate. He somewhat understood why all of the experts paid attention to the word fate. He instructed Chu Yi to bring Du Yuan here as well. Xiao Yang was currently cultivating on a certain mountain peak, waiting for the Azura ancient land to open. He was going to fight for this opportunity and search for the supreme treasure. Lu Piao stood at the side, protecting him. The gaze she used to look at Xiao Yang was filled with gentleness. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently. Lu Piao's expression changed drastically. This person was too strange. He had suddenly appeared without her noticing. Her body swayed, and she was about to use the heaven and earth minor technique to have her divine soul commune with the laws of heaven and earth. Xiao Yang also stood up immediately. He had begun to channel Slow Vine's ability to slow down the actions of the person who had come. Master asked me to bring you guys over, Chu Yi said coldly. Lu Piao realized that her divine soul could not commune with the laws of heaven and earth. It was as if her divine soul had been blocked by some mysterious force. Who is your master? Xiao Yang asked calmly. Your master. After Chu Yi said that, he waved his hand and wrapped Xiao Yang and Lu Piao in his divine power. Then, he disappeared. Du Yuan was in the Great Jian dynasty, guarding this branch of the Black Moon Tower. He had just broken through to the heaven realm. He felt that his decision was very wise. If he had not become senior's servant, there was no way he would have been able to advance to the heaven realm within such a short period of time. He might have even never made it to the heaven realm. The honorable senior was really too powerful. After a little nurturing, he had become a heaven realm expert. Reaching the divine realm was not impossible either. Du Yuan decided that he had to work hard for the honorable senior. He could not afford to be the slightest bit lax. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently in front of him. Before Du Yuan could react, the figure had already carried him away. Xiao Yang was Chu Xian's disciple, but Du Yuan was not, so Chu Yi did not have to be so polite to Du Yuan. Without saying a word, he took Du Yuan and left. Who are you? Du Yuan was shocked. What kind of expert was this? He could not resist at all. Even if he had been at the peak of heaven realm, he would not have been able to resist. Divine realm. He was definitely a legendary divine realm expert. It was rumored that there was no divine realm expert in the 9 zones. Was it all a lie? Why would this divine realm expert target him? The master wants to see you, Chu Yi replied. Du Yuan was stunned. Then, he thought of Chu Xian. Was he the master of this divine realm expert? He was extremely excited. Ding Yu and the others were still immersed in their state of enlightenment when Chu Yi brought them back. Master, I have brought them here. Chu Xian nodded. Chu Yi went back into the pocket dimension. Xiao Yang saw Chu Xian sitting upright on the chair, as well as that heaven-shaking divine image. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, Xiao Yang pays his respects to Master. Lu Piao Piao also knelt down on the side. Du Yuan was in a daze for a moment. With a plop, he knelt down and said, Du Yuan pays his respects to Master. Chu Xian smiled slightly and said, Rise and sit down. Xiao Yang raised his head. Only then did he notice Ding Yu and the others. He was momentarily stunned. They are your senior brothers and senior sister. They are in the midst of enlightenment. Since you are here, I will preach the Dao for you. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yang was extremely excited. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Chu Xian looked at Lu Piao Piao and Du Yuan and said, You guys can sit and listen too. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. Thank you, Senior. The Sage Master's halo was activated, and Chu Xian preached the Dao for Xiao Yang and the other two. Xiao Yang fell into a state of enlightenment, and so did Lu Piao Piao. Du Yuan's talent was slightly inferior, but he still gained some insights. It was just that his state of enlightenment was not as deep as the others. 3 days later, Ding Yu and the others gradually woke up from their state of enlightenment. Their cultivation levels had not increased, but their strength had. The bottlenecks in their path of cultivation seemed to have been all cleared. Seeing Xiao Yang and the other two, they all sat to the side in tacit understanding, waiting for the three to wake up. Du Yuan was the first to wake up. After kowtowing, he stood to the side and bowed his head respectfully. He was a servant, so he was very self-aware and played the role of a good servant well. Du Yuan's aura was not calm, as he was about to break through. However, he had been suppressing it, afraid that breaking through now would affect the others. Chu Xian glanced at him and smiled. Little Du, go ahead. It doesn't matter. Yes, sir. After obtaining permission, Du Yuan started to break through from the first level of the Heaven Realm to the second level of the Heaven Realm. He had just reached the Heaven Realm not too long ago, yet he had broken through to the next level so quickly. Du Yuan sighed. As expected of a super awesome big shot. He had broken through just by hearing the Honorable Senior preach the Dao. Ding Yu and the others had not broken through because they had more potential and a more profound foundation. Their insights had opened up the bottlenecks in their path. Although they had not broken through, the benefits they had gained were far greater than breaking through. Half a day later, Lu Piao Piao woke up. Her cultivation had also broken through. In her divine soul state, she had recovered her body in just a blink of an eye. It was not an ordinary body, but a body condensed from the power of heaven and earth. At any time, the body could turn into the power of heaven and earth, allowing her to use them. Her cultivation had resulted in her reaching a state that was different to that of other cultivators. Xiao Yang was still in a state of enlightenment. From this, one could see the difference between their talent and potential. The time Xiao Yang took to wake up was about the same as Ding Yu and the others. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yang had gained a lot from this state of enlightenment, and he excitedly kowtowed to express his gratitude. Chapter 218, 100 Ghosts Night Journey. Chu Xian allowed the few of them to get to know each other. Ding Yu was full of fighting spirit and said, Junior brother, come, let's spar. Okay. Xiao Yang readily agreed. Chu Xian let them enter the pocket dimension and trial mystic realm to temper themselves. Only Su Xiener and Chu Yun stayed behind. Chu Yun stayed for a while before returning to the Chu family's ancestral residence to give alchemy pointers to the Chu family's alchemy team, and cultivation pointers to some of the younger generation of the Chu family. The current Chu family was practically Chu Yun's stomping ground. As long as she made a decision, no one would dare to go against it. Chu Tianming was grinning from ear to ear every day. When he met some of his acquaintances from the Zhao, He, and Qin families, he was always boastful. Xiao Yang and the other two entered the pocket dimension for the first time, and they were shocked. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were everywhere, and heaven realm spirit beasts were not rare. Further away, there was a ball of golden light, which felt extremely powerful. Ding Yu pointed at the ball of golden light and said, "That is senior brother Buddha Nan Yu. He is special. His cultivation level has already reached the divine realm, though we do not know the level." Xiang Xing continued, "If we head north, there is a dark valley. That is the valley of the Ghost King. The Ghost King of Fengdu is also in the divine realm." Xiao Yang and the other two were stunned. Master's servants were all in the divine realm? Du Yuan was ashamed. He felt even more grateful to Chu Xian. He was so lacking, yet Chu Xian had been willing to take him in as a servant. Among all the servants, he was the worst. Were it not for the word fate, Honorable Senior would definitely not have taken him in. He had to work hard to cultivate and strive to break through to the divine realm as soon as possible. "Who is the one who brought us here?" Xiao Yang asked. "He is a little more special. He was created by Master. We don't know the specifics of how it happened. His name is Chu Yi. He is at the 9th level of the divine realm," Wang Luo said emotionally. "Created by Master." Xiao Yang was shocked. How powerful was Master? He had actually created such a powerful existence. You'll know more in the future. Come, let's go to the Trial Mystic Realm and fight. Ding Yu pulled Xiao Yang into the Trial Mystic Realm. The two of them fought inside the Trial Mystic Realm. Spear and sword clashed against each other. In the end, Ding Yu won by a hair. He paid a heavy price and killed Xiao Yang. After finding out that one would not truly die in the Trial Mystic Realm, Xiao Yang went all out and fought Ding Yu again. Both sides suffered heavy losses. In the first battle, Xiao Yang had some reservations, so he lost. In the following battles, Ding Yu and Xiao Yang's strength were about the same. Both sides had wins and losses, and more often than not, both sides suffered heavy losses, resulting in a draw. Thanks to the arrival of the major powers of the northern zone, the southern region had become turbulent. The countless powers in the southern region either subordinated themselves to the major powers or perished. Those who were unlucky enough to offend an expert from another region were wiped out. Countless factions in the southern region were disbanded and disappeared. Only the 3 sects and 3 empires remained standing. The Great Qin dynasty remained calm and was unaffected. After all, the Great Qin dynasty had the support of 9 Swords Mountain and another major power. Among the many powers and factions in the southern region, the Chu family was in a very unique position. Since they were situated within the Great Qin dynasty, they were under the latter's protection, and outside powers could not reach them. The Great Qin dynasty allowed the Chu family to develop without any restrictions. In the blink of an eye, the 20-year milestone was almost here. Chu Xian was full of anticipation. What would be the reward for the 20-year milestone? Another member had been added to the Great Dao communication group, who happened to be a Daiyuan realm expert. It was another creature of the Great Dao. It was Huang Long who had pulled it into the group. Its name was Gui Ran, and it was a Great Dao black turtle. While it was wandering the Great Dao, it met Huang Long and was thus pulled into the group. As soon as he entered the group, he sent gifts to Chu Xian. The creatures of the Great Dao had been bored for a long time and rarely interacted with others. As a result, they liked the chat group very much and chatted enthusiastically with everyone, even the Dao realm members. They also were fond of sending gifts. As a result, the Dao realm group members became more active. The Dao aura, the origin Dao crystal obtained, also increased, but it would still be some time before it would undergo its next transformation. It was worth mentioning that Ying Kong had finally broken through to the 4th level of the Dao realm. For this reason, he had specially found some delicious food and sent it over to Huang Long to express his gratitude. This matter caused the other Dao realm members to become more and more active. From time to time, they would discuss the Dao, and the two active Daoyuan realm experts, Huang Long and Gui Ran, would give them some pointers. Chu Xian was still at the first level of the Dao realm. His accumulation of his cultivation foundation had not reached the required level, and his Dao principles had yet to complete their transformation. However, he was already close to the second level of the Dao realm. If other Dao realm experts were to learn about his cultivation speed, their jaws would probably drop in shock. They would be forced to rethink their worldview. Which Dao realm warrior could advance a level in 10,000 years? To be able to advance one level in 10,000 years was extremely terrifying. In fact, the further one progressed on the path of cultivation, the longer it would take to advance one level. More often than not, one would be stuck at a certain level for a long time. Even if one had sufficient insights, accumulated a sturdy enough cultivation foundation, nurtured their Dao principles, and transformed their Dao principles, it would still take a long time, usually much longer than 10,000 years. Unless one obtained a special true treasure. However, how could such a true treasure be so easy to come by? It was better for one to rely on oneself to cultivate diligently as opposed to hoping to strike the jackpot and obtain such a true treasure. The elimination round of the quota competition had already come to an end. The quota allocation round would begin in a month. Chu Xian could not be bothered to pay attention to it. Right now, his main focus was on the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region. He was waiting for an opportunity to use the heavenly Dao talisman to replace a portion of the original laws of heaven and earth here. Then, he would slowly erode the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region and replace them with his own laws of heaven and earth. He would then completely control everything in the southern region. At night, Chu Xian was cultivating and nurturing the laws of heaven and earth in the heavenly Dao talisman when, suddenly, the system's reward arrived. Your ghost granddaughter Uer has brought 100 ghosts to pass the checkpoint. She has shocked countless experts and alarmed the entire northern zone. You have been rewarded with the transformation Dao principle. Chu Xian was stunned. Uer had brought 100 ghosts to pass the checkpoint and had alarmed the entire northern zone? What a pleasant surprise! He did not dote on Uer for nothing. She had actually brought him an unexpected reward. He took out the heaven spying mirror and took a look at the eastern region's checkpoint. At this moment, the eastern region's checkpoint was in chaos. The sound of ghostly wails could be heard from time to time, and a gloomy aura spread throughout the checkpoint. Several 3rd or 4th level Emperor Realm cultivators had been possessed by ghosts and had lost control of their bodies. They were attacking and causing trouble everywhere. The Heaven Realm cultivator guarding the eastern region's checkpoint was entangled with a black-clothed man. The two sides were in a standoff and did not have the time or attention to spare to suppress the chaos. As for the Supreme Realm expert, his expression was very grave. He chose to only protect himself and the disciples from his own sect, not daring to make a move beyond that. A sinister and terrifying aura filled the air, and ghostly cries resounded everywhere. Moreover, this whole situation made everyone worried and confused. What exactly were ghosts, and why had they suddenly appeared in the northern zone? These things were too terrifying. Ling Zhen, hand over your life. As I said before, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. A shrill female voice screamed at someone. On a certain mountain around the checkpoint, a young man had a terrified expression on his face. Shua! Suddenly, a figure appeared. A woman dressed in blood-red clothes appeared in front of him. She exuded a ghastly and terrifying ghost aura. The woman in red raised her hand, and on her slender jade-like fingers were long, cold nails. An eerie ghostly aura filled the air as she struck the young man's chest. Chapter 219, Revenge of an Angry Ghost. Help! Ling Zhen screamed in terror as he frantically retreated. Fear filled his heart and mind. He was unable to unleash his full strength. It was as if he had become an ordinary person. This was one of the characteristics of ghosts. They were terrifying. Those who did not have a strong will were easily disturbed, and they would be unable to unleash their full strength. Boom! At this moment, a fist came crashing over. The scorching fist pushed the red-dressed woman back, and the ghostly chi dissipated. The person who came was dressed in white and had a cold expression. He frowned as he looked at Ling Zhen. "Big brother, quickly kill her, quickly kill her." Ling Zhen found his savior and was ecstatic. He hid behind the white-dressed man and shouted. The red-dressed woman's expression was dark and cold. She gritted her teeth as she looked at the white-dressed man and said, "Ling Biun, are you going to protect him? You may be able to protect him now, but you can't protect him forever." Ling Biun frowned and said, "Why did you become a ghost? I'm very curious about ghosts. Why don't you come with me?" "Hat, Ling Biun, I'm a malicious ghost. I'm here to claim his life. I advise you to mind your own business. My ghost race is not to be trifled with." The woman in red was very afraid of Ling Biun. "I don't know if they are to be trifled with or not, but you all have already alarmed the entire northern zone. Very soon, experts will arrive. I think they are all very interested in ghosts." Ling Biun smiled and looked at the black-clothed man who was confronting the Heaven Realm expert who was guarding the checkpoint. He then asked, "That's someone from the Yu family, right? Is your ghost race related to Chu Pingfen?" When he mentioned Chu Pingfen, Ling Biun's expression became unsightly. At this moment, a figure appeared and said, "I'll hold him back while you kill him." UER. Senluo Ghost Domain. UER made her move and kept Ling Biun at bay. The battle was extremely intense and UER was actually unable to gain an advantage against him in combat. The red-dressed woman made her move and attacked Ling Zhen. Not long after, the red-dressed woman possessed Ling Zhen and started moving him away. UER also prepared to retreat. "Where do you think you're going?" Ling Biun's fist intent suddenly surged, and his chi and blood essence surged. A scorching aura swept out in all directions, and Yuer's expression changed slightly. Such scorching yang aura suppressed the ghost race's yin aura. If she was to fight him head-on, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Chu Xian looked at the situation in the eastern region's checkpoint and quickly figured out what had happened. UER had transformed some divine souls into ghosts in the eastern region. Among them, this red-clothed female ghost had been persecuted by Ling Zhen. Back then, in order to preserve her innocence, she had self-destructed, destroying her physical body. Her divine soul had been severely injured as she fled. At that time, the ghost race had already made a name for themselves in the eastern region. Moreover, many people had heard of the possibility of transforming their divine souls into ghosts, which would give them an opportunity to take revenge on those that killed them. Thus, she had left saying, "Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." Her divine soul then fled. Coincidentally, she had met UER, who had transformed her into a ghost by allowing her to cultivate the ghost race's cultivation technique. Moreover, the red-clothed female ghost was very talented. After turning into a ghost, her strength increased rapidly. Tonight, UER had brought the ghost race back to the southern region and was also helping the red-clothed female ghost to take revenge. Thus, the matter of 100 ghosts challenging the checkpoint occurred. However, if the current situation continued to develop, there would be experts arriving very soon. Given UER and the other ghosts' limited strength, the outcome of such a development was likely to be terrible. They had the upper hand now because of the surprise attack, and the fact that cultivators were unfamiliar with ghosts. Coupled with their natural ability to incite fear and horror, they had gained a temporary advantage. The Heaven Realm expert was being held back by someone else. That black-clothed man was undoubtedly a powerful expert of the Yu family. Yu Baibei was constantly hanging around Chu Pingfen, which the Yu family was happy to see. If they could forge a good relationship with such a monster, the Yu family would have nothing to worry about in the future. Chu Xian waved his hand, and Ghost King Fengdu and the two Heaven Realm ghost experts appeared. Go and bring Yu back. Yes. Ghost King carried the Ghost King seal with him and left with the two Heaven Realm ghost experts in an instant. Since the ghost race had made their appearance, it was time for them to show their strength. At the eastern region's checkpoint, Ling Zhen was continuously letting out shrill screams. Yu retreated while fighting. However, as the cultivators at the checkpoint regained their senses, they calmed their minds and began to counterattack. Soon, the ghosts fell into a disadvantaged state. In the distance, they could sense the arrival of a Heaven Realm expert. The Yu family's expert was anxious. He could not hold on any longer and had to escape. Yu was also anxious. She had to call for help. At this moment, the aura of two powerful ghosts swept through the checkpoint, shocking all of the cultivators. Boom! Ling Baiyun retreated frantically. The Yu family's Heaven Realm expert retreated as soon as he saw the ghost race's experts arrive. Two ferocious ghosts, which were more than 10 meters tall, instantly descended upon the checkpoint. Their Heaven Realm aura was displayed for all to see. Boom! One of them raised his hand and struck, directly suppressing the Heaven Realm expert who was guarding the checkpoint. In the distance, a powerful Heaven Realm warrior rushed over. The Ghost King did not make a move. He was a Divine Realm expert, so it was not suitable for him to make a move at the moment. Otherwise, it might trigger a chain reaction. Unless the human race brought along their own Divine Realm existence, he would not make a move. We are the Ghost race. Anyone who dies unjustly and whose divine soul is not destroyed can join our ghost race and transform into a ghost to take revenge. A terrifying ghostly voice spread out in all directions. Some itinerant cultivators clenched their fists. Transforming into ghosts? As long as their divine soul was not destroyed, they could turn into ghosts and have the chance to take revenge. This was undoubtedly a way out when faced with despair. Generally speaking, when the body collapsed, even if the divine soul was not destroyed, it was almost impossible to rise up again. One could either take over a weaker body or hide somewhere to survive. Those who could not take over the body of a cultivator had to make do with ordinary people, and would thus live shortened lives. It was almost impossible to take revenge in such a situation. Not to mention that natural treasures that would allow them to recover their bodies were scarce. Now that they could turn into ghosts, there was no doubt that they had another way out. After the human Heaven Realm experts fought with the ghost race's Heaven Realm experts for a short time, they stopped fighting. The ghost race left. They turned into a wisp of cold wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They came and went without a trace. Chu Xian had been paying attention to the situation. The reason why he asked the Ghost King to go was to guard against the possible appearance of a Divine Realm expert. In the end, no Divine Realm expert appeared despite the huge commotion. Could it be that the Northern Zone did not have a Divine Realm expert? There was no reason for them not to at least be curious about this new race, right? Or did they hold back because the ghost race led by Yu was formed from the souls of human cultivators? The Ghost King had returned, and the ghost race had added more than 100 members to their ranks. Although they were transformed after birth, they still belonged to the ghost race. Their level of talent might be much worse than the Netherworld race members who had transformed into ghosts, but there were still one or two talented ones. For example, the red-clothed female ghost. Ling Zhen was dead. His soul was restrained by the red-clothed female ghost, and it was torturing him and devouring him bit by bit. The Ghost King brought all the members of the ghost race back to the Fengde's secret realm to teach them more ghost race techniques and strengthen them. "Grandfather, I'm back." Yu stood in front of Chu Xian, looking very obedient. Chu Xian raised his hand to pat her head and said, "Yu did a good job adding new members to the ghost race." He had not doted on Yu for nothing. He would make her the holy maiden of the ghost race, and place her in charge of the ghost race in the future. In terms of talent and potential, UER was much more capable than the Fengde Ghost King. Chapter 220, Young people nowadays really know how to play. How could you bear to leave Pingfen and come back alone? Chu Xian asked with a chuckle. UER and Chu Pingfen were inseparable. Seeing her come back alone, there had to be something going on. UER pouted and said, "Grandfather, there's an old lady who pesters Fan Fan every day. Do you think I should turn her into a ghost?" Fan Fan already said that he doesn't like the old lady, yet she still keeps coming over. She's too annoying. Moreover, I heard that she's engaged to be married, but for Fan Fan, she actually wants to break the marriage engagement. That fiancé of hers isn't simple either. He's very powerful. Before Fan Fan arrived at the Eastern region, he was known as the #1 genius of the Eastern region. UER chattered non-stop. She was complaining about Yu Baibei, who she felt was too annoying and pestered Chu Pingfen too much. However, although she hated on Yu Baibei in her speech, she actually liked Yu Baibei's body. She would possess Yu Baibei's body and perform intimate acts with Chu Pingfen. Chu Xian had a strange look on his face when he heard that. He felt that the relationship between Chu Pingfen, UER, and Yu Baibei did not seem quite right. UER said shyly, "Ancestor, is there any way for my ghostly possession to not affect Yu Baibei adversely?" Chu Xian was speechless. UER came back alone for this matter? Yu Baibei had not even reached the Emperor realm, but UER was already at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. The speed at which UER advanced was within Chu Xian's expectations. Yuer's talent was terrifying. In the Eastern region, she had probably devoured some remnant souls and refined some divine souls. It was inevitable that her strength would increase so quickly. The cultivation of the ghost race was different from that of cultivators in the 9 zones. She was a 9th level Emperor realm ghost, and the person she possessed was not even an Emperor realm cultivator. Even if she suppressed her ghostly aura, it would still have a big impact on Yu Baibei. For example, her qi and blood essence would decline, and her spirit would become weak. If she was possessed for a long time, she might even turn into an existence that was neither human nor ghost. "You came back because of this matter?" "Not really." UER said shyly, "I wanted an elder to come with me to the Eastern region to strengthen the ghost race, but I don't want to be ordered around by him." Chu Xian understood. The Eastern region was prosperous. Emperor realm cultivators were not rare there, which meant that fights between them happened fairly often too. If their physical bodies were destroyed in battle, and their divine souls somehow escaped, they could be transformed into ghosts. Moreover, there had to be many experts in the Eastern region who had lost their physical bodies and only had their divine souls. They were probably struggling to survive in some unknown corners of the Eastern region. Given Yuer's talent, she could use some of the methods described in the ancient Netherworld scripture to find these divine souls. This was the best way to quickly strengthen the ghost race. Yuer's strength was insufficient. At the very least, she needed a Heaven Realm ghost expert to hold down the fort. Those Heaven Realm ghost experts were all her elders. If they followed her to the Eastern region, UER would have to listen to their orders and would not have the autonomy to take action as she saw fit. That was why she had come back to find Chu Xian. Chu Xian needed to strengthen the ghost race. Moreover, he valued UER very much, as she carried with her the fate of the ghost race. It could be said that UER was the fated daughter of the ghost race. "All right, I'll do as you wish." Chu Xian waved his hand, and the Fengde's secret realm was moved out and held in his palm. All the ghost race members inside came out and knelt on the ground. From today onward, UER is the holy maiden of the ghost race. Her status is not inferior to the Ghost King, and she is not under the Ghost King's jurisdiction. She carries the fate of the ghost race. Chu Xian waved his hand, and a small grey bell appeared in front of UER. This is the Holy Maiden's bell. It can suppress souls, absorb souls, and control souls. None of the ghosts will dare to disobey you with it. Uer was overjoyed. She took the bell and knelt on the ground. "Thank you, grandfather." The other ghost race members all bowed to Uer. "Greetings, holy maiden." Uer beamed and waved her hand. "Rise." She played with the bell in her hand and was extremely happy. This was an important treasure, and she had formed a spiritual connection with it. No one could take it away from her. Chu Xian then pointed at a 6th level heaven realm elder of the ghost race and said, "You'll follow Uer for now. Listen to her orders. Do you understand?" "Yes, ghost ancestor." The ghost race elder bowed respectfully. No one dared to disobey the orders of the ghost ancestor. Moreover, everyone could see that Uer was more important to Chu Xian than anyone else. This much could be seen from the way she addressed him. Who in the same generation as Uer dared to call her grandfather? Uer was the only one who dared to call him that. Chu Xian waved his hand, and the Fengde's secret realm and the ghosts returned to the pocket dimension. The heaven realm ghost elder's figure flashed, and he entered Uer's spell. Uer put away the bell, and she looked at Chu Xian and continued to coyly say, "Grandfather, is there any way to prevent Yu Baibei from being adversely affected by my ghostly possession? Why do you have to possess her?" Chu Xian was speechless. Isn't she obsessed with Fan Fan? She's also very beautiful. I enjoy controlling her body and playing with Fan Fan. It's very interesting. Uer blushed slightly. Also, that fiancé of hers is a little annoying. If I possess her to do the deed with Fan Fan, I can help her get rid of the marriage engagement, and then later defeat that fiancé of hers. Then, she can follow Fan Fan in the future and be his maid. Isn't that great? The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Uer was controlling Yu Baibei's body and playing with Chu Pingfen. What was going on? He did not know what Chu Pingfen was thinking. Why did he not resist? Look at how silly and dull he was. How could a young man like him be so good at playing? Chu Xian sighed in his heart. He had been a shut-in for so many years. He could not keep up with the times and was getting old. Young people nowadays really knew how to play. Looking at Uer's expectant eyes, Chu Xian sighed. Forget it. These young people could do what they wanted. He would just grant them their wish. She's too weak. She should at least be at the Emperor realm. As he spoke, he took out a pill and refined it again. He passed it to Uer and said, "This pill can help her break through to the Emperor realm quickly. I'll also teach you a minor technique. You can teach it to her. In the future, when you possess her body, there won't be any adverse effects." Given Chu Xian's current cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to help Yu Baibei break through to the Emperor realm quickly. Moreover, Yu Baibei's talent was not too shabby. He passed the pill to Uer and taught her a minor technique. "Thank you, grandfather." Uer was overjoyed. "Uer, is there anything you don't understand?" "Yes, there is." Uer nodded her head and said. Next, Chu Xian gave Uer some pointers and taught her an even more profound secret technique from the ancient netherworld scripture. Chu Xian had witnessed Uer's battle with Ling Baiun. As a result, he wanted to make up for Uer's weakness and make her ghostly powers and body even stronger. "Grandfather, I'm going back to the eastern region." "Go ahead." Chu Xian waved his hand. As he watched Uer leave, Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. There was another reason why he was helping Yu Baibei like this. Yu Baibei's fiancé was Ling Baiun, who hailed from the Ling family of the eastern region. He was known as the #1 genius of the eastern region. He was the son of the fate of the eastern region. Chu Xian was trying to transfer the fate of the eastern region to Chu Pingfen. He wanted Chu Pingfen to replace Ling Baiun and become the son of the fate of the eastern region. If he succeeded, only the son of the fate of the central region would not be under Chu Xian's command. The rest from the other 4 regions of the northern zone would be his disciples. Chapter 221, the terrifying cat. Yu Bei was entangled with Chu Pingfen and Uer. Thanks to that, they had formed a feud with Ling Biun. The conflict between Ling Biun and Chu Pingfen was inevitable anyway. Chu Xian was trying to see if he could change the fate of a region. Based on his understanding of the Dao of Fate, Chu Pingfen had the chance to replace Ling Biun and become the Son of Fate of the Eastern region. The Son of Fate would have a natural advantage in the region due to his great luck. He would not die in a crisis, but would become stronger after each crisis. His enemies would also be suppressed by fate. Chu Pingfen cultivated the Extreme Dao. The Extreme Dao was very special. It carried the great fate of the Extreme Dao, so he was naturally not affected by the advantages Ling Biun had as the Son of Fate of the Eastern region. Therefore, when Ling Biun and Chu Pingfen fought, neither would have the upper hand in terms of fate, which meant that the outcome of the fight would be solely determined by their strength. Chu Pingfen's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. After fighting many times in the Eastern region, he had already advanced from the 4th level of the Emperor Realm to the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. In terms of cultivation, he was still weaker than Ling Biun. However, he did not fear the latter since he still had his trump cards to rely on. The breakthrough point was Uer. Chu Xian took out the good luck charm and infused it with his Dao aura. He waved it lightly, and the power of fate and Dao wrapped around the good luck charm. An invisible and mysterious power instantly spread out and headed toward the eastern region. Just a slight change will do, and Chu Pingfen should have a chance to succeed. Chu Xian put away the good luck charm and stopped paying attention to the eastern region. With the divine realm sky-shaking golden rock around, there would be no problems. He did not dare to use the good luck charm to control the fate of a region rashly, for fear of causing some unknown effects. The Dao of Fate was too mysterious. The 20-year milestone was approaching, and Chu Xian could not wait to see what reward he would receive. The Azura ancient land was about to open, and a great show was about to begin. The Heavenly Dao Talisman plan was about to be implemented, and Chu Xian needed to seize this opportunity. Once the first step of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan was successfully implemented, then he only needed to slowly strengthen the Heavenly Dao Talisman, strengthen the laws of heaven and earth in the Heavenly Dao Talisman, and slowly nibble away at the current laws of heaven and earth in the northern zone. It would proceed silently and not attract any attention. Chu Xian liked the feeling of quietly controlling everything. The heavenly spirit cat was lying on the wall of the courtyard, feeling bored. Ever since the sky-shaking golden rock had gone to look for Chu Pingfen, the heavenly spirit cat had lost its playmate. It did not want to look for Chu Pingfen, as the latter preferred carving. Moreover, Su Xianer and Chu Yun would not let it leave either. As such, the heavenly spirit cat had to laze around, bored. It had already gone to the Chu family's ancestral residence to play a few times, and it was so bored that it had even knocked over the Chu family's pill furnaces a few times. The Chu family's disciples had seen Chu Yun carrying it around many times, so they were helpless. On this day, the heavenly spirit cat's eyes lit up, and its body flashed as it disappeared. It appeared at the edge of the Chu family's territory and crouched on the ground, waiting for the two people to approach. At the Great Qin dynasty's imperial palace, Qin Qian frowned as she looked at Bai Shaokong and Xin Yuanfeng and said, "You can't go to the Chu family's territory." Xin Yuanfeng was at the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, and he was the sword child of Nine Swords Mountain. His identity was not simple. "You little fox, you're as timid as ever. Who are we? What strength do we have now? The person you're afraid of is only at the Emperor Realm." Xin Yuanfeng looked at Qin Qian in disdain. Qin Qian was furious. She said angrily, "I'm not a little fox anymore. All right, you don't have to care about our matters anymore. Just wait for Big Brother to come back obediently." Xin Yuanfeng ignored her. "Humph!" Qin Qian snorted coldly, but there was nothing she could do. Xin Yuanfeng had been one of Qin Ying's good friends back then. He had laid out a plan and used a secret technique to reincarnate. It was all for the sake of the Azura ancient land and his desire to fight alongside Qin Ying again. Back then, Qin Ying's few best friends were all like this. After completing their plan, they suffered heavy injuries and used their secret techniques and treasures to reincarnate and return. Bai Shaokong was the same. It was just that he was the first to suffer heavy injuries and had almost died. He had been imbued with the foundation of the entire Bai Sheng mountain sect. After being reincarnated, he went into seclusion to digest what he had received. Let's go. Let's go meet the person Little Fox mentioned. Bai Shaokong and Xin Yuanfeng left. Qin Qiun was silent. She could not stop the two of them. She could only hope that Chu Xian would not be angered. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable, and quite possibly terrible. Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong walked at a steady pace towards the Chu family's territory. Third brother, back then, old Chu and the other two, in order to protect big brother, did they die? Bai Shaokong asked. Because he had already suffered a heavy blow in early stages of the final plan, Bai Shengshan did not participate in the later stages of the Great War. Chu, He, Zhao, have all fallen. Xin Yuanfeng sighed and said. Then what about big brother? Bai Shaokong said worriedly. Don't worry, big brother is a capable man. How could he make a mistake? I believe he will return very soon, Xin Yuanfeng patted his shoulder and said. He raised his head and looked at the Chu family's territory. He frowned and said, it's fine if that person is from the Chu family. If he's not, then we can't keep him around. Bai Shaokong nodded. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. They were extremely powerful among those in the same realm. They disregarded the Chu family's strength altogether. When they were close to the Chu family's territory, they stumbled upon a cute cat squatting on the ground. Bai Shaokong smiled and said, this cat looks pretty obedient. Why don't we capture it and give it to Little Fox? Don't give it to Little Fox. Sixth sister should like it too. Capture it and give it to her, Xin Yuanfeng said with a smile. He raised his hand and grabbed the cat. Suddenly, his shoulder sank down. A furry thing was suddenly squatting on his shoulder. His heart sank as well. Bai Shaokong's heart sank as well. The moment Xin Yuanfeng made his move, the cat disappeared. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Shaokong saw a furry thing squatting on Xin Yuanfeng's shoulder. Boom! In an instant, their auras surged, wanting to suppress the heavenly spirit cat. Bam bam bam! Before their auras could fully erupt, they felt a soft little paw slapping their heads. The speed at which the paw moved was so fast that they could not keep track of the number of times they had been slapped in that instant. After it slapped Xin Yuanfeng, it slapped Bai Shaokong again. Thud! Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong fell to the ground. Their heads were swollen like pigs. Meow! The heavenly spirit cat squatted before the two of them and looked at them with its adorable eyes. Xin Yuanfeng was shocked. There was only a small gap left to see through in his swollen eyes. He was terrified when he saw the heavenly spirit cat's adorable appearance. What kind of cat was this? It was too terrifying. He, who was at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, did not have the strength to resist it. Bai Shaokong was similarly shocked, and he regretted not listening to Qin Qiun's words. The two of them fell to the ground. Their bodies were weak and unable to move. Their strength seemed to have vanished. The heavenly spirit cat raised a paw and extended it toward Xin Yuanfeng. The paw grew bigger and bigger, and it scared Xin Yuanfeng so much that his breathing stopped. It's over, it's over. Before he could even see his big brother, he was about to fall at the hands of this cat. Third brother. Bai Shaokong could only watch helplessly as the cat's paw lifted Xin Yuanfeng up and sent him flying far away. Following that, the cat's paw extended towards him. Chapter 222, The Big Picture will be revealed. Paw. Bai Shaokong fell beside Xin Yuanfeng and felt sore all over. He asked in a trembling voice, "Third brother, how are you? I'm not dead yet. Ask little fox for help." Bai Shaokong wanted to take out his communication talisman to ask for help. "It's useless." Xin Yuanfeng stopped him. This cat was too terrifying. Its strength was far beyond the Emperor realm. It was useless to ask Qin Qian for help. The heavenly spirit cat squatted in front of the two of them again. It stretched out its claws again and hooked the two of them. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived at a mountain outside the Chu family's territory. It threw Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong on the ground. The heavenly spirit cat's body transformed and it lay on a big rock lazily. With a wave of its small claws, a fan and a specially made comb were placed in front of Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong. A ray of divine power shone down, and their injuries were instantly healed. All of their strength had returned. However, the two of them did not dare to make a move. Instead, they looked at the fan and the comb in shock. These two items were actually divine-grade supreme treasures. This. Xin Yuanfeng carefully opened his mouth. Pa! The heavenly spirit cat slapped him into the ground. Bai Shaokong swallowed his saliva and smiled obsequiously. "Lord Cat, are you asking us to brush your body?" He was not a sword cultivator like Xin Yuanfeng, so his mind was a little more flexible. The cat raised its paw and rubbed his head, as if praising him for being teachable. "Okay, Lord Cat." Bai Shaokong immediately picked up the comb and started to brush the cat's body. The comb was very special. With every brush, wisps of lightning would appear and the cat's fur would become smoother and smoother. Xin Yuanfeng got up and picked up the fan. He forced a smile on his face and said, "Lord Cat, I'll use the fan right now." Whoosh! As he waved the fan, a cool breeze enveloped the cat's body as if a gentle force was massaging it. It was a treasure. Xin Yuanfeng stared at the fan in his hand with burning eyes. To the cat, the wind from the fan gently massaged it. However, the wind from this fan had the ability to destroy one's body and soul. Although it was a divine artifact, it was also very special. It did not take Xin Yuanfeng much effort to use it all. Of course, he could not unleash its power. Pa! The cat slapped him to the ground again. Meow! It was dissatisfied that Xin Yuanfeng did not put in any effort. "Third brother, be more serious." Bai Shaokong could not bear to see Xin Yuanfeng continue to be beaten like this and reminded him. The cat took in 2 slaves and enjoyed its life every day. Chu Xian took a look and could not help but shake his head and laugh. He ignored the heavenly spirit cat's prank. Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong were very aggrieved. This cat did not let them leave, and their original plan to steal the divine artifacts fell through. They realized that they were going to become slaves to a cat. There was no news for 3 days. Qin Qian frowned. She was a little worried about Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong, but she did not dare to make a trip to the Chu family's territory. What if Chu Xian detained her? She took out her communication talisman and sent a message to Xin Yuanfeng. She did not get a reply for a long time. Qin Qian became more and more worried. At this moment, something that worried her even more happened. The Emperor Realm experts of the Great Jian dynasty had attacked. The Emperor Realm experts of 9 Swords Mountain had already hurried over to the border of the Great Qin dynasty. The evil son of the evil imperial court had also arrived at the border of the Great Qin dynasty. Qin Qian could only head to the borders of the Great Qin dynasty and send another message to Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong. The Great Qin dynasty is in danger. At the borders of the Great Qin dynasty, several Emperor Realm cultivators stood in confrontation. One of them was an Emperor Realm cultivator from 9 Swords Mountain. The other was from the Great Jian dynasty. Or rather, he was from the Great Jian Palace of the Central Region. Neither side made a move. However, the great Jian palace cultivators did not retreat and maintained a high-pressure stance. News of the confrontation between the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Jian dynasty spread across the southern region. The various factions in the northern zone all watched silently. The various factions had been around for a long time, so they naturally knew some things about the ancient era. This was not the time to take sides. The evil imperial court watched from the side and did not have any intention of interfering. Everyone who witnessed this confrontation knew that although the quota competition had ended, the competition between the major forces was still ongoing. Everyone knew that the southern region was about to be engulfed in turmoil. One day, the southern region suddenly shook. A scene that was like a mirage appeared in a corner of the southern region. That place was vast and barren, and seemed to exude the aura of death. Azura ancient land. Looking at the huge ruin that appeared, the experts of the various large factions all had solemn expressions. The event that would change the date of the northern zone was about to arrive. The Azura ancient land had already started to materialize in a corner of the southern region. The day when it opened would not be far away. Chu Xian stood in the courtyard, looking in the direction of the Azura ancient land from a distance as he fiddled with the heavenly Dao talisman in his hand. The opportunity was almost here. At the same time, the 20-year milestone was also getting closer. Ren Changhe had already arrived in the northern zone. Chu Xian asked him to enter the southern region and wait for instructions. Qin Ying had also embarked on his journey here. In this life, he carried the might of the human king's Luo family. He wanted to turn the tables and take revenge. Ding Yu, Xiao Liang, and the other disciples stood respectfully in front of Chu Xian. The Azura ancient land is about to open. This is an opportunity and also the beginning of a great change, Chu Xian said calmly. All the disciples, including Chu Yun, listened quietly. In the Azura ancient land, there are ancient treasures that are related to the fate of the 5 regions of the northern zone. Whoever obtains these treasures will have the chance to become the first human king of the northern zone. He Yu's eyes sparkled. The human king of the northern zone? The first human king. If she could become the human king, then the Ji family, the human king's family of the central region, would be nothing worth fearing. Chu Xian continued, this is a continuation of a plan from ancient times. It originated from a human divine realm expert who wanted to lure the demon race into invading the southern region. At the crucial moment, he would come out to turn the tide and thereby earn the human king's position. Back then, Great Qin's emperor, Qin Ying, who unified the southern region, and the various factions in the northern zone set up this scheme to foil his plan. As a result, it has continued to this day. All of you can participate in the competition for these treasures. The fate treasures must not fall into the hands of others. Chu Xian looked at Ding Yu and the others and said, the human king's position is not important. Moreover, the great changes are about to take place in the 9 zones. Not everyone is suitable for the human king's position, and not everyone who obtains a treasure will be able to become a human king. Ding Yu held his sword in his arms and said, Master, I don't care about the human king's position. I, Ding Yu, only have the sword in my heart. As long as my sword is strong enough, even a human king cannot stop me. If I don't like someone, I'll just kill them. Chu Xian looked at Ding Yu with appreciation. Although this fellow had been deceived, it had to be said that, in terms of sword Dao, very few people could persevere and dedicate themselves to the sword like he could. I am not a person who should be a king, Wang Luo chuckled. Xiao Liang pondered for a moment and shook his head. He did not pursue it. Everything was as it should be. Among the few of them, only He Yu had the persistent thought about the position of the human king. Chu Xian glanced at her and said, He Yu, don't let your perspective be restricted by the position of the human king. He Yu's heart trembled, and she suddenly came back to her senses. Compared to being in charge of the heavenly Dao talisman, the position of the human king was worthless. She almost lost herself. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Chapter 223, Chaotic Energy, breaking through to the second level of the Dao realm. Chu Xian continued, Qin Ying has been reincarnated and is about to return. He is now my in-name disciple. I once promised him that no one above the Emperor realm would interfere in the fight for the Fate Treasures. You can be said to be the best among the Emperor realm experts. The Fate Treasures cannot fall into the hands of others. Ding Yu patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Master. The most precious Fate Treasure will definitely belong to us. Master, are you saying that we should help junior brother Qin Ying? Xiang Xing asked. He has his own plan. Whether you help or not is up to you. The fight for the Fate Treasures is also up to you. Qin Ying's strength will not be weaker than yours. Chu Xian pondered for a moment, then said, You guys just have to do your own thing. Qin Ying has his own methods and backup plans. He may not need your help. He waved his hand and said, All of you go now. The southern region is about to be plunged into turmoil, so how can you all be absent? Yes, Master. His disciples bowed respectfully and left. 13th brother, I'll go and take a look too, Chu Yun said. Go ahead. Chu Xian nodded. Although Chu Yun was relatively weaker, she was still one of the stronger ones among the Emperor realm cultivators. Before Chu Yun left, she looked around the courtyard and shouted, Little White, come quickly. On a mountain peak outside the Chu family's territory, the heavenly spirit cat slapped Bai Shaokong and Xin Yuanfeng to the ground with its claws and stored away the comb and fan. Then, it disappeared from where it was in a flash. Bai Shaokong and Xin Yuanfeng lay on the ground and panted. When they saw that the comb and fan were gone, their hearts ached so much that they could not breathe. They had served the cat respectfully for such a long time. All they wanted were these divine artifacts. In the end, this cat did not even give them a chance. They had been cat slaves for so long in vain. Fortunately, this cat did not kill them. They had to run away quickly. Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong rushed off in a hurry. They would never dare to come again. There was something very wrong with the Chu family. Meow. The heavenly spirit cat instantly appeared in front of Chu Yun. It widened its eyes and looked very cute. Little White, let's go out and play, okay? Chu Yun happily picked it up. Meow. Chu Yun carried the cat and left. She was clearly aware of her own strength, and also knew that the heavenly spirit cat was not simple. With this cat around, what was there to be afraid of? Su Xianer stayed in the small courtyard. Aren't you going to watch the show? Chu Xian rubbed her head and said. I'll stay here to accompany you, sir, Su Xianer smiled sweetly and said. As you wish. The courtyard fell silent, and the pocket dimension felt empty for once. The disciples had all left, but Grandpa Zhang was still secretly protecting He Yu. The 20-year milestone had arrived. Chu Xian had been looking forward to this reward. You've been a shut-in for 20 years, and your heart is as stable as a mountain. You have been rewarded with a lump of chaotic energy. The reward came. A lump of chaotic energy. Chu Xian examined the reward. Chaotic energy which originated from primal chaos. It can evolve Dao principles, fuse Dao principles, temper Dao principles. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. It could evolve, fuse and temper Dao principles. The chaotic energy could accelerate the transformation of his Dao principles. In addition, these were only the most basic functions of chaotic energy. Chaotic energy had many more functions. It was a true treasure, especially for his indestructible chaos body. It had the miraculous effect of increasing his cultivation speed. Chu Xian received the reward. A fist-sized, hazy, chaotic, and indescribable ball of energy appeared in his hand. Chu Xian immediately absorbed the chaotic energy into his body. As soon as the chaotic energy entered his body, a rumbling sound rang out. The indestructible chaos body began to grow and become stronger. The speed at which he absorbed Dao aura increased rapidly. His Dao principles curled up and were absorbed by the chaotic energy. They actually fused into a small embryonic form of the great Dao. Furthermore, under the tempering of the chaotic energy, the Dao principles underwent a transformation and grew at a rapid speed. Chu Xian comprehended the changes brought about by the chaotic energy and the insights brought about by the fusion of the Dao principles into the embryonic form of the great Dao. The transformation of the Dao principles was a kind of sublimation. Chu Xian entered a wonderful state. The chaos bell in his soul started spinning, emitting a hazy brilliance, as holding the great Dao within it. As Chu Xian entered this state, the embryonic form of the great Dao began to solidify. Under the nourishment of the Dao aura, it grew rapidly. It gave birth to a completely new Dao principle, which was then absorbed by the chaotic energy. The strength Dao principle. 3 days later, Chu Xian awoke from his wondrous state. His cultivation had successfully broken through from the first level of the Dao realm to the second level of the Dao realm. His understanding of the great Dao had become even more profound. The chaotic energy spread throughout his body, and his Dao principles lingered within the chaotic energy. Sometimes they separated, and sometimes they fused. From now on, Chu Xian would be able to fuse and separate his Dao principles as he pleased. Furthermore, his cultivation speed had become even faster, and the speed at which his Dao principles transformed was more than 10 times faster than before. As expected of energy that had originated from primal chaos. Chu Xian silently pondered on his cultivation speed. Breaking through from the second level of the Dao realm to the third level of the Dao realm, given his current cultivation speed, and even with the help of the chaotic energy refining his Dao principles, would still take decades. For other Dao realm cultivators, breaking through one level in decades was extremely terrifying. However, Chu Xian was not satisfied with this. Decades were too long. Furthermore, this lump of chaotic energy was not something he had an endless supply of. Every time his Dao principles underwent a transformation, they would consume chaotic energy. Given the size of this lump of chaotic energy, Chu Xian reckoned that it would be completely used up after 3 to 5 transformations. In order to shorten the time needed for a breakthrough, apart from sufficient chaotic energy, the origin Dao crystal was still the most important thing. Only when the origin Dao crystal gained the ability to allow him to enter the great Dao would he be able to quickly break through the levels of the Dao realm and progress toward the Daiyuan realm. Chu Xian's gaze turned toward the origin Dao crystal. With the addition of new members and the increased activity level of the Great Dao Communication Group, the rate at which the origin Dao crystal was transforming had been accelerating. Still, it would still take quite some time before the transformation was complete. Therefore, if he wanted to further accelerate the transformation of the origin Dao crystal and increase his cultivation level, he still had to rely on triggering the system's rewards. The opening of the Azura ancient land would most likely provide him with many opportunities to do this. In addition, the integration of the heavenly Dao talisman's laws into the southern region's laws of heaven and earth, and the subsequent encroachment over them, would also be a key opportunity to trigger the system reward. Chu Xian was silently devising and planning all this in his mind. It was also very necessary to increase the number of Daiyuan realm experts in the Great Dao Communication Group. As long as there were enough Daiyuan realm experts, he could open a second group that consisted of only Daiyuan realm experts, which would allow them to exchange their experiences and insights with each other. For Daiyuan realm experts, the chance to share and exchange knowledge and insights was invaluable. After all, there were too few Daiyuan realm cultivators. Even the Chaos Dao Mirror found it difficult to locate Daiyuan realm cultivators. Chu Xian pondered over all sorts of methods that could trigger the system's rewards, so that he could accelerate the transformation of the origin Dao crystal. He felt that it was necessary for him to take in a few more disciples. Only in this way could he increase the chances of triggering the system's rewards. Moreover, these disciples had to be spread throughout the 9 zones. Chapter 224, B*******CAO, Don't be impudent. After breaking through, Chu Xian placed more attention on the heavenly Dao talisman plan while keeping an eye on the Azura ancient land. The southern region's laws of heaven and earth were recovering faster and faster, and the Azura ancient land would soon fully open. However, at the borders of the Great Qin dynasty, there were changes. The standoff between the two sides continued for some time, until the arrival of the Great Jian Palace's holy son. "Where's Qin Ying?" Qin Qiun jumped up and headed to the borders. She looked at the Great Jian Palace's holy son and frowned as she asked, "Who are you?" "You're the Great Qin Empress? Tell Qin Ying to get out here. You don't have the right to see him. How dare you speak to me like that?" Boom! Qin Qiun waved her hand to block the punch, and a nine-tailed illusory figure appeared behind her. Pu! However, she could not block it at all and was instantly sent flying back. "Tell Qin Ying to get out here. I, Cao Tianyi, am here now. It's time for us to settle the score for his obstruction of my path." Cao Tianyi, the holy son of the Great Jian Palace, appeared. He had heavily injured Qin Qiun with one punch. The expressions of the Emperor Realm cultivators of Nine Swords Mountain changed. "Let's see how strong the Great Jian Holy Son is." Sword Chi flashed as the Emperor Realm cultivators of Nine Swords Mountain attacked Cao Tianyi at the same time. Humph! Cao Tianyi grunted coldly and punched out. A huge illusory shadow appeared behind him and charged toward the Nine Swords Mountain cultivators. Boom! The punch shattered their sword chi and sent them flying. In the blink of an eye, the Nine Swords Mountain Emperor Realm cultivators were all sent flying. Two of them had their bodies shattered, and their souls were heavily injured. They had luckily escaped with their lives. "Qin Ying, are you dead or deaf? Come out, or I'll destroy the Great Qin and Nine Swords Mountain." Cao Tianyi's power was unparalleled. The experts from the various factions were all shocked. He was too powerful. Some of the older generation experts who knew the inside story had grim expressions on their faces as they looked in the direction of the Great Jian Palace and frowned. The rumors were true. That person had reincarnated. Furthermore, he had come from the Great Jian Palace. The Great Jian Palace was not just the number one faction in the central region. It was also the number one faction in the northern zone and had the longest history. Qin Ying, the number one genius of the northern zone, had great talent and a great mind for strategy, and he had unified the southern region. He also wanted to unify the northern zone and become the human king. However, because of Cao Tianyi, a war broke out, and Qin Ying had disappeared without a trace. All of his followers had used all sorts of secret techniques to reincarnate. It was rumored that the Azura ancient land had been set up by Qin Ying. It had blocked Cao Tianyi's path. Not far away, the evil son looked at the incredibly powerful Cao Tianyi and frowned slightly. At the same time, he looked forward to the appearance of the rumored Great Qin Emperor. "Haha, Qin Ying! After all your schemes, you've finally fallen." Cao Tianyi had not seen Qin Ying for a long time, and he immediately laughed maniacally. "Since you're dead, there's no need for the Great Qin to exist anymore." Boom! He rushed out and attacked again, disintegrating a Nine Swords Mountain Emperor Realm cultivator with a single punch. Countless Emperor Realm cultivators had fallen. "Impudent!" A voice rang out as the aura of a Heaven Realm expert burst forth, and sword chi flashed in the sky. However, a light laugh sounded out from the direction of the Great Jian Palace. "Why do we have to interfere in a battle between juniors? Should we start our fight ahead of time?" Cao Tianyi did not slow down and once again killed another Emperor Realm cultivator from Nine Swords Mountain with one punch. Then, he raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. His spiritual power condensed into a huge hand and tried to grab Qin Qiun, who was already severely injured. Qin Qiun's face was pale. She felt a little desperate. Why had the Supreme Emperor not returned? Could it be that an accident had really happened? B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** A furious roar came and sword chi flashed through the sky. Boom! The giant spiritual hand shattered. The sword chi did not stop and, like a bolt of lightning, it stabbed toward Cao Tianyi. Xin Yuan Feng. It's the sword child of Nine Swords Mountain, Xin Yuan Feng. Amongst the spectators, someone shouted. Xin Yuan Feng, the current sword child of Nine Swords Mountain, was a peerless genius. The older Heaven Realm experts' eyes turned serious. They knew that Xin Yuan Feng was extraordinary, and that he was a good friend of the great Qin Emperor. He was known as the #1 sword Dao genius of the Northern Zone. However, Cao Tianyi was, after all, the reincarnation of that legendary person. Would Xin Yuan Feng be a match for him? Even if Qin Ying returned, he might prevail over Cao Tianyi. After all, back then, Qin Ying had not even reached the divine realm. Some factions were already thinking about how to side with Cao Tianyi and what preparations they needed to make in the fight for the Fate Treasures. The situation in the Northern Zone had already begun to boil. Xin Yuan Feng? The #1 sword Dao genius of the Northern Zone back then. Cao Tianyi laughed coldly. He clenched his hands, and small sabers floated out and danced around him. His entire body emitted a golden light, and his fists actually exuded a sharp aura. A great battle instantly erupted. Rumble! Xin Yuan Feng was indeed worthy of being the current sword child of the Nine Swords Mountain. He was the #1 sword Dao genius of the Northern Zone back then. He directly blocked Cao Tianyi's attack. However, very soon, someone noticed that Xin Yuan Feng was at a disadvantage. Cao Tianyi's golden light seemed to be the condensation of domain power. Was it a domain-related secret technique? Furthermore, the small sabers he controlled were like a tornado that enshrouded Xin Yuan Feng and trapped him. Each of the small sabers contained power equivalent to a full force attack from a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. In addition, there were more than 100 of these small sabers. Xin Yuan Feng was being attacked by hundreds of 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivators at the same time, though these were only equivalent to ordinary 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivators. Still, there was strength in numbers. Xin Yuan Feng was unable to break out of the saber encirclement. Some of the older experts revealed a shocked expression. They recognized this extremely powerful offensive divine technique, the god-slaying saber aura, which was rumored to be from the Great Jian Palace. It was rumored that a divine realm expert had fallen under this divine technique in the ancient times. Boom! Cao Tianyi's golden fist strike smashed forward, aiding the god-slaying saber aura. Xin Yuan Feng resisted the attacks, but he was injured by the saber aura when he blocked the fist strike. His body was covered in blood. It was as if he had been slashed more than 100 times in an instant. **Cao. A furious roar sounded. Bai Shaokeng's battle intent surged as he threw a punch. Bai Sheng Divine Fist. Humph! Cao Tianyi's fist met Bai Shaokeng's, but Bai Shaokong did not retreat. Instead, his battle intent surged as he punched out again. Boom! 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 At this moment, Bai Shaokong was enveloped by his battle intent, and his powerful aura swept out as he attacked Cao Tianyi repeatedly. It's Bai Shaokong! An old expert said in a deep voice. You know him? Someone asked. How could I not know him? He's the young sect master of Baisheng Mountain, the strongest heavens blessed from back then. What a pity! Some of the older martial artists turned silent. They did not have the right to participate in the Great War back then. They had only heard about it. 100,000 years had passed. It was so long ago that some of their memories were blurry. They were all people who were about to die. For the sake of the Azura ancient land, they had fallen into deep sleep and survived until today. This was to witness once again the battle between the peerless characters from back then. Cao Tianyi was indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of that rumored person. The god-slaying saber aura had trapped and wounded Xin Yuanfeng. He was fighting head-on with Bai Shao Kong. He was fighting against two heavens blessed by himself and was not at a disadvantage at all. Chapter 225, The Powerful Cao Tianyi. Bai Sheng Divine Fist. Cao Tianyi sneered and said, "Even Bai Sheng himself was not my match, much less you. Today, I'll show you my great Jian Palace's god-slaying golden fist." Boom! A golden fist suddenly condensed and shot toward Bai Shao Kong. It was not actually a technique, it was just a powerful fist attack. Boom! 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 After just a dozen punches, Bai Shao Kong was already vomiting blood. His battle intent was on the verge of collapsing, and he staggered backwards. Everyone was shocked. Too powerful. Cao Tianyi fought alone against Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shao Kong, yet he still had the upper hand and defeated Bai Shao Kong, while Xin Yuanfeng was already dripping with blood and was about to be defeated. The evil son, who was not too far away, had a serious expression on his face. Cao Tianyi was a formidable opponent. He believed that even though it was 1 against 2, Cao Tianyi still had not used his full strength. "Qin Ying, if you don't come out now, I'm going to kill these two brothers of yours." Cao Tianyi looked around. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for the rumored great Qin Emperor to appear. However, no one came out even after they waited a long time. "Haha, Qin Ying, could it be that you've really fallen?" Cao Tianyi laughed wildly, "Since that's the case, I'll send your brothers to reunite with you in hell." Boom! The incoming fist was scorching hot, and it smashed Bai Shaokong's battle intent into smithereens, causing him to cough out blood and fly backwards. The god-slaying saber aura suddenly burst forth with even greater strength, sweeping towards Xin Yuanfeng. The experts of Nine Swords Mountain wanted to come and save him, but the experts of the Great Jian Palace did not allow them to. "Scoundrel Cao, die!" A figure suddenly arrived, and specks of starlight scattered across the sky. In an instant, the starlight turned into a surging wave. Booming sounds continued to ring out. "This is..." Many of the older martial artists revealed surprised expressions. "It's the Star Ocean divine technique of the Star Ocean sect. Wasn't the Star Ocean sect destroyed in the Great War? It's Pang Xingai, the former sect master of the Star Ocean sect. He was the youngest and most talented sect master in the history of the Star Ocean sect. Not long ago in the southern region, the dilapidated ancient ruin that had appeared was the site of the Star Ocean sect from back then." The Star Ocean waves crashed toward Cao Tianyi's god-slaying golden fist. Boom! The starlight dimmed a bit and then exploded forth again, rolling like waves and protecting Bai Shao Kong behind it. A burly figure stood atop the waves, and then charged toward Cao Tianyi. "Pang Xingai, your Star Ocean sect has been destroyed, why are you still alive? Today, I'll send you on your way." Cao Tianyi was not afraid at all, and flew up to meet him. 1 against 3. "Second brother, third brother, I'm coming." A new figure holding a large machete appeared, riding an Emperor Realm demonic beast, and directly charged toward Cao Tianyi. "Haha, good timing. I, Cao Tianyi, will send all of you to reunite with Qin Ying today." Cao Tianyi was not afraid at all as he condensed another fist strike and charged toward the newcomer. "He's the young master of the Kishan Alliance, Peng Qiguang." Many people recognized the man riding the demonic beast. Amongst the older martial artists, someone said in a low voice, "Peng Qiguang is the genius itinerant cultivator from back then. Who would have thought that even he didn't die? Qin Ying is indeed worthy of being the #1 genius of the northern zone back then." Many of the older martial artists nodded. The great Qin Emperor was indeed extraordinary. He had devised a scheme to foil the plans of a divine realm expert, yet his brothers had not died and were successfully reincarnated. However, what about himself? He would not die, right? It was hard to say. After all, Cao Tianyi hated him the most. It was inevitable that he would have targeted him first back then. He might not have had the chance to escape and be reincarnated. The older martial artists gathered together and observed the constantly changing situation. Their gazes were serious, and no one knew what they were thinking. They had been slumbering until now to prolong their lives until the opening of the Azura ancient land. Naturally, they had a purpose, and they had reached a tacit understanding. Cao Tianyi was fighting against 4 by himself, but was still not at a disadvantage. Although Bai Shaokong and Xin Yuanfeng's strength had been greatly reduced, it did not detract from the fact that Cao Tianyi was powerful. Many Emperor Realm martial artists were silent. The gap between them and him was too big. Even in comparison to Xin Yuanfeng and the other top geniuses, they were already quite far behind. In the end, Cao Tianyi was a mountain that they could not climb. Perhaps only the 2 who fought against the 100 Emperor Realm experts alone could fight Cao Tianyi. Many people had this thought. However, looking at the incomparably powerful Cao Tianyi, they all felt that even the sword and spear experts that fought against the 100 Emperor Realm experts alone could not compare. Amidst the crowd not far away, Ding Yu and the others watched the battle. Very strong. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. Indeed, very strong. Ding Yu nodded solemnly. Wang Luo said helplessly, I can't beat him, but he can't hurt me either. Even though he could not beat him, Wang Luo could use formation pills, restrictions pills, and other special pills to entrap him and retreat. Xiang Xing chuckled, holding a soul puppet in his hand, and said, in terms of actual strength, I'm not as good as him, but then again, I have this puppet. Ding Yu and Xiao Yang cursed inwardly. The 2 of them relied entirely on their own strength, whereas Wang Luo and Xiang Xing did not. Xiang Xing, in particular, had already refined a Heaven Realm soul puppet that could unleash powerful attacks. Although it was weak compared to other Heaven Realm experts, he was absolutely invincible in the Emperor Realm with it, and perhaps even the Supreme Realm. Unless of course, before he used the puppet, he was severely injured or even killed. However, Xiang Xing was not weak either. It was almost impossible to kill him instantly. There was no expression on He Yu's face. Due to force of habit, it was very difficult for her to show any emotion on her face. She looked at the battle in the distance and secretly estimated her own strength. With the power of the heavenly Dao scripture, it would not be a problem for her to marginally suppress Cao Tianyi with her full strength. Chu Yun hugged the heavenly spirit cat and watched the battle between Cao Tianyi and the others. She sighed emotionally. They were too powerful. She knew that she was also an Emperor Realm expert, but when she compared herself with them, she realized that the gap between them was too big. Qin Ying, are you still not coming out? Could it be that you have really fallen? Cao Tianyi shouted loudly as he scanned the surroundings while fighting. A young man walked out with a sword in hand. He walked towards Cao Tianyi step by step. With each step, his aura grew stronger, and his sword intent began to rise. It's Yu Beilong. What is he doing? Many warriors were shocked. The current leader of the Yu family, the peerless genius, Yu Beilong. Cao Tianyi swept his gaze over and sneered, Yu Beilong, you didn't die either. He was so angry that he laughed, good, good, Qin Ying. Well done. None of your brothers died, right? Yu Beilong, since you have appeared here, I, Cao Tianyi, will definitely destroy your Yu family. Yu Beilong did not say anything. He walked forward step by step. His sword intent continued to condense, and the sword in his hand was emitting a bright light. However, at this moment, a figure appeared and blocked him. You want to stop me? Yu Beilong looked coldly at Ling Baiun. Your Yu family has made a choice. My Ling family will naturally respond. Yu Beilong, this path is impassable. Ling Baiun sneered. Since that's the case, let's see what the number 1 genius of the eastern region is capable of. Yu Beilong attacked angrily. Ling Baiun did not back down at all. The battle erupted, and both of them fought like madmen. Chapter 226, appearing one after another. Many of the onlookers were shocked. Ling Baiun actually came out to stop Yu Beilong? Were the Yu and Ling families not in-laws? Oh right. Recently, there have been rumors that Yu Baibei, the daughter of the Yu family, fell in love with someone else, and that the Yu family intends to break the marriage agreement, so. Was it with that abandoned child of the Ji family? Yes, I've heard about it too. The surrounding cultivators were enlightened. It was no wonder Ling Baiun was so angry. Given his pride, he felt that he was the only one qualified to reject others and break off the engagement. How could he bear to have someone else break up with him? Moreover, during the engagement period, his fiancée had fallen in love with someone else. This was equivalent to slapping him on the face. Yu Beilong was blocked by Ling Baiun, while Cao Tianyi fought against the other 4 people by himself. Bai Shaokeng's injuries were not light, and Xin Yuanfeng was also wounded. However, Peng Xingai and Peng Qiguang were both powerful Emperor Realm experts. They were able to block Cao Tianyi together. However, the people from the Great Jian Palace with Cao Tianyi, apart from Ling Baiun, had not made a move yet. The situation was not looking good for the Great Qin dynasty. Many factions were watching and waiting for Qin Ying to appear. If Qin Ying had really died, it would be impossible for Xin Yuanfeng and the others to gain the upper hand in the Azura ancient land. Haha, the southern region is so lively. At this moment, a group of people walked over. The leader was a young man with a black flower mark on his forehead. He looked evil and held a half-moon blade in his hand. All of the experts of the northern zone turned serious. This person was from another zone. Moreover, given the aura around his body, some knowledgeable experts immediately thought of a particular faction, and their facial expressions turned very ugly. Western Zone's northern region, Heavenly Saint Sect. Humph! Several old warriors snorted coldly. What? Am I not welcome here? Mo Hungliu coldly glanced at the cultivators present. The evil son narrowed his eyes and sneered at Mo Hungliu. I was wondering who it was. It turns out it's a B** starred from the Heavenly Saint Sect. You're courting death. Mo Hungliu's face instantly darkened. The evil son was not afraid at all. He waved the folding fan in his hand and sneered, it's common knowledge that the Heavenly Saint Sect members are a hybrid of the human race and the Heavenly Demon race. If you guys are not B** stards, then what are you? Die. Mo Hungliu moved and turned into a black shadow. He arrived in front of the evil son instantly. The half-moon blade in his hand turned into a circle of light and swept toward the evil son's neck. Swoosh! The evil son opened his folding fan and welcomed the attack fearlessly. A great battle broke out. The battle between the evil son and Mo Hungliu was much more intense than the one between Cao Tianyi and the others. Countless Emperor Realm cultivators could not withstand the shockwaves and retreated frantically. The Heaven Realm experts of the major forces all had solemn expressions on their faces. They looked at the Great Evil Palace and the Heavenly Saint Sect. These two were forces from beyond the northern zone. However, they were extremely powerful, and the major forces of the northern zone were not united. Naturally, they could not expel them from the northern zone. Once the battle between Mo Hungliu and the evil son started, Cao Tianyi stopped. His figure flashed and he returned to the Great Jian Palace's camp. He squinted his eyes and watched the battle in the distance. Yu Beilong and Ling Baiun also stopped. Chu Xian watched the scene through the heaven spying mirror and narrowed his eyes. The Divine Realm Demon Elder had appeared. Mo Hungliu. Western Zone's northern region's Heavenly Saint Sect. A human faction with the bloodline of the Heavenly Demons. They were of mixed blood. Mo Hungliu clearly knew that, as a pure-blooded Heavenly Demon, he would not be able to participate in the fight for the Fate Treasures. Therefore, he reincarnated to the northern region of the western zone and became the holy son of the heavenly saint sect. So powerful! Su Xian'er exclaimed. Cao Tianyi, the evil son, and Mo Hungliu were all extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary emperor realm experts. Xin Yuanfeng and the others were already very powerful, but Cao Tianyi and the other two were a step above them. They're not normal people, and their strength can't be considered normal. Chu Xian smiled. The evil son was also a reincarnation of a divine realm expert, but he was different from Cao Tianyi and the others. He was a reincarnation of a divine realm expert's divine soul. The other party had cut off a part of his soul and reincarnated. He wanted to reincarnate and obtain a supreme treasure to become stronger. Then, he would fuse his reincarnated body with his original body and break through to a higher realm. What a daring plan! Chu Xian tapped on the heaven-spying mirror and a few figures hidden in the skies appeared. They are? Su Xian'er asked in surprise. These people were obviously peerless experts. One of them was He Yu's grandpa Zhang. His figure was hidden not far from He Yu. The other few were from the Great Jian Palace, Heavenly Saint Sect, and Nine Swords Mountain. Chu Xian stretched out his hand and pointed again. At the border of the southern region, a few more figures appeared. Ha! The divine realm experts that usually hide themselves are all out now. Chu Xian would never believe that divine realm experts were not involved in this matter. After all, these were fate treasures that involved one zone and 5 regions. From the current situation, Qin Ying's side was at a disadvantage. Of course, the other forces in the northern zone might be more biased toward Qin Ying. After all, they were dissatisfied with Cao Tianyi for inviting the demon race to invade and scheming for the position of the human king. Those few old warriors who were on their last breaths were probably trying to stop the fate treasures from falling into the hands of the demon race. They also did not want Cao Tianyi to get his hands on them. Because he had an evil heart. He had schemed to harm the human race. Chu Xian sat in the courtyard and watched the battle at the border of the Great Qin dynasty. He brewed a pot of tea and ate some pastries, looking very satisfied. Su Xian'er sat by his side and watched with great interest. The evil son and Mo Hungliu were still fighting. No one had won or lost. In fact, each of them had held back. It was not time for them to give it their all. Ding Yu and Xiao Yang looked at the two people fighting and sighed. There were actually such powerful Emperor Realm experts aside from themselves. Do you think our junior brother Qin Ying is their opponent? Ding Yu asked with a doubtful expression. That's hard to say. Xiao Yang shook his head. As far as I know, even when Qin Ying was at his peak, he had not reached the divine realm. Even if Master took him as an in-name disciple, I'm afraid that he might not be as strong as theirs, He Yu said. She was in charge of the Black Moon Tower and came from the central region of the Central Zone, so she naturally knew more secrets. Should we lend a hand? Xiang Xing asked. It depends. Anyway, the fate treasures must belong to us. We can't allow them to fall into the hands of others. Ding Yu stroked the sword in his hand and said, Master must have some use for those fate treasures. He Yu nodded slightly, deep in thought. Do you guys think there are any divine realm experts? Wang Luo looked around and asked. Isn't Senior Zhang there? Ding Yu looked in the direction of Grandpa Zhang and smiled. Whether there are divine realm experts or not, it doesn't affect us. Don't forget what Master said. Those above the Emperor realm are not allowed to participate. Xiang Xing tapped the soul puppet he was holding and chuckled, with my soul puppet, who can compete with me? Ding Yu and the others were speechless. Xiang Xing's puppet could indeed crush any Emperor realm expert. Chapter 227, Where is my invincible Supreme Emperor? The battle between the evil son and Mo Hungliu came to an end, and no one had come out on top. Before Cao Tianyi left, he left a message. I will return here in 3 days. If Qin Ying is not here, then there is no need for the Great Qin dynasty to exist anymore. Xin Yuanfeng and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. At the same time, their eyes were filled with worry. Could something have really happened to Big Brother? Inside the Great Qin Royal Palace, Qin Qiun was heavily injured. Her face was incredibly pale and she was currently being treated for her injuries. Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong had also returned to treat their injuries. If Qin Ying did not return in 3 days, there would be a fierce battle. The Nine Swords Mountain sect master and the other higher UPS all had gloomy and worried expressions. Could something have really happened to Qin Ying? Without him as their backbone, how could they go up against Cao Tianyi? He was the one who had devised this scheme back then. How could Cao Tianyi let them go? The grudge he held for having his plan foiled was too great. The great Qin Emperor won't let us down. Within Nine Swords Mountain, a very old elder spoke up. If something really happens, my old friends will join forces with us. No matter what, we can't let that scoundrel Cao Tianyi obtain the fate treasures, especially the southern region's fate treasure. Peng Xingai and Peng Qiguang were silent. After a long while, Peng Qiguang said, the Kishan alliance will make a move. The sect master of Nine Swords Mountain asked, who was the traitor back then? Peng Xingai gritted his teeth and said, there were only so many people who participated in the plan back then. Most of them are already dead. Apart from us, the others who came into contact with the core secrets of the plan have all died. Those who didn't die are the traitors who leaked the news back then. Peng Qiguang said hatefully, if the traitors didn't leak the news, how could we have ended up like this? Back then, Cao Tianyi was a divine realm expert. After Qin Ying learned of his dastardly plan, he began to make his own plan to stop the other party. The fate of the human race was not something Cao Tianyi, a divine realm expert, should toy with. However, the plan was leaked, and they had no choice but to risk it all. In the end, they were all reincarnated. The Nine Swords Mountain sect master said solemnly, the sword master has already returned. Why don't we ask him to personally kill Cao Tianyi? A figure suddenly appeared. He was tall and slender, and his face was thin and bony. Not a single trace of aura leaked from his body. That old ghost from the Great Jian Palace has also returned. There are still a few others at the same realm. I can't make a move. We pay our respects to the sword master. Everyone bowed. He was one of the founding fathers of the Nine Swords Mountain. Before this peerless divine realm expert had been living in seclusion in the desolate ancient zone. He had returned to the northern zone because of the opening of the Azura ancient land. Back then, the divine realm experts were no longer active in the 8 zones. All of them had gone to the desolate ancient zone for some unknown reason. Only Cao Tianyi had quietly returned, intending to plot for the position of the human king of the northern zone. This resulted in this current series of events. I hope Qin Ying is safe. The Nine Swords Mountain sword master sighed and disappeared. The divine realm could faintly sense that something was changing in the 9 zones, which was why they started to leave the desolate ancient zone. 3 days later, Cao Tianyi attacked again. Xin Yuanfeng and the others had to fight. This time, Cao Tianyi did not attack alone. There was also an Emperor Realm expert from the Great Jian Palace. Bai Shaokong and the Emperor Realm expert from the Great Jian Palace fought. Xin Yuanfeng and the other 2 joined forces to fight Cao Tianyi and barely managed to fight him to a standstill. However, they were forced into a state where they were passively defending. Haha, I'll come back in another 3 days. If Qin Ying doesn't appear, we'll have to discuss whether or not you guys have the qualifications to enter the Azura ancient land. Cao Tianyi laughed maniacally and left. Xin Yuanfeng and the others felt helpless. Before this, they had all felt that they could take charge of things on their own. Even if they were not a match for Qin Ying, they were by no means weak. However, reality was cruel. Without Qin Ying as their backbone, they could not even put up a proper fight against their enemies. The four of them stood guard at the border and did not return to the Great Qin dynasty's capital. Inside the Great Qin royal palace, Qin Qian was seated cross-legged on her bed. Her face was pale, and she had not fully recovered from her injuries. She muttered to herself, "Master, where are you? Why haven't you returned?" If Qin Ying did not return, how could she continue fighting with Cao Tianyi's forces? Suddenly, the door opened. A beautiful figure walked in. Qin Qian looked up and was immediately shocked. The person who came had a peerlessly beautiful face and exuded a heroic aura. She also had the natural aura of an emperor and supreme. Compared to this person, Qin Qian felt that she, the great Qin Empress, was a joke. This person was qualified to be the real great Qin Empress. Suddenly, she stood up in shock, and a nine-tailed shadow appeared behind her. "Who are you? Little fox, you've grown up." Qin Ying sighed as she stretched out her white hand and stroked Qin Qian's head. Boom! Qin Qian was completely dumbfounded, and her mind started to spin. Emperor? Master, it's you." She started to stutter as she spoke. "Where did my incredibly powerful great Qin Emperor go? Where did my incredibly domineering and unrivaled master go?" Even though this sister in front of her looked incredibly magnificent and valiant, she was still a peerless beauty. She was not her incredibly powerful great Qin Emperor. "Emperor, is that you? You?" Qin Qian was dumbstruck and looked at him in disbelief. Qin Ying narrowed his eyes in pain and said, "It's me." "Wah!" Qin Qian cried. She threw herself into Qin Ying's arms and cried bitterly, "Emperor, you have to avenge me." As soon as she threw herself into Qin Ying's arms, Qin Qian was distraught. "Where was my sturdy and broad emperor's chest? Why is it so soft and bouncy? It's over. My mighty emperor is gone." "Emperor, master, why would you?" Qin Qian reached out and pressed her head on Qin Ying's chest. She still could not believe that the peerless beauty in front of her was her own emperor. Qin Ying stroked her head and let out a long sigh. Fate toys with people. He did not even dare to face his own descendants now. "Then, should I call you Supreme Sister from now on?" Qin Qian raised her head and blinked her eyes. "No." Qin Ying gritted his teeth and smacked her head, saying, "You are now one of my descendants. How can you call me sister? Continue to call me master." "All right, master." Qin Qian leaned against Qin Ying's chest and looked at her own. She was instantly ashamed. She could not compare. Qin Ying glared at her fiercely and said angrily, "Don't mess around." Qin Qian calmed down. Her complicated, excited, and indescribable feelings faded somewhat as she said, "Supreme Emperor, Master, Big Brother Xin Yuanfeng and the others can't stop that scoundrel Cao Tianyi. Aren't you going to show yourself?" Qin Ying had a painful and complicated look on his face. He really did not want to appear in front of his former brothers. Now, he was a woman. How could he face his former brothers? How depressing! Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's all because of that B******************** Cao. Rubbing Qin Qian's head, he instructed, "Don't leak the news of my return. Don't tell anyone. If possible, I'll do it in secret." Yes, master. I understand. I won't tell anyone." As he said that, she pressed her hand against Qin Ying's chest. Comparing herself again, she sighed in her heart. As expected of her emperor, she was bigger than her even as a woman. Chapter 228, The Low-Key Qin Ying. Qin Ying's face darkened as she grabbed Qin Qian's hand. Qin Qian briefed Qin Ying about the current situation in the southern region and the northern zone. At the same time, she passed a news talisman to Qin Ying, from which she would be able to obtain important information about the entire northern zone. Finally, she asked with a questioning tone, "Master, has Chu Xun died?" "Yes." Qin Ying looked at her and asked, "Why do you ask?" Qin Qian hesitated, but she still told her about Chu Xian. "He is very powerful. I suspect that Chu Zun is also involved." Qin Ying frowned and said, "Chu, he, and Zhao sacrificed their lives and souls back then to block a strike from Cao Tianyi for me. They are completely dead. It cannot be him. I'll go see him. I hope that it isn't one of Cao Tianyi's schemes." Qin Qian hurriedly said, "Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong went there, but we don't know what happened. They didn't want to talk about it, so they probably suffered quite a bit. Don't worry, I know what to do." Qin Ying left the Great Qin Royal Palace and headed towards Chu County. Chu Xian looked at Xin Yuanfeng and the others, who had been beaten into a sorry state. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. Qin Ying's brothers were not bad. However, Cao Tianyi was, after all, a reincarnated divine realm. Whether it was in terms of background or talent, he far surpassed them. Moreover, Cao Tianyi's past was not as simple as an ordinary divine realm expert. Within the divine realm, he was also considered a peerless expert. He raised his head and looked outside the Chu family's territory. Qin Ying had come. He did not want to see Qin Ying now. If he was asked about a way to turn back into a man, how could he trick him? He needed to maintain his mysterious and unfathomable persona until the battle for the Azura ancient land ended. Qin Ying had not returned alone either. There were 5 elders at the peak of the heaven realm, 2 half-step divine realm elders, and a divine realm ancestor who secretly accompanied him. It could be seen from this that the human king's loyal family had a deep foundation. Moreover, the sudden appearance of divine realm experts and their departure from the desolate ancient zone probably was not solely due to the Azura ancient land. Chu Xian could not help but recall what Hong Yuanchu had said. The end of this day Yuan was approaching. Perhaps it had something to do with this. Otherwise, why would the divine realm experts hiding in the desolate ancient zone suddenly become active? Chu Yi, go and send them away. Yes, my lord. Chu Yi's figure flashed and disappeared from the small courtyard. Qin Ying was heading toward the Chu family's territory when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The Luo family elders who were secretly protecting him all appeared and looked at Chu Yi with serious expressions. Where did this person come from? They had not even noticed. This place has something to do with our lord. Don't disturb him, Chu Yi looked at Qin Ying and said. Qin Ying frowned and asked hesitantly, your lord is, could it be? That's right. Chu Yi nodded and said, since our lord has given you a promise, he will keep it. I also want to remind you that our lord has other disciples in the southern region. After saying this, he disappeared. Qin Ying turned around and returned to the Great Qin Royal Palace. The Luo family's elders had a confused expression on their faces. Who was that mysterious person? The divine realm ancestor of the Luo family did not leave. Instead, he stood in the air above the Chu family and overlooked the entire Chu family's territory. In his eyes, the Chu family was too weak. In the eastern zone, they would barely qualify as a small family. The higher UPS of the Luo family already knew of Qin Ying's identity. Even though he was a reincarnated person, he still possessed the Luo family's bloodline and was a direct descendant of the Luo family. Moreover, he had some connections with the Luo family's human king. No matter what the reason was, the Luo family would definitely support him. As for whether or not he could become the human king of the northern zone was another matter altogether. The temptation of the fate treasure of the northern zone alone was enough for them to consider Qin Ying as a future pillar of the Luo family. Back then, the great Qin emperor had been a peerless figure in the northern zone. Once he rose to prominence, he would be able to ensure the Luo family's continued glory, and might even help them to rise to even greater heights. Also, Qin Ying had a mysterious master. Luo Ming looked down at the Chu family's territory and did not rashly enter. He had not noticed that person's appearance earlier, which meant that the person was much stronger than him. The entire Chu family's territory was within his vision, yet he could not see anything strange. Where exactly was that person? He kept feeling that he was missing something. He could clearly see everything, but there was that nagging feeling that something was off. Chu Xian did not pay attention to Luo Ming. He could do whatever he wanted. He was merely at the 5th level of the divine realm. Chu Yi, Chu Er, the left and right Buddha attendants, or even the Buddha Nanmyo could all easily suppress him. Now, the divine realm was no longer anything special in Chu Xian's eyes. The Azura ancient land was about to open. Chu Xian had to focus on the heavenly Dao talisman plan. Enduring the pain, he separated a little bit of chaotic energy from his body and injected it into the heavenly Dao talisman to upgrade it. As the number of Dao principles increased, as well as when they evolved, they had to be refined into the heavenly Dao talisman again. Qin Ying returned quietly. He did not meet his brothers. He probably did not know how to face his old brothers. In the eyes of his old brothers, their incredibly powerful big brother had become a peerless beauty. It was simply inconceivable. Qin Ying was unable to overcome this hurdle in his heart. Xin Yuanfeng and the other brothers were stationed at Great Qin dynasty's borders, and their days were truly difficult. Cao Tianyi would attack them from time to time. Later on, the evil son also attacked a few times. Mo Hongliu also attacked twice. Each time, they were suppressed. They felt more and more aggrieved. Of course, Qin Ying did not appear, and they started to feel despair. Their big brother might have really met with an accident. The Azura ancient land had yet to open, and some of the sites of the famous sects of the southern region had returned from the spatial cracks after the laws of heaven and earth were gradually restored. This had triggered many conflicts. All of the major factions wanted to occupy them and fight for the treasures within. Ding Yu and the others were also involved. It was as if a crushing force had driven out the other contenders. When the experts of the major factions of the northern zone saw that their juniors could not win and wanted to make a move, Du Yuan's role came into play. He used his identity as a Heaven Realm expert to intimidate some of them. Since there were Heaven Realm experts supporting them, the experts of the various large factions would not interfere in the affairs of the juniors. This was a tacit understanding between them. Of course, it was also because there were no very rare or precious treasures. Otherwise, why would they care about the tacit understanding? They would just beat everyone up. Time passed as the conflicts continued. Soon, a year had passed. The southern region was in turmoil. Xin Yuanfeng and the others were having an extremely difficult time. Injuries had become a common occurrence. Qin Ying had still yet to appear, and they were growing more and more desperate. Cao Tianyi was becoming more and more arrogant. You've been cooped up for 21 years, and have been rewarded with a lump of chaotic energy. Chu Xian was stunned. He had actually been rewarded with another lump of chaotic energy. Could it be that every year in the future, he would receive a lump of chaotic energy? He received a lump of chaotic energy from the system. This lump of chaotic energy replenished his dwindling supply, and the refinement and transformation speed of his Dao principles increased further. He was one step closer to breaking through to the 3rd level of the Dao realm. As usual, Chu Xian took out the Chaos Dao mirror and searched for Dao realm experts and above. On the surface of the mirror, the needle rotated. Suddenly, it stopped, and an image appeared. On an island filled with the sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, there were a few people. In a pavilion in the middle of the island sat a scholarly middle-aged man. Beside the scholar sat an extremely beautiful woman. She was pouring tea for him, and her eyes were filled with affection. Occasionally, her gaze would drift toward the few people outside the pavilion. Chapter 229, Human King Luo Xinbei. Chu Xian sighed when he saw this scene. What a good couple! Perhaps this was love. The information on the mirror revealed who he was. The person discovered by the Chaos Dao mirror was this middle-aged scholar. One look was enough to tell that he was a refined scholar, the type who was well-read and well-spoken. He was refined and handsome, and strong to boot. It was no wonder that beauty was so infatuated with him. Luo Xinbei, the second human king of the Eastern Zone. He has reached the 15th level of the Dao realm. He received the inheritance of the Kun He and ascended to the throne of the human king of the Eastern Zone. With great perseverance and wisdom, he blazed his own path and reached the Dao realm. Chu Xian. It was actually the Luo family's human king. Qin Ying's ancestor. He raised his head to take a closer look. Outside the Chu family's territory, the Luo family's divine realm ancestor, who was still floating in midair, was also a descendant of Luo Xinbei. A peerless expert who had reached the 15th level of the Dao realm. It was truly fate. Furthermore, Luo Xinbei was a disciple of Kun He. If Luo Xinbei was the second human king of the Eastern Zone, was Kun He the first? However, Kun He's fame was far inferior to Luo Xinbei's. Currently, the Eastern Zone only knew of the Luo family's human king, but not Kun He. Perhaps it was because Kun He had ascended to the human king position too long ago. Chu Xian pointed the Chaos Dao mirror toward the beautiful woman by Luo Xinbei's side to obtain her information. She was not particularly strong, having only reached the second level of the Dao realm, but she was Luo Xinbei's true love. He then directed the Chaos Dao mirror toward the other people on the island. As expected of a human king. How could he only have one true love? Luo Xinbei had a total of 4 Dao partners. The one in the pavilion should be the main wife, and also the one with the strongest cultivation. There was also a Dao companion who had reached the first level of the Dao realm. The remaining 2 had already reached the peak of the divine realm, and were almost ready to step into the Dao realm. Their bodies contained a faint trace of Dao aura. If nothing unexpected happened, breaking through to the first level of the Dao realm would not be difficult. As expected of a human king. The talent levels of his Dao companions was extremely monstrous. Presumably, these 4 women were peerless beauties in the 9 zones. In addition to the Dao companions, 3 of Luo Xinbei's children were also on the island. His 2 sons and 1 daughter were already at the peak of the divine realm. As expected of a direct descendant of a human king, their talent levels were indeed pretty good. Based on the innocent appearance of Luo Xinbei's children, they definitely had not left the island and had not seen the world. He did not continue to observe them and directly pulled Luo Xinbei into the Great Dao Communication Group. Luo Xinbei, who was drinking tea with his beloved, suddenly had a change in expression and stood up in a flash. Xinbei, what's wrong? Luo Xinbei's expression changed again and again, before finally revealing an excited expression. He sat down again, waved his hand, and said, I need to be alone for a while. When his Dao partner heard this, she left the pavilion. The couple had been together for so long, so they naturally knew each other very well. Whenever Luo Xinbei encountered an uncertain situation and needed to think, he would do this. Chu Xian spoke in the Great Dao Communication Group, please welcome our newest group member, Luo Xinbei, who has reached the 15th level of the Dao realm. He did not mention that he was a disciple of Kun He. Luo Xinbei. Kun He was the first to appear. He asked in doubt, the Eastern Zone's human king, Luo Xinbei. That's me. Luo Xinbei replied in the group and at the same time, understood what this Great Dao Communication Group was. I am Kun He. You can be considered my disciple. Being able to enter the Great Dao Communication Group is your great fortune. Luo Xinbei was shocked. Master Kun He. That's me. The Kun He's Dao aura surged and transformed itself to prove his identity. Disciple Luo Xinbei pays his respects to Master. There's no need for formalities. Welcome to the group. Chu Xian spoke at the right time, he's actually fellow Daoist Kun He's disciple? It's fate. It is his great fortune that he was able to meet fellow Daoist Chu. Luo Xinbei immediately thanked Chu Xian. How could a person respected by his master be simple? Then Huanglong and Gui Ran appeared to chat. There's a newcomer. Call me Senior Huang Long and I'll give you a welcome gift. Greetings, Senior Huang Long. And me, Senior Gui Ran. Greetings, Senior Gui Ran. Luo Xinbei greeted them both respectfully. If they were people his master respected, they were definitely experts worthy of his respect. Huang Long and Gui Ran each sent treasures to Luo Xinbei. In the pavilion, Luo Xinbei suddenly sensed the fluctuations of the Great Dao, and then two items appeared. He could not sense where the items came from. He was shocked, but then soon became overjoyed. He had not expected to encounter such a great opportunity even after breaking through to the Dao realm. He accepted the two supreme treasures. One was a time-related supreme treasure, and the other was a defensive supreme treasure. Chu Xian looked at the group chat and lamented that Luo Xinbei was indeed a human king. He was too damn clever. He had just obtained a treasure, and he immediately began to flatter them. Every time he flattered, he would mention his master, Kun He, both openly and in passing. Kun He was overjoyed. He immediately passed some treasures to Luo Xinbei to help his other Dao partners break through to the Dao realm as soon as possible. Kid Luo, quickly greet your grandpa Mo2. Demon Butcher felt sour. This human kid was even more eloquent and pleasing than his own demon race's junior. Old demon, go away, Kun He said. At this moment, Luo Xinbei had already figured out the cultivation of the people in the Great Dao communication group. All of them were Dao realm experts. Among them, a few of them were even Daoyuan realm experts. They were legendary existences. The group leader was even more mysterious. Chu Xian looked at the bustling Great Dao communication group. As the group leader, he was a mysterious expert. His exalted status meant that he could not participate in the banter, and could not mess around with the juniors. In that case, should he create a SMUF account? Indeed, if he opened a SMUF account, he could direct the conversation in the group, and perhaps even trick people. Chu Xian immediately pondered on what type of SMUF account to open. Of course, it could not be too strong, and it could not be too weak. At the very least, it could not be weaker than Ying Kong. Someone had to prop up the bottom ranks, after all. He had to figure out where these Dao realm experts were hiding to cultivate. For whatever reason, they were not active in the 9 zones. Ying Kong only knew the basics, but lacked concrete information. As such, he needed the SMUF account to ask these common-sense questions. However, it would need the appropriate background and identity to do so. This kind of persona was too difficult. How could someone who managed to cultivate to the Dao realm be a complete newbie? The creatures of the Great Dao had very little experience with the outside world, but pretending to be one of them would bring with it a high risk of being exposed. After all, there were 2 creatures of the Great Dao in the group. Chu Xian frowned, thinking about what kind of persona his SMUF account should have. Su Xianer walked over and said with a smile, "Sir, the kids of the Chu family don't even know what it's like outside Chu County. They've been locked up by the Chu family and haven't seen the world yet." Chu Xian had a flash of inspiration when he heard that. That's right. He could create a SMUF account with a super awesome background. However, his SMUF account was locked up by an elder somewhere and living a sheltered life. It was a character that had not seen the world yet. "I've got it." "Sir, what have you got?" Su Xianer was puzzled. "It's fine. Go play somewhere else. Don't pay attention to those little guys from the Chu family," Chu Xian waved his hand and said. Ignoring Su Xianer's mutterings, Chu Xian condensed a ball of Dao aura and inserted it into the origin Dao crystal. Then, he changed the Dao aura inside. His cultivation level was set to the 6th level of the Dao realm, which was a little stronger than Ying Kong's. His name? He would be called Handsome Heaven Breaker. Chu Xian touched his face and looked at the members of the Great Dao communication. He chuckled. "Hee, I have opened a SMUF account to trick you guys." Chapter 230, Deceiving Luo Ming. Chu Xian did not immediately add his SMF account into the group. Luo Xinbei had just joined today, and this SMF account's background was too magnificent. He needed to find a different opportunity to add it into the group. Moreover, he did not have the time to deceive the group's members now. The laws of heaven and earth in the southern region were recovering at an accelerated pace, and the Azura ancient land was about to open. He needed to devote his full attention to the heavenly Dao talisman plan. He could not afford to let anything distract him into making mistakes. This was his grand plan to control the southern region, the northern zone, and eventually the entire 9 zones. Luo Xinbei was active in the group, trying his best to curry favor with Huanglong and the other Daiyuan realm cultivators, especially Ruoxian. She was the only woman in the Daiyuan realm. He asked Ruoxian for some insights and treasures to help his Dao partners break through. Ruoxian was very familiar with Kunhe, so she naturally gave his disciple generous pointers. She had a good impression of Luo Xinbei because he doted on his Dao partners so much. Chu Xian seriously suspected that Luo Xinbei had used his mouth to sweet-talk his way into the inheritance back then. He fawned on many experts and received the support of countless people. He was truly worthy of his title as human king. Chu Xian glanced at the Luo family's divine realm ancestor, who was still governing above the Chu family's territory. Chu Xian waved his hand and brought him over. As for Luo Xinbei's descendants, they could be tricked into running errands for him. He could even trick the entire Luo family into doing things for him. Luo Ming kept staring at the Chu family's territory. His instinct told him that there was something very wrong here. Moreover, he also wanted to see where that person had come from. He could even pay him a visit. Suddenly, before he could react, he appeared in a small courtyard. He did not even know where he was now. Luo Ming was shocked, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. It was too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying expert in this world? Even a peak divine realm expert would not be able to do something like this. Furthermore, what was such a terrifying existence doing in the southern region? Even the experts of the desolate ancient zone paled in comparison. This majestic divine realm cultivator was actually drenched in cold sweat at this moment. Chu Xian was enveloped in the 7-colored divine light. Behind him was the heaven-shaking divine image. His body was surrounded by strands of the great Dao. Luo Ming could not see his face clearly. At a glance, it was as if he was looking straight at the great Dao. Luo Ming did not dare to look further. He lowered his head slightly. "Don't be nervous." Chu Xian's voice was amiable. "Which generation of Luo Xinbeis are you from?" "Luo Xinbei." Luo Ming's body trembled. In the 9 zones, there were very few people who knew the human king's name. Furthermore, from the tone of the other party's voice, Luo Xinbei seemed like a junior to this expert. "Senior, I am Luo Xinbei's 4th great-grandson, Luo Ming." "Oh." Chu Xian let out a soft "oh" and continued casually, "So you are little Xinbei's great-grandson. Your cultivation is a little lacking." Little Xinbei. In his eyes, his great-grandfather was just a little guy. He was definitely a super terrifying expert, and he knew his great-grandfather. As for this senior's comment about his cultivation, Luo Ming acknowledged it. He was only at the 5th level of the divine realm. In the eyes of such an unfathomable existence, he was naturally inferior. Junior's talent is lacking. "I'm ashamed," Luo Ming said in embarrassment. "I can see that you're way worse than your great-grandfather." Chu Xian nodded. The corners of Luo Ming's mouth twitched slightly. This senior's words were too straightforward. Thinking back to little Xinbei, he was quick-witted, a sweet talker, and very efficient in handling matters. As his descendant, you actually didn't inherit any of his good traits. It's a bit of a pity. Chu Xian spoke slowly with a reminiscing expression. Luo Ming's waist bowed lower and lower. The big shot in front of him was actually a supreme existence who had once guided his great-grandfather. His heart pounded rapidly. Perhaps this could also be his fortuitous encounter? With just a little guidance from this senior, he should be able to break through to the 7th level of the divine realm or higher, right? Chu Xian talked about some of his past encounters with Luo Xinbei. He briefly mentioned that he and Luo Xinbei's master, Kun He, were quite good friends. Then, he pretended to casually ask, where are Luo Xinbei's descendants? Have they broken through to the divine realm or higher? Senior, my ancestors and father are all above the 7th level of the divine realm. They entered the desolate ancient zone a long time ago, and I haven't seen them for a long time. You're the only divine realm kid in charge of the Luo family. No, there's also an uncle of mine who has returned. His cultivation level is higher than mine. He's reached the 8th level of the divine realm. Chu Xian briefly asked about the Luo family's situation and gained an understanding of the Luo family's actual strength. Luo Ming also answered this expert's questions one by one. Of course, he definitely had some reservations. It was definitely impossible for him to completely trust Chu Xian. Chu Xian sighed. As expected of a human king's family, their strength and foundation was beyond imagination. Luo Xinbei was, after all, a human king. By the time he left the family, he was definitely already a Dao realm expert. Naturally, he left behind sufficient resources, especially treasures that could help his descendants break through to the heaven realm and other higher realm bottlenecks. Chu Xian waved his hand, and an image appeared. Luo Xinbei, this little guy, is living a carefree life. He had 3 more children, you know. Luo Ming looked up. His brain buzzed with shock. On the island in the image, an elegant middle-aged scholar was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Was that not his great-grandfather and great-grandmother? This senior did not lie to him. He really knew his great-grandfather. Chu Xian shut off the image and said, "Do you want me to send a message to Luo Xinbei?" "I wouldn't dare to trouble you, senior." Luo Ming hurriedly said. "On account of Luo Xinbei, I'll give you some pointers. The 9 zones are about to undergo a great change. You need to be prepared." Chu Xian said in a profound manner. Luo Ming's heart shook. The 9 zones were about to undergo a great change? It was no wonder there was something special happening in the desolate ancient zone. Many divine realm experts seemed to be attracted by something, and unconsciously returned to the 8 zones. It turned out that the 9 zones were about to undergo a great change. "Senior, can you tell me a bit more?" Luo Ming asked carefully. It was not just for himself, but also for the Luo family. This is a secret of the heavens. Knowing it will not benefit you. Chu Xian pondered for a moment before continuing, "Qin Ying and I are fated. He is my in-name disciple. Not only does he possess the Luo family's bloodline, but he is also related to Luo Xinbei. He will be able to lead the Luo family through the great change. You must know that with the advent of the great change, it is normal for divine realm cultivators to fall. Only those with great luck will be able to survive the great calamity. Qin Ying is extraordinary in that sense." Luo Ming listened respectfully, and his mind was filled with countless thoughts. In the future, the Luo family would rely on Qin Ying to lead the Luo family through the calamity. Chu Xian's words had a basis. After all, Qin Ying was extraordinary. He was once the #1 genius of the northern zone and the supreme emperor of the Great Qin Empire who had once unified the southern region. He had not reached the divine realm, yet had single-handedly devised a plan to foil a divine realm expert's scheme. How many people could compare with his boldness and methods? "Thank you for your guidance, senior. However, if you have any instructions for us, the Luo family will definitely complete it even if we have to go through the flames of hell." Luo Ming said respectfully. Chu Xian was waiting for him to say this. More importantly, Qin Ying would be in charge of the Luo family, so the Luo family would naturally become his subordinate. In the future, when the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan was implemented in the Eastern Zone, the Luo family would be able to play a significant role. Chapter 231, Xiao Yang vs. the Evil Sun. Chu Xian looked at him with a kind expression and said, "Take this. If anyone contacts you, you can try your best to help that person." A myriad zone talisman floated in front of Luo Ming. This was a specially made myriad zone talisman, and Chu Xian had hidden a wisp of his Dao aura within it. An item given by a super big shot naturally would not be ordinary. The myriad zone talisman could save Luo Ming's life during critical moments. Moreover, once the heavenly Dao talisman plan was successful, anyone holding this myriad zone talisman in a place covered by the heavenly Dao laws would be able to receive the heavenly Dao's favor. He would not treat his subordinates too poorly. "Many thanks, Senior." Luo Ming received the myriad zone talisman and became extremely excited. This jade talisman was obviously extraordinary. "This pill is to help your cultivation." Chu Xian waved his hand again, and a bottle of medicinal pills floated in front of Luo Ming. Divine Origin Pills. These were supreme medicinal pills for Divine Realm cultivators. Ren Changhe and Buddha Nanwu had consumed these pills to cultivate. The speed at which their cultivation increased was so fast that it would make other Divine Realm cultivators go crazy with jealousy. Luo Ming became even more excited. After receiving the medicinal pills, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. How could the medicinal pills given by such a big shot be ordinary? "Cultivate well. You can leave now." "Yes, Senior." Luo Ming left in excitement. The Luo family was destined to soar again. It was decided after this matter, that Qin Ying would become the next head of the Luo family. In any case, he would not get married. Moreover, they could use Qin Ying to build a relationship with this senior. After successfully deceiving Luo Ming, the Luo family indirectly became his subordinate force. After the battle for the Azura ancient land ended, the Black Moon Tower could rely on them to expand into the eastern zone. Given the Luo family's strength in the eastern zone, it was easy enough to support the Black Moon Tower there. With their assistance, the Black Moon Tower could lay the foundation for the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan to be implemented in the eastern zone in advance. When the laws of heaven and earth in the northern zone were subsumed by the Heavenly Dao Talisman, they would be replaced by the Heavenly Dao laws. After that, they would proceed with implementing the plan in the eastern zone. The demon zone had Demon Buddha, so it could be carried out there as well. The monster zone had Hu Tianya, so that would not be a big problem either. Chu Xian pondered this matter for a while. The plan was very solid and could be implemented slowly. The key catalyst was the southern region. As long as the plan was successful in the southern region, then future implementations would be smooth. Chu Xian turned his gaze to a corner of the southern region, where the Azura ancient land was located. The space there rippled. The Azura ancient land was about to return from the spatial cracks. The major factions of the northern zone gathered, and heavens blessed appeared one after another. Among them, Cao Tianyi, Mo Hungliu, and the Evil Sun were the most popular. They were also the three strongest Emperor Realm cultivators so far. They were also the strongest opponents in the eyes of the other factions heavens blessed, and they were the ones with the highest chance of obtaining the fate treasures. Compared to them, Xin Yuanfeng and the others were being suppressed, and it was rumored that the great Qin Emperor, Qin Ying, who had unified the southern region and was known as the #1 genius in the northern zone, had yet to appear. Most people silently agreed that he had already died. The various factions in the northern zone had yet to take sides, but they were still wary of Cao Tianyi and the Great Jian Palace. No matter what, Cao Tianyi had lured the demon race into invading. As for Mo Hungliu, he was half human and half demon, so not many people knew that he was the reincarnation of the demon race Divine Realm Elder. Not every faction in the northern zone had a Heaven Realm Elder who had returned to guide them. Hence, they were very cautious in choosing sides. If it was possible, most factions were willing to side with Qin Ying. Cao Tianyi had done some disgraceful things back then. The Evil Sun was an outsider with a bad personality. The Great Evil Palace's reputation was not good to begin with, so no one would choose to side with him. The experts of Nine Swords Mountain had already contacted the various major powers and reached a consensus. Even if Qin Ying had really died, they could not let all of the fate treasures fall into Cao Tianyi's hands. What did he do to deserve the position of human king of the northern zone? Ding Yu also arrived on site and waited for it to open. No matter what, the fate treasures of the 5 regions could not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Chu Yun came to watch the show. "Beauty, how about enjoying yourself in my great evil palace?" The evil son actually walked over to Chu Yun's side and said with a bewitching smile. Chu Yun frowned and ignored him. She turned around and walked away. Unexpectedly, the evil son's figure flashed and blocked her path again. He said, "Don't go, Beauty, which faction are you from? To receive the favor of my great evil palace is an honor for the faction behind you." The heavenly spirit cat stretched out its claws as it considered whether or not to kill this guy with one strike. At this moment, a long spear flew over and blocked the evil son's path. There are so many people who are not afraid of death. The evil son narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yang with a murderous intent. "Evil son, right? Get out of my way!" Xiao Yang sneered. "You're courting death." Shua. Blood chi bloomed as a sinister and strange blood claw struck toward Xiao Yang. Boom! The spear shattered the blood claw, and Xiao Yang snorted coldly. His spear chi surged forth and instantly broke through the evil son's domain power, his spear stabbing toward the latter's throat. The evil son's expression changed, and the evil aura around his body surged. A strange-shaped long claw appeared over his hand, and blood chi filled the air. Boom! Both sides immediately started fighting. It's the evil son. Who dared to pick a fight with him? It's not Cao Tianyi or Mo Hongliu. Who has the strength to do so? The battle between Xiao Yang and the evil son quickly attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu also looked over. Their expressions were solemn. This person was so strong. I recognize him. He's the spear expert who challenged the 100 Emperor Realm experts alone. He doesn't look like that person. Nonsense, he changed his appearance when he challenged the checkpoint. This should be his true appearance. Many experts from the major factions looked over. They were all shocked. He was so powerful. He was going toe-to-toe against the evil son without missing a beat. He was indeed worthy of his fame as someone who fought alone against 100 Emperor Realm experts. Some people from the major powers of the western region recognized him as well. That's Xiao Yang from the Xiao family. Was Xiao Yang this powerful? How did the Xiao family end up parting with such a prodigy? The experts of the Xiao family from the western region had gloomy expressions on their faces. They were very dissatisfied with the current patriarch of the Xiao family. Evil son, you're pretty average. Xiao Yang smiled contemptuously. Ha, what's this about a prodigy who fought 100 Emperor Realm experts alone? You're pretty average too. Let's decide the victor inside the Azura ancient land. The evil son sneered. The battle did not continue. Xiao Yang was very strong, and he would not be able to beat Xiao Yang with his ordinary strength. However, it was impossible for him to reveal his trump cards at this time. There was a Heaven Realm expert from the Great Evil Palace who wanted to make a move. However, Lu Piaopio's figure faintly appeared and the power of the laws of heaven and earth spread out. She coldly glared at the experts from the Great Evil Palace. Chu Xian naturally was watching the scene of Xiao Yang fighting the evil son. Moreover, the evil son had actually dared to harass Chu Yun. He was courting death. He immediately thought of the little evil king in the lucky mystic realm. So many years had passed. After bitterly cultivating in the lucky mystic realm, the little evil king's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he had already broken through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. He was temporarily unable to break through to the Supreme realm. It was also time for him to come out. He was Chu Yun's lackey, and the evil son was his enemy. Would the little evil king spare the evil son? The little evil king who cultivated the evil warding immortal scripture was no weaker than the evil son. After all, the evil warding immortal scripture was rather unique to begin with. Its attacks were rather unique, and it had been specially created by Chu Xian. The little evil king was strong enough to fight the evil son. To be able to enter the lucky mystic realm and cultivate inside, his strength could not be judged with common sense. Chapter 232, Revenge for foiling his plan. A few more days passed, and the Northern Zone's elite cultivators who had obtained entry slots all gathered. Xin Yuanfeng and the others had solemn expressions, and their eyes were filled with despair. Their big brother had truly met with an accident. He had not returned. Rumble. The Azura ancient land trembled, and spatial ripples spread out. Then, within the dilapidated ancient land, a radiance instantly bloomed and disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Supreme treasure. Supreme fate treasures. After such a long time, the fate treasures must have undergone a transformation. Moreover, there might be more than just the 5 regions' fate treasures. The Azura ancient land might have given birth to lower-level fate treasures, or even emperor-level fate treasures. Cao Tianyi's eyes were burning with desire. If he obtained the fate treasures, even without the support of the position of human king, he could break through his cultivation bottleneck. He had once touched the boundary of that mysterious realm. Many years ago, he had obtained an incomplete scroll in the desolate ancient zone. From it, he had learned that there was an even more mysterious and powerful realm above the divine realm. He had never seen or heard of that realm. Moreover, his cultivation had not reached the peak of the divine realm. From the incomplete scroll, he had learned that if he possessed great fate, he would have the chance to reach the peak of the divine realm, and perhaps reach that mysterious higher realm. He wanted to reach that higher realm. For that reason, he quietly left the desolate ancient zone and returned to the northern zone. He started planning everything secretly. He would lure the demon race into invading the human race of the northern zone. The human race of the northern zone would then face a great calamity and, when he stepped forth to rescue them, he would become the first human king of the northern zone. Once he was a human king, supported by the human race's luck, he would strive to reach that mysterious higher realm. The first part of his plan had gone smoothly. At that time, all of the divine realm experts of the 9 zones were exploring the desolate ancient zone in hopes of finding a way forward for their cultivation. He believed that with his divine realm might, he could definitely rescue the human race from their calamity at the crucial moment. He was considered a peerless genius among divine realm cultivators, so he was definitely not weak. For this plan, he had even secretly destroyed the great array connecting the zones, preventing human experts from the other zones from quickly reinforcing the northern zone. In the end though, Qin Ying ruined his plan and took away the fate of the 5 regions. The great Qin Emperor, who had unified the southern region, had forcefully taken away the fate of the southern region. This caused his plan to fail. Furthermore, the appearance of a demon race divine realm elder ultimately led to a full-fledged war with the demon race. Qin Ying, you deserve to die. Cao Tianyi's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xin Yuanfeng and the others with an extremely cold gaze. Mo Hongliu was extremely excited. He did not care about the human king position as he could not ascend to the human king position. He was not a pure human. Back then, for the sake of obtaining a supreme treasure and attaining the legendary higher realm, he had given up his identity as a heavenly demon and reincarnated as a human-demon hybrid. After all, without the bloodline of the human race, he could not obtain the human race's fate treasures. After all, the hybrid body also possessed the bloodline of the human race, so he could also obtain the fate treasures and receive their blessing. As long as he could obtain 1 or 2 of them, he could carry out his plan and try to attain that legendary higher realm. The evil son was also excited. If he could unify the northern zone and ascend to the human king's position, it would naturally be the best. If he could not, he should still be able to obtain one of the treasures, which would help him to become stronger quickly. Xin Yuanfeng and the others gritted their teeth as they looked at the Azura ancient land. Their hearts were bleeding. They had sacrificed too much for this yet, in the end, their big brother encountered an accident and could not return. No matter what, even if we die, we can't allow Cao Tianyi to get what he wants. Xin Yuanfeng said with gritted teeth. Pang Xingai and the others nodded solemnly. Cao Tianyi looked over coldly and said, the fate treasures cannot be used by those above the Emperor realm. Therefore, we'll leave the fighting to the Emperor realm cultivators. The uniqueness of the fate treasures was that those above the Emperor realm would be rejected. Even those at the divine realm would suffer a backlash from fate if they forcefully took the fate treasures. It was not worth the risk. The Dao of fate was too mysterious. The higher the level of the fate treasure, the higher the requirement for the one who obtained it. Those who could obtain the fate treasures were all extremely talented geniuses who possessed great luck. This was also the reason why the Heaven Realm experts from the major forces, and even those at the Divine Realm did not participate in it. Only the Emperor Realm cultivators could participate. Otherwise, how could such treasures not end up in the hands of these Divine Realm experts? Qin Ying is dead. The grudge of foiling my plan will be borne by all of you. As Cao Tianyi spoke, he walked toward Xin Yuanfeng and the others step by step. The Emperor Realm experts of the Great Jian Palace followed suit, along with the elite cultivators of Cao Tianyi's faction. Xin Yuanfeng and the others' faces were gloomy, but they did not display any fear as they went up to meet him. Nine Swords Mountain, the Kishan Alliance, the Yu family, and the other Emperor Realm cultivators all followed suit. These were the factions that had opposed Cao Tianyi's plan back then. As for the other forces that favored Qin Ying, since Qin Ying was not around, they were hesitating at this moment and did not take sides immediately. Most of these other forces lacked a Divine Realm expert, so taking sides rashly was extremely disadvantageous. Aside from the Ling family of the eastern region, Cao Tianyi's faction also included the Sui family of the central region. Ling Baiun, the heavens blessed of the Ling family, and Sui Suan He, the heavens blessed of the Sui family. In terms of both strength and numbers, Xin Yuanfeng and the others were already at a disadvantage. Pang Xingai, Xin Yuanfeng, and Peng Qiguang had to join forces to block Cao Tianyi, while Yu Beilong had no obvious advantage against Ling Baiun. Bai Shaokong was evenly matched against Sui Suan He, so he would not be able to defeat Sui Suan He within a short period of time. Nine Swords Mountain might not lose to the Great Jian Palace in a battle between their Emperor Realm cultivators, while the forces of the Kishan Alliance and the Yu family were similar to that of the Ling and Sui families. Mo Hongliu, it's time for you to help. Since Qin Ying is dead, it's time to clean up his people. We'll decide the victor between us after that. Cao Tianyi looked at Mo Hongliu and said coldly. All right. It's a good time to clean up Qin Ying's side anyway. Mo Hongliu smiled. He spun the half-moon blade in his hand and walked over. Xin Yuanfeng and the others' hearts sank. They did not doubt Mo Hongliu's strength. Hence, Peng Qiguang turned his gaze to the evil sun. Do you not think that they will join forces to target you later? The evil sun's eyes flashed as he continued to smile. There's no need to try to rope me in. My great evil palace is also Qin Ying's enemy. As he spoke, he actually stepped forward and said, it's time to take revenge. Pang Xingai and the others' faces were gloomy. They were stuck in a terrible predicament at the moment. Clang! Two young men who looked exactly the same walked out slowly and blocked the evil sun's path. Since you are from the great evil palace, you are an enemy of our Zhang family. Evil sun, we will be your opponent. The Zhang family was a family from the central region that focused on the sword Dao. It's the Zhang family's twin experts. Is the Zhang family going to side with Xin Yuanfeng and the others? Qin Ying is dead. It's not wise for them to take that side. Some powerful experts discussed in low voices. Cao Tianyi narrowed his eyes. Has the Zhang family made their choice? Our Zhang family will only target the Great Evil Palace. I hope so, Cao Tianyi said coldly. Golden light blossomed around his entire body as the god-slaying saber aura surrounded him. His golden fists were filled with killing intent. He charged toward Xin Yuanfeng and the others. I'll deal with that scoundrel Cao Tianyi with third brother. Fourth and fifth brother will deal with Mo Hongliu. Seventh brother will deal with Su Suanhe, and the rest will split up to deal with Ling Baiun. Pang Xingai said in a deep voice. Chapter 233, Ding Yu makes his move. A great battle between Emperor Realm cultivators broke out in an instant. The Heaven Realm experts of Nine Swords Mountain were also on standby. Perhaps a great battle between Heaven Realm experts would break out before the Azura Ancient Land was opened. The moment the battle started, Pang Xingai and Xin Yuanfeng were at a disadvantage. However, the two of them were still top-notch heavens blessed. Cao Tian would not be able to emerge victorious over them within a short period of time. Peng Qiguang and Yu Beilong fought Mo Hongliu. They were already bleeding profusely, but they had managed to hold Mo Hongliu back for the time being. Bai Shaokong had a slight advantage over Su Suanhe, but it would not be easy for him to score an outright victory. In the battle between the other Emperor Realm cultivators, Nine Swords Mountain had already fallen into a disadvantage. The battle strength of their cultivators was a notch lower than their opponents. Ling Baiun was too strong. The 5 or 6 Emperor Realm geniuses from Nine Swords Mountain could barely withstand his attacks. At this moment, colorful petals fell. Wherever the petals fell, there would be death and destruction. A beautiful figure led a group of Emperor Realm female experts and charged into the Great Jian Palace's forces. The beautiful woman was surrounded by petals. Her killing intent spread in all directions. In an instant, she killed 3 Emperor Realm cultivators of the Ling family. Ling Baiun threw a punch at the woman. Sixth sister. Pang Xingai shouted happily. Even if he's dead, I, Huoqunzi, will do everything I can to complete his plan. The Holy Maiden of the Floating Flower Pavilion, Huoqunzi. With the participation of the Floating Flower Pavilion, the situation gradually stabilized. However, everyone knew that Xin Yuanfeng and Pang Xingai's defeat was inevitable. Huoqunzi was extremely powerful. As the flowers bloomed around her, her killing intent followed. Each flower that bloomed hindered and trapped Ling Baiun. Furthermore, she still had some energy left. She used her free hand to attack Su Suanhe. She actually wanted to use her own strength to stall Su Suanhe and Ling Baiun, freeing Bai Shaokong. In the small courtyard, Chu Xian watched the battle happening in front of the Azura Ancient Land. He was very relaxed, as if he was watching a movie. Su Xianer saw Su Suanhe and pursed her lips. Sir, I want to go and mess with the Su family. Go ahead. Chu Xian waved his hand and gave his approval. Sir, have one of the Baldies protect me. That way, if I anger the Su family or the other forces there, I won't be afraid. Su Xianer tugged at Chu Xian's hand and said coquettishly. She knew how powerful Buddha Nanwu was. There were 2 other Baldies who were extremely powerful and had reached the divine realm. Chu Xian did not call for Buddha Nanwu. Instead, he summoned the left Buddha attendant and asked him to accompany Su Xianer. It was about time for some experts to appear. If anything were to happen, Grandpa Zhang might not be able to handle it alone. The left Buddha attendant was already at the 8th level of the divine realm. He was about to reach the 9th level of the divine realm and was considered extremely powerful among divine realm cultivators. Su Xianer left joyfully. Chu Xian watched Ling Baiun fight. Although he was very powerful, he did not display the strength that a fated son of the eastern region should have. The method he used back then seemed to be effective. Ling Baiun's fate had already weakened. Now, the fate of the eastern region was no longer solely focused on him. It was precisely because of this that he was not able to rely on his status as a child of fate and was held back by Huoqunzi. Huoqunzi made her move and stabilized the situation. However, very quickly, the situation changed once again. A young man holding a pill cauldron walked out. A few Emperor Realm experts followed him. The flames from the pill cauldron instantly destroyed Hwakyun's petals and charged toward her. Heavenly Cauldron Mountain. Dan Sangzi, you're a traitor. Pang Xingai and Xin Yuanfeng roared with bloodshot eyes. How can I be a traitor? I've always been Brother Cao's man. Dan Sangzi smiled gently. You deserve to die. Pang Xingai and the others were furious. The one who leaked the news was actually Dan Sangzi. Anger is useless now, Cao Tianyi sneered. The god-slaying saber aura trapped Xin Yuanfeng, and his golden fists kept bombarding Pang Xingai. Hwakyun's face was livid. She abandoned Ling Biun and charged toward Dan Sangzi. Although Dan Sangzi was an alchemist, his strength was not weak. Moreover, there were 7 heavens-blessed Emperor Realm cultivators from the Heavenly Cauldron Mountain with him. Hwakyunzi was instantly surrounded and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Ding Yu and the others were watching the show unfold atop a small hill. They had no intention of interfering. Although these people were brothers with junior brother Qin, they had no relationship with these people. They only needed to ensure that the fate treasures did not fall into the hands of others. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew over. Ding Yu. It was Han Yingmeng. Miss Han, why are you looking for me? He asked with a yawn. To him, who had no woman in his heart, no matter how beautiful a woman was, he would not take another glance at her. Ding Yu, can you help me? Han Yingmeng asked anxiously. Hwakyunzi was her master in the floating flower pavilion. Now that Hwakyunzi was in danger, the only person she could seek help from was the evil Ding Yu. All right, you've helped me with 2 things previously. We can be considered friends. What do you want me to help you with? Ding Yu agreed without hesitation. After all, Han Yingmeng had helped him before, which helped him break through the 3 stages of the Way of the Sword. He did not have many friends, but Han Yingmeng was one of them. Help me. Han Yingmeng originally wanted Ding Yu to help her deal with Dan Sangzi and save Hwakyunzi. However, on second thought, Cao Tianyi was the key. As long as Pang Xingai and Xin Yuanfeng were freed, they would naturally be able to save Hwakyunzi. However, Cao Tianyi was too strong. She hesitated and said, can you help me deal with Cao Tianyi? If not, then... If Ding Yu could not block Cao Tianyi, then she could only ask him to save Hwakyunzi. No problem. Ding Yu patted his chest and said. You'll offend a lot of people. Han Yingmeng was a little hesitant. Ding Yu's actions would definitely offend Cao Tianyi. Don't worry. I, Ding Yu, have never been afraid of offending people. Cao Tianyi is nothing but a piece of ancient trash. He only knows how to plot against the human race. Ding Yu was filled with disdain. He looked down on Cao Tianyi's actions from the bottom of his heart. Clang! Sword chi flashed and cut through the sky. Ding Yu made his move. Boom! One sword strike shattered the god-slaying saber aura, and another sword strike shattered the golden fist strikes, blocking Cao Tianyi's attack. Who are you? Cao Tianyi was furious. I, Ding Yu, am the #1 swordsman in the southern region. I despise you, you ancient piece of trash. Ding Yu said proudly. Thank you. Pang Xingai and Xin Yuanfeng cupped their fists and said gratefully. They dragged their wounded bodies and charged toward Dan Sangzi. Cao Tianyi shouted angrily, Mo Hungliu, block them. If you don't make a move, I, Cao Tianyi, will eliminate you first. Mo Hungliu snorted coldly. He was a hybrid of human and demon. If the major forces in the northern zone were determined enough and united, they could indeed eliminate him. Men. Emperor Realm experts from the Heavenly Saint sect rushed over and blocked Pang Xingai and Xin Yuanfeng's path. Ding Yu and Cao Tianyi were fighting. Huaqianzi was still in danger. The area where the flowers fell was getting smaller and smaller. Han Yingmeng was extremely anxious. She regretted asking Ding Yu to deal with Cao Tianyi and not asking him to save her master directly. Boom! Suddenly, a huge halberd fell from the sky. Chapter 234, The Magnificent Qin Ying Stuns Everyone. The halberd swept toward them with a domineering aura. Boom! The halberd killed an emperor realm heavens blessed from the heavenly cauldron mountain. Then, the halberd struck again and killed another emperor realm heavens blessed. Huaqianzi was extremely excited. He was back. When the halberd descended, Pang Xingai and the others had tears in their eyes. Their big brother was back. Big, big. Xin Yuan Feng turned around to look, but was soon dumbfounded. Brother Qin. Huaqianzi could not help but shed tears as she turned around to look excitedly. The word brother stopped right there. The battlefield fell silent. Many people were dumbfounded. Cao Tianyi had stopped fighting, and Mo Hongliu also stopped. The evil son and the Zhang family had not even started fighting, they were just in a standoff. However, at this moment, they were no longer paying attention to each other. Only Qin Ying was attacking continuously. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his eyes were filled with fury as he stared at Dan Sangzi. He did not care about what the others were feeling. His halberd swept out, killing the rest of the seven heavens blessed from the heavenly cauldron mountain. Die! With an angry shout, an incomparably tyrannical halberd struck toward Dan Sangzi. Dan Sangzi was momentarily stunned. He was facing a life and death crisis. The pill cauldron instantly emerged, and tried to block the halberd to allow Dan Sangzi to escape. However, Qin Ying was furious at the traitor. How could he let him escape? The tyrant dragon body erupted, and his strength increased explosively. He was ferocious. Boom! The halberd sent the pill cauldron flying. He leapt up and slashed down with the halberd. Traitor, you must be killed. Save! Dan Sangzi was shocked. How could Qin Ying be so strong? He was even stronger than when he was at the Emperor realm back then. As soon as the cry for help was sent out, the experts of the heavenly cauldron mountain were locked onto by a few powerful auras. Boom! Dan Sangzi fell. Qin Ying domineeringly appeared and killed many geniuses, including Dan Sangzi. Peerless beauty. Many of the surrounding cultivators were mesmerized by this peerless beauty. There was actually such a peerless beauty in the world. Ding Yu had already returned. He looked at Qin Ying with wide eyes and asked, "Is the great Qin Emperor a woman?" It should be. I guess we should call her junior sister Qin." Wang Luo stammered. He felt that something was not right. He Yu was also dumbfounded. How could the great Qin Emperor be a woman? That was impossible. This was not Qin Ying, right? The great Qin Emperor is an unparalleled man who once unified the southern region, He Yu said in a low voice. Then what's going on? Ding Yu and the others were all dumbfounded. The dumbfounded people included Pang Xingai, Xin Yuan Feng, and the rest of Qin Ying's brothers. All of them had forgotten about their injuries as they looked at the peerlessly beautiful woman who had killed Dan Sangzi. Cao Tianyi was also dumbfounded. He was a well-informed person, and he had seen many unimaginable things. However, an 8-foot-tall, incomparably brave and ambitious figure had turned into a peerless beauty. No matter what, he could not accept it. It was too hard to imagine. You are Big Brother Qin. Huaqianzi's delicate body trembled and her face was pale, as if she could not bear this cruel reality. She suddenly pounced into Qin Ying's embrace and stretched out her delicate hand to press his. Wah! Huaqianzi cried. It's true. She then touched her own, crying even more sorrowfully. Why is it like this? I want Big Brother Qin, not Sister Qin. We agreed that, in our next life, we would only love each other. How can it be like this? Huoqianzi could not accept this cruel reality. How could her heroic big brother Qin turn into a peerless beauty? What was even more cruel was that he was even more well endowed than her. Qin Ying's expression was filled with grief. He had expected this to happen. I didn't want this either. All of the cultivators remembered the great Qin Emperor to be a peerless hero that was 8 feet tall. However, he was now a peerless beauty. This was too ridiculous. The spectators were all dumbfounded. The magnificent Qin Ying had stunned everyone the moment he appeared. Pang Xingai, Xin Yuanfeng, and the other brothers slowly approached him. They could not even be bothered with their injuries anymore. All of them had blank expressions and were at a loss. Was this really their big brother? Where was my domineering, brave, and peerless big brother? Where did he go? Are you really big brother Qin Ying? Pang Xingai's lips quivered as he asked. Xin Yuanfeng and the others looked at Qin Ying with eager eyes. They very much hoped that this beauty in front of them was big brother Qin's Dao partner in this life. And not big brother Qin himself. Although that would mean that he had not fulfilled his promise to only love sixth sister, this was still a conclusion that they could accept. Qin Ying looked at his brothers and was filled with sorrow. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. I didn't want to become a woman. Fate played me. I, Qin Ying, am supposed to be an 8 feet tall powerful man, but I've actually become a woman. Who can understand my feelings? His lips trembled for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and looked angrily at Cao Tianyi in the distance. He shouted angrily, "Scoundrel Cao, it's all your fault." The brothers broke down and hugged each other with tears streaming down their faces. In their memories, their big brother's angry roar was like thunder, domineering and awe-inspiring. But now? That voice was clear and crisp. Even though it carried a domineering aura, it was no longer the same. She no longer had the incomparable domineering aura from before. Ignoring the fact that the brothers could not accept it, even an enemy like Cao Tianyi could not accept it. Thinking back to that time, Qin Ying's domineering roar was unrivaled. He once lamented in his heart that if they were at the same cultivation level, he would not be as good as Qin Ying. However, the unrivaled domineering aura was gone. Instead, there was a forceful, but coquettish feeling. He could not stand it. The contrast between before and after was too huge. The evil son looked at Qin Ying. The more he looked, the more his blood boiled. He had an irresistible impulse. She was too beautiful. No woman possessed such a peerless temperament. She was a peerless beauty of the 9 zones. However, when he thought about how such a beauty used to be a fierce and domineering man, he shuddered and his blood turned cold. It was him who had used a halberd to drive him out of the southern region and the northern zone. The evil son realized that he was not crazy enough to accept Qin Ying. Mo Honglio was also stunned. He had also heard Qin Ying's domineering roar before. What about now? The great Dao was truly ever-changing. The older martial artists were dumbfounded as they stared at Qin Ying for a long time. The forces on Qin Ying's side were all dumbfounded. The forces that were inclined towards Qin Ying were also dumbfounded. The great Jian Palace, Sui family, and Cao Tianyi's forces were also dumbfounded. They had heard of the great Qin Emperor and his fame. He was the overlord who had unified the southern region and was known as the #1 genius of the northern zone. In that era, Qin Ying had single-handedly suppressed every heavens blessed in the same realm. He had great ambitions and wanted to unify the northern zone and become the human king. However, in the end, he became a great beauty? This was too ridiculous. Chapter 235, Why don't you and I become Dao partners? Qin Ying's heart was filled with sorrow and hatred. He held his halberd and charged toward Cao Tianyi. Scoundrel Cao, go to hell! Cao Tianyi retreated and waved his hand. Qin Ying, gather your brothers first. Let me take a breather. Where are you going? Cao Tianyi fled. This situation was too ridiculous. He felt that he needed time to compose himself in order to deal with it better. Big brother! Pang Xingai and the others chased after him. Hua Qunzi cried miserably. She could not accept the fact that her powerful big brother had turned into a big sister. Qin Ying stopped and looked at his brothers. Finally, he let out a long sigh. I've made you suffer. What big brother said? Peng Qiguang raised his head. He would bump chests with his big brother to express camaraderie back then. He could not bump chests. Furthermore, he could not stare at them. He hurriedly averted his eyes. How depressing! Silence. Only Hua Qunzi's sobbing could be heard. After a long while, Qin Ying finally said, there was an accident. Fate played a trick on me, so. I also know that this was extremely ridiculous, but it just happened this way. Brothers, do you know how devastated I was when I awakened my memories? Qin Ying roared inwardly. I should. I still have a chance to become a man again, Qin Ying said unconfidently. He did not know if his master had a way. What do you want me to do? Hua Qunzi lay on Qin Ying's chest and cried her heart out. Qin Ying had a helpless look on his face. What kind of nonsense was this? I can still spoil you, Qin Ying rubbed her head and sighed. It's a good thing that Big Brother has returned, although there was an accident along the way. Xin Yuanfeng sighed. Then, he continued, regardless of whether he's a man or a woman, Big Brother is still Big Brother. Big Brother still needs to lead us to resolve our grudge with Cao Tianyi and the fight for the Fate treasures. Although Qin Ying had turned into a woman, her strength was not weak at all. In fact, she was even stronger than back then. As soon as she appeared, she killed the traitor Dan Sangzi. With Qin Ying as the backbone, they could unify the forces that were dissatisfied with Cao Tianyi and gain the upper hand in the fight. They might even be able to expel Cao Tianyi's forces before the Azura ancient land fully opened. The experts from Nine Swords Mountain also surrounded her. The group returned to the camp and discussed what they should do next. Was Qin Ying alone this time, or did she have a large faction supporting her from behind? The news that the great Qin Emperor had become a peerless beauty instantly spread throughout the northern zone, causing countless cultivators to be dumbstruck. At the checkpoint leading from the eastern region to the southern region, a dull-looking youth walked past. Chu Pingfen. His cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm, and his strength was still growing rapidly. He was definitely going to participate in the battle for the Azura ancient land. Moreover, it was time to settle the grudge between him and Ling Baiun. Uer was still following him closely. She lay on his shoulder and said, Fan Fan, you might not be able to defeat him. Ling Baiun was, after all, the eastern region's fated son. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary heaven's blessed. Aren't you here, though? Chu Pingfen said calmly. That's right. I'll lend you my strength when the time comes, Uer said happily. Before the Azura ancient land fully opened, peace was restored. The various large factions maintained their silence. Qin Ying's return meant that the battle with Cao Tianyi was about to begin. One had to choose sides or be neutral. Choosing sides meant taking risks. Being neutral meant that there was not much to gain. It was also possible that the winning side would be dissatisfied with them. In short, the situation in the northern zone would change. The factions without a divine realm expert were all very worried. They did not know what to do and could only remain neutral for now. Many factions were in favor of Qin Ying. However, they were worried that Cao Tianyi was too strong and that he would suppress Qin Ying's side. No matter what, Cao Tianyi had lured the demons to invade and had created a disaster for the human race. This was unacceptable. However, his strength made many factions fearful. Although Cao Tianyi had reincarnated, everyone knew that he was an extremely powerful divine realm expert. How could he be reincarnated without anyone backing him up? Moreover, other than him, there was also a divine realm ancestor from the great Qian palace. 3 days later. Rumble. More parts of the Azura ancient land shimmered. It was almost as if it was about to emerge from the spatial cracks and return to the southern region. Space shook, and another beam of light flashed inside. On the small hill where Ding Yu and the others were, Su Xian'er was standing beside Chu Yun, holding a long whip. She looked in the direction of Cao Tianyi's camp and snorted coldly, eagerly awaiting the chance to make a move. "Aren't you a member of the Su family? Why are you still targeting the Su family?" Xiang Xing asked curiously. "Why don't you ask Wang Luo why he is targeting the Wang family instead?" Xiang Xing shut his mouth. He thought of the Xiang family. Now that he had grown stronger, he would definitely return at some point to cause trouble for the Xiang family. Wang Luo suddenly said, "I was banished by the Wang family, senior brother Ding Yu was banished by Nine Swords Mountain, and sister Su also ran away from her marriage. Why does it feel like we have something in common? Does Master like taking in troubled disciples?" When he said that, Ding Yu and the others were stunned. This seemed to be the case. Could it be that Master liked to nurture the expelled disciples and help them to rise up and become strong? Did he like watching them crush their enemies' dignity and slap their faces? He Yu was deep in thought. From her analysis of the backgrounds of Ding Yu and the others, they seemed to have something in common. However, this common point was not the fact that they were expelled or despised. It was that they possessed great luck. They all had special talents and special luck. He Yu could not help but think of what Chu Xian had said about the great change that was about to happen in the 9 zones. Perhaps it was because of this that all these special talents appeared? Master would accept people with great luck as disciples? Was this to deal with the great change that was going to sweep the 9 zones? "Qin Ying, come out and meet me," Cao Tianyi shouted loudly. Qin Ying appeared. Putting aside his identity from his previous life, the current Qin Ying was a peerless beauty, one that was rarely seen in the world. This was especially so given her seemingly innately tyrannical temperament. "Scoundrel Cao, you traitorous human! You lured the demon race into invading the southern region and massacring the human race. You should be prepared for the consequences," Qin Ying said coldly. "Qin Ying, I haven't forgotten my grudge from you foiling my plan." Cao Tianyi snorted coldly. "Evil demons and crooked humans should be punished." Qin Ying retorted. "Qin Ying, I, Cao Tianyi, do not care about right or wrong. Both of us want to reach a higher realm. For this, we need the human king position of the northern zone. But why should we continue to fight? Why don't you and I put aside our past grudges and work together? You are now a woman. Why don't you and I become Dao partners and strive for supremacy together? Wouldn't that be beautiful?" The moment Cao Tianyi said that, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never thought that Cao Tianyi would be like this. The evil son was dumbfounded. He muttered, "I'm still not as crazy as that old B******************************************************* I can't believe I can't get past that hurdle in my heart." Mo Honglio was also dumbfounded. He sighed in his heart. As expected of that old B**********Cao Tianyi. He looked at Qin Ying. It had to be said that the current Qin Ying was truly a rare peerless beauty. Putting aside his past identity as a fierce man, he was a valiant beauty. He was truly a perfect Dao partner. Pa! What the f***ck was I thinking? Mo Honglio slapped himself. Chapter 236, Divine Realm Expert's Appearance. Qin Ying gripped his halberd tightly. His eyes turned red and his breathing became heavy. His chest heaved up and down as well. Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shao Kong, who were at the side, looked at the heaving chest of their big brother. They were so scared that they hurriedly looked away. They could not look. They really could not look. They raised their hands and slapped themselves twice to calm themselves down. They could not let their imagination run wild. This was their big brother. ****************************************************************** How dare you humiliate me? Die! Qin Ying roared in anger. He waved his halberd and charged forward. Xin Yuanfeng and the others followed closely behind. Humph! Cao Tianyi snorted coldly. Qin Ying, since you are not willing to join hands with me, then let's end this. I want to see if you have the ability to stop me in this life. Boom! A figure from the Great Jian Palace flew over, and the aura of a Divine Realm expert was displayed for all to see. The Heavenly Saint Sect and the Great Evil Palace also had their Divine Realm experts appear. The Nine Swords Mountain Sword Master also appeared. The Pavilion Master of the Floating Flower Pavilion and the Yu family's Patriarch also appeared. As the Divine Realm experts behind each of them appeared, the outcome of the battle no longer depended on Qin Ying and the other Emperor Realm cultivators. The Ling family's Patriarch also appeared. Out of the three great families of the eastern region, only the Ji family had not appeared here. The Sui family of the central region did not have a Divine Realm expert. Qin Ying, you'll definitely lose even if you plan for another lifetime, Cao Tianyi sneered. In the Great Jian Palace, another Divine Realm expert appeared. Moreover, looking at the Divine Realm experts that had appeared, Cao Tianyi's side seemed slightly stronger. The Sword Master of Nine Swords Mountain was a third-level Divine Realm expert. The Floating Flower Pavilion Master and the Yu family's Patriarch were both first-level Divine Realm cultivators. The Ling family's Patriarch was also at the first level of the Divine Realm. However, the Heavenly Saint Sect's Divine Realm expert was at the third level of the Divine Realm. As for the Great Jian Palace's Divine Realm experts, one was at the third level of the Divine Realm and the other was at the first level of the Divine Realm. Soon after, an old man holding a pill cauldron appeared. The founding Patriarch of the Heavenly Cauldron Mountain was at the first level of the Divine Realm. Haha, I'll never allow human race traitors to live. A figure appeared. He was the founder of the Kishan Alliance. He was a famous itinerant cultivator expert from the Northern Zone who had founded the Independent Cultivator Alliance. Second level of the Divine Realm. With the appearance of these Divine Realm experts, regardless of whether it was the Heaven Realm experts or the other cultivators, they all held their breaths and prepared to escape. If a battle between them broke out, just the shockwaves from the battle would be enough to destroy them. Legendary Divine Realm experts had appeared one after another. The landscape of the Northern Zone was about to change. Qin Ying returned to the camp and stared coldly at Cao Tianyi's side. He then looked at Mo Hongliu and said, "The demon race elder should be you, right?" "Ha, that was in my previous life. In this life, I am the holy son of the Heavenly Saint Sect." Mo Hongliu chuckled and said, "I have the bloodline of the human race now. Naturally, I can participate in the fight for the fate treasures." Qin Ying nodded and did not say anything. He looked at the evil sun and pondered for a moment before saying, "Are you the southern region's evil lord?" "Yes and no." The evil sun nodded, and then shook his head. He smiled and said, "Qin Ying, actually, I admire you. However, a grudge is a grudge. The evil lord who was chased out of the southern region and the northern zone by me became the current ancestor of the Great Evil Palace, and also reached the Divine Realm, right?" Qin Ying could not help but sigh. Back then, he despised the evil lord very much. He did not expect that after his reincarnation, he would actually encounter the evil lord's reincarnation. Xie smiled slightly. The Divine Realm expert that the Great Evil Palace had sent out was not his original body. Others thought that he was a reincarnation, but in fact, he was not a proper reincarnation. He was just a reincarnation of a split soul. Of course, he also had the memories of his original body. He had to walk a new path and ascend to a higher realm. The cultivation progress of his original body had already ground to a halt. "Grandfather, show yourself!" Qin Ying called out to the sky. He still remembered his master's promise that he would not allow anyone above the Emperor realm to interfere in the fight for the fate treasures. Now, all of the Divine Realm experts had appeared. However, Cao Tianyi had not revealed his trump card yet. It was time to force his hand. The appearance of the Luo family would unify their forces, and those who were neutral or watching from the sidelines would join his side. Qin Ying believed that since his master had given his word, he would definitely do it. The final battle would still be decided by the Emperor Realm cultivators. Cao Tianyi, Mo Hongliu, and the Evil Sun were all peerless Emperor Realm experts. Although the experts from his side were inferior, they could still obtain an advantage in terms of the number of Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, there were still extremely powerful Emperor Realm experts in the northern zone. For example, the Sword Dao expert who had blocked Cao Tianyi and saved Xin Yuanfeng and Pang Xingai. Luo Ming appeared. His 5th level Dao realm cultivation was undoubtedly the strongest among the Divine Realm experts present. Behind him were the elders of the Luo family. Cao Tianyi lured the demon race to invade and intended to harm his fellow humans. I am Luo Ming of the Eastern Zone's Luo family, and a descendant of the human king. Are you all determined to follow Cao Tianyi and rebel against the human race? As soon as these words were said, the expressions of Cao Tianyi's forces changed. The human king's Luo family. Although it was not the human king of the northern zone, they were still the family of a human king of the human race. They had the right to uphold justice. Furthermore, each human king family had countless supporters. Furthermore, Luo Ming was the strongest Divine Realm expert present. Cao Tianyi's expression changed slightly and he started laughing maniacally. Haha, Qin Ying, the human king's Luo family? Impressive. Is this the basis for your confidence? Qin Ying, I, Cao Tianyi, have never submitted to anyone before. You are the first person to foil my plans. Now, you are using the might of the human king's family to disrupt my plans again. Good. Great Qin Emperor. Cao Tianyi's voice became colder and colder, however, so what, if it's the Wang family? In this world, strength matters. I, Cao Tianyi, have my own methods. Boom. A powerful aura could be felt from afar. Following that, another powerful aura appeared. Luo Ming's expression changed. The newcomer's strength was not lower than the 7th level of the Divine Realm. Two powerful figures appeared on Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's sides, emitting powerful spiritual pressure on those present. The expressions of all the Divine Realm experts present changed drastically. The two figures looked similar to Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu. They were their original Divine Realm bodies, and also their trump cards. Back then, the two of them were both peerless existences who had reached the 9th level of the Divine Realm. However, because they reincarnated and used some secret technique to maintain the existence of the divine bodies, the strength of their original bodies had weakened. Still, their bodies still possessed the power of an 8th level Divine Realm cultivator. So what if you have the backing of the Luo family? Strength is everything. If your Luo family has experts at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Realm, I, Cao Tianyi, will turn around and leave without saying a word. So what if I offend the Luo family? After obtaining the Fate treasures, I, Cao Tianyi, will surely ascend to the top and one day stand shoulder to shoulder with every human king. Cao Tianyi laughed arrogantly. Luo Ming's face turned gloomy. He did not know where the ancestors of the Luo family, who were at the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Realm, were. Even if he asked for help, he did not know when they would return. However, he did not panic. The human king's family was still a human king's family. He took out a jade book and said coldly, Cao Tianyi, if you dare to attack my Luo family will issue the human king's order. The human king's families will join forces to exterminate you. This was the privilege of a human king's family, and also represented a tacit understanding between the families. If one family issued the human king's order when they were in great danger, the other human king's families would join forces to eliminate the enemy who was targeting the human king's family. Chapter 237, The Death of a Divine Realm Expert, Terror. The longevity of the human kings' families was not only due to the blessings and inheritances of the human kings, it was also due to the tacit understanding between the human kings' families. Even if a major force targeted a human king's family, they would not dare to dream of destroying it. Otherwise, if all the other human kings' families joined hands, they would be an extremely terrifying force that even the strongest and luckiest heavens blessed would find hard-pressed to survive. The human kings' families represented righteousness, and were able to rally under that banner to summon the other major forces of the human race to act. Occasionally a human king's family would lose their banner of righteousness when one of their members committed evil acts and tarnished the ancestors' reputation. However, although the human kings' families would produce deviant offspring who committed unscrupulous acts from time to time, they never allowed it to affect the family. Every time this was discovered, they would hunt down and kill those evildoers. Furthermore, after killing them, that human king's family would not be able to issue the human king's order for some time. After all, having the human king's order casually issued would devalue the prestige and meaning behind the human king's order. The Luo family had not had problems with such people, and as such had the right to issue the human king's order. Moreover, Cao Tianyi had once betrayed the human race by luring the demons to invade the southern region. If his forces attacked the Luo family in addition to that, they were completely warranted in issuing the human king's order. Human king's order. Cao Tianyi sneered. My original body has already reached the divine realm. How much can the human king's order do to a divine realm expert? Luo Ming's heart sank. Indeed, the human king's order was usually used to gather experts to deal with the demons or to punish the rebels. More than absolute strength, they relied on numbers to suppress their enemies. Against a divine realm expert, numbers were meaningless. Unless a human king took action personally, such an order would do little to deter a divine realm expert. Even if they did manage to wound the divine realm expert, he or she could simply hide the desolate ancient zone. It would be impossible for cultivators below the divine realm to enter and leave that place safely. Cao Tianyi had obtained a fate treasure that allowed him to maintain his divine realm original body. With time, the strength of his original body would definitely recover to its original level. Mo Hongliu sneered and said, Brother Cao might not dare to attack the Luo family, but I, Mo Hongliu, have no problems doing so. At worst, he could just return to the demon zone. The human race would not be able to do anything then. The hearts of Qin Ying's forces started to sink. Even the human king's family could not intimidate Cao Tianyi. What could they do now? These two were at the 8th level of the divine realm. Even if the divine realm experts present joined hands, they would not be able to resist these two. The gap between their levels was too big. Even though Cao Tianyi's god body was in a magical state, he was still a peerless expert at the 8th level of the god realm. All of the Heaven Realm and Emperor Realm cultivators held their breaths. They were extremely nervous. It was one thing for the legendary Divine Realm warriors to appear one after another. However, two high-level Divine Realm experts had suddenly appeared. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Qin Ying's side was about to lose. Some forces that were originally inclined towards Qin Ying started to waver. In the small courtyard, Chu Xian also noticed this and felt that it was time for Ren Chenghe to make his appearance. He had to keep his promise to Qin Ying. Moreover, he was the one with the greatest advantage when it came to Emperor Realm cultivators. The strength of Ding Yu and the others were all at the absolute peak of the Emperor Realm. They were all children of fate, not to mention that Qin Ying definitely had a contingency plan to secure the fate treasures. The fate treasures would definitely belong to one of his disciples in the end. The fate treasures were crucial to the progress of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. By using the fate treasures, he would be able to accelerate the process of integrating and assimilating the laws of heaven and earth in the different regions. Once he had replaced the laws of heaven and earth in the northern zone with the Heavenly Dao laws, he would control the Heavenly Dao laws, and even if a more powerful Dao realm expert attacked, he would be able to rely on the power of the heavenly Dao laws of the entire northern zone to suppress them. Ever since he found out that the end of this Dayuan was approaching, Chu Xian had been engulfed by a sense of crisis. He had a feeling that something would definitely happen to the 9 zones. In order to safely cultivate in his courtyard, it was necessary to extend the range of his control and influence. He immediately had Ren Changhe move out to issue his order that no one above the Emperor realm was allowed to participate in the battle for the Azura ancient land. If he wanted Cao Tianyi to acquiesce, he would have to use absolute strength to intimidate everyone. Perhaps he needed to make a move personally. Chu Xian took out the soul-chasing bow. Through the heaven-spying mirror, he could lock onto anyone. Although he was at a disadvantage, Qin Ying did not panic at all. At this moment, a figure appeared, who was surrounded by the aura of life and death, and he was shrouded in the great Dao of Yin and Yang. His 7th level Divine Realm cultivation level was fully displayed. Even though he was only 1 level lower, the imposing aura he exuded was not one whit weaker than Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's Divine Realm bodies. On behalf of the eternal, immortal, handsome, unparalleled, mighty, virtuous, supreme, and holy number 1 Dao Master in the myriad realms, anyone above the Emperor realm is forbidden to participate or interfere in the battle for the Fate treasures. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed without mercy. Ren Changhe's imposing aura surged majestically. He looked down at Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu. Anyone who dared to disobey his master's order would die. So what if the other party had 8th level Divine Realm bodies? Those were just bodies that existed due to the preservation of special techniques and treasures. They were lacking compared to actual complete bodies. Ren Changhe could easily fight them. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu were stunned. Everyone present was stunned. Supreme and Holy number 1 Dao Master. And all those other different titles? Was that not going too overboard? Cao Tianyi was about to open his mouth to mock Ren Changhe, but the 3rd level Divine Realm expert from the Heavenly Saint sect spoke up first. What bullsh** T Supreme and Holy number 1 Dao Master? If you want to interfere, just say so. There's no need to pretend to be so high and mighty. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. Old man, you're courting death. He thought that the first one to jump out and question him would be Cao Tianyi or Mo Hongliu. It would then be a good opportunity to destroy their divine bodies and intimidate everyone there. Since this fellow from the Heavenly Saint sect jumped out, then he would make an example out of him. How could my name be mocked? He would definitely suffer a calamity. Chu Xian drew his bow and used the heaven-spying mirror to lock onto the Heavenly Saint sect's Divine Realm expert. An arrow appeared and the power of the Dao of Destruction lingered around it. It flew out and disappeared into space. Before the Heavenly Saint sect's Divine Realm expert could say anything further, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. A beam of light carrying the Dao of Destruction descended without any warning. Mo Hongliu was shocked. He could not even release his divine aura, nor did he have time to escape. He only barely managed to channel some of his divine power to create a weak shield around him. No! The Heavenly Saint sect Divine Realm expert let out a scream, after which he turned into dust and disappeared. Following that, there was a rumbling sound. The world shook. Blood-colored light lingered in the sky as drops of blood-colored rain fell. A Divine Realm expert had fallen. Cao Tianyi, Mo Hongliu, and the rest of the Divine State experts turned pale with fright. The people from the Heavenly Saint sect were especially frightened. They almost peed their pants. At the same time, they were grateful that the terrifying existence had not targeted them. However, this was the more terrifying part. Such a terrifying attack had easily killed a Divine Realm expert, but the people next to that expert were completely unharmed. It was extremely terrifying. Ren Changhe was also extremely shocked. As expected of his master. Just mocking his name had summoned a calamity from the heavens. Calming his mind, he said coldly, "Arrogant fool, how dare you offend the eternal, immortal, handsome, unparalleled, mighty, virtuous, supreme, and holy number one Dao Master in the myriad realms? You summoned the wrath of the heavens. Who else dares to disobey? In the fight for the fate treasures, those above the Emperor realm may not interfere or participate. Those who disobey this order will die. Then, he stared at Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's divine realm bodies and said coldly, your original bodies cannot participate or interfere. Otherwise, they too will be destroyed. Chapter 238, Feng Shaoqing. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's hearts trembled as they looked at the rain of blood that was still falling. They were unable to regain their composure for a long time. It was too terrifying. Was this person a supreme existence above the divine realm? They were glad that the supreme existence did not side with anyone. Otherwise, how could they compete? They would not be able to use their trump cards. However, their own cultivation levels were absolutely top-notch. They still could rely on the strength of their reincarnated bodies to fight for the fate treasures. In the battle for the Azura ancient land, besides Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu, no one knew that there was a third divine realm expert involved. The reason why the news of the two of them dying together had spread was because that divine realm expert was killed by the two of them working together. Similarly, blood rain fell, which is why they decided to create the illusion that they had died together. Qin Ying had a backup plan, but so did they. Once the Azura ancient land opened, it was still unknown who would be the last one to laugh. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu looked at each other. They immediately came to a tacit understanding. It was time to join hands. Then, they looked at the evil son. The enemy of the enemy was a friend. The evil son's enemy was Qin Ying. There was enmity between the two of them. Naturally, they could become temporary allies. The evil son nodded and agreed to join forces. If he obtained just one of the fate treasures, he would be able to complete his plan. Ren Changhe looked at all the divine and heaven realm experts present and said, those above the emperor realm, regarding this order, does anyone have an objection? Luo Ming took the lead and said, we accept the Supreme One's order. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's divine realm experts also replied affirmatively. Who dared to object? The guy who had spoken disrespectfully just now had already been turned into ashes. Since that's the case, everyone above the Emperor realm should leave. Ren Changhe stared at Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's divine realm bodies and said, especially you two. If you dare to play tricks and borrow the power of your divine realm bodies, I will kill you. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's gazes turned cold, but they did not say anything. They did not have their past strength, and there was a terrifying existence behind this person. At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared. Chu Yi. He swept his gaze around and said coldly, those who haven't shown themselves don't need to show themselves either. If you dare to interfere secretly, be prepared to be killed without mercy. His aura erupted, which had reached the peak of the divine realm, and there was even a faint trace of Dao aura circulating around his body. He had clearly reached the threshold of the Dao realm. All of the divine realm experts were shocked. In the distance, two more divine realm experts appeared. They maintained their silence and did not approach. Chu Yi's figure then disappeared. Those above the Emperor realm must not step within 1,000 miles of the Azura ancient land. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Ren Changhe's heart trembled. Was this master's servant? He was too powerful. He then followed Chu Yi and disappeared into the distance. Luo Ming looked at Qin Ying and said, don't let senior down. Qin Ying nodded and said, I won't let master down. All of the divine and heaven realm experts retreated thousands of miles away. No one dared to disobey. Cao Tianyi's eyes were cold as he stared at Qin Ying and said coldly, do you think that you can win now that the fight is between Emperor realm cultivators? Mo Hongliu, the evil son, and Cao Tianyi gathered together, including the forces under their command. The assembly of their forces was stronger than Qin Ying's forces. The other forces remained neutral. They even thought that they could benefit from the fight between these two sides. Qin Ying's forces lacked experts who were capable of fighting against Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu. Still, they did not start fighting immediately. Instead, they looked around at the neutral forces. For now, there was nothing to be afraid of. Only one side could not be underestimated, which was Ding Yu and the others. Ding Yu had once saved Pang Xingai and Xin Yuanfeng. This meant that he favored Qin Ying. This group was what Cao Tianyi was more afraid of. Therefore, he did not want to start a big fight before the Azura Ancient Land fully opened. Once they entered the Azura Ancient Land, he would have the advantage. Otherwise, if Ding Yu and the others joined hands with Qin Ying, he would definitely lose. A figure flew over from afar. "Cousin, I'm here to lend you a hand." It was the simp Zhu Yuanbei. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Ying's mood took a turn for the worse. This cousin of his was even more annoying than a buzzing fly. However, Zhu Yuanbei was actually very strong. If he joined hands with any one of his brothers, they would be able to deal with the evil son. He could be considered a great help in their time of need. Another group of 10 or so people walked over. The person in the lead was elegant and handsome. Qin Ying narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. Another outer zone force had joined the fray. Feng Shaoqing greets everyone, and greets Miss Luo. Feng Shaoqing cupped his fists and said politely. "The northern region of the southern zone's human king's Feng family?" Qin Ying asked in a deep voice. "That's right. Please forgive me for coming uninvited, Miss Luo." Feng Shaoqing nodded. All of the cultivators present were shocked. It was another human king's family? "Are you going to help Qin Ying?" Cao Tianyi's face was gloomy. No, I won't interfere in the grudges between the two of you," Feng Shaoqing waved his hand and said. He was here to reap the benefits. A person walked out from the Heavenly Saint sect and sneered, "Another human king's family member? Nowadays, the reputation of the human king's family isn't very useful. The battle for treasures always relies on one's own strength. My strength is average, but I also want to experience the strength of a human king's descendant." This was to test Feng Shaoqing's strength. Feng Shaoqing was still polite and smiled gently, acting as if he was a person with a good temper. "My strength is average and I'm ashamed to be called a descendant of a human king. This brother is very powerful. I'm ashamed to admit that I'm not as good as you." Feng Shaoqing cupped his hands and said nonchalantly. "So you're saying that the reputation of the Feng family's human king is not worth its salt? If you guys don't have the strength to back it up, then you should stop calling yourselves a human king's family." The Emperor Realm expert of the Heavenly Saint sect mocked Feng Shaoqing. "I think that this brother is tired of living. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Feng Shaoqing was smiling the whole time. However, his body moved and raised his hand to make a grabbing motion. Screech! A huge bird that looked like the legendary phoenix flew out from Feng Shaoqing's palm. It was as fast as lightning and it pounced toward the Emperor Realm expert of the Heavenly Saint sect. Hat! The Heavenly Saint sect's Emperor Realm expert raised his saber and slashed. His aura surged, but all of his attacks passed through the huge bird. He did not manage to block the attack. The huge bird instantly enveloped his body and burst into a ball of scorching flames. Ah! A miserable cry sounded out. The flames disappeared and so did that expert's body. He had killed a 9th level Emperor Realm expert with one strike. Feng Shaoqing was still smiling politely. "I don't like killing people." All the Emperor Realm cultivators present were geniuses who were selected from their pool of outstanding disciples. The Emperor Realm expert of the Heavenly Saint sect who came with Mo Hongliu naturally was not weak. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned solemn. As expected of a descendant of a human king's family, their strength had completely surpassed that of ordinary geniuses. Perhaps only a few people like Cao Tianyi could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Chapter 239, Little Evil King vs Evil Son. Mo Hongliu's facial expression darkened. Another formidable opponent. Feng Xiaoking's strength was no weaker than his. At the same time, he sighed. The human race was indeed worthy of being the true overlord race of the 9 zones. This human king's descendant was so talented. Among the heavenly demon tribe, there were probably only a few who were on par with him. In addition, there was not just one human king's family, and not just one descendant. Very strong. Wang Luo looked at Feng Xiaoqing and said, "His flames are no weaker than my heavenly void flames." Xiang Xing also nodded and said, "He is indeed very strong. However, when it comes to playing with fire, I am equally as capable." If they were to really fight, both Xiang Xing or Wang Luo would be able to match Feng Xiaoqing. Although the two of them were not known for their combat strength, they had many tricks up their sleeves. After showing off, Feng Xiaoqing greeted Qin Ying with a smile. Then, he led his men and occupied a small hill to wait for the Azura ancient land to open. Qin Ying walked out, halberd in hand, and pointed at Cao Tianyi, saying, "Scoundrel Cao, do you dare to fight me? Aren't you going to take revenge for having your plan foiled? I'm waiting for you." "Good, good. It just so happens that I want to experience the power of the great Qin Emperor as well." Cao Tianyi walked out with a dark expression. Golden light blossomed around him. The god-slaying saber aura and his golden fists were activated. There was even a golden hammer floating above his head, the god-slaying golden hammer. When he was fighting against Pang Xingai and Xin Yuanfeng, he had not used this weapon, but he had no choice but to take extra precautions when facing Qin Ying. Wielding her halberd, Qin Ying exuded a domineering aura, and her graceful body was filled with terrifying power. Scales also suddenly appeared, covering her entire body. Then, that domineering aura of hers became even more piercingly cold. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. What a ferocious domineering aura! Even though he had been reincarnated as a woman, he had retained his domineering aura. As expected of the great Qin Emperor, who had once unified the southern region and had shaken the northern zone. Cao Tianyi's expression also changed slightly. Qin Ying's physical body was actually this terrifying, and not inferior to his own god-slaying golden physique. In fact, it was even more domineering. Feng Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qin Ying in shock. This doesn't seem to be one of the Luo family's secret techniques. What kind of technique is this? Was it something he cultivated in his previous life? That's not right. In his previous life, his physique was special and he possessed the overlord physique. In this life, after being reincarnated as a woman, he should no longer be able to exude such a domineering aura. Feng Xiaoqing pondered all this in his heart. Qin Ying was very strong, and no weaker than he was at all. It was very likely that Qin Ying was the strongest person within the same realm among the younger generation of the Luo family. Qin Ying had cultivated his tyrant dragon body to the point where he could now utilize the domineering aura from his previous life. Moreover, the tyrant dragon body possessed unmatched power. With the addition of some of the techniques passed down by Chu Xian, in terms of strength, he was even stronger than he had been in his previous life. What a domineering aura! What kind of body tempering technique does junior brother Qin cultivate? Ding Yu muttered in surprise. This kind of body tempering technique suits junior sister Qin very well. Wang Luo sighed with emotion. It should be junior brother Qin. Ding Yu corrected him. Senior brother, he is now a woman. Of course, he is our junior sister. Junior brother, you are wrong. We cultivators of the Supreme Way do not have women in our hearts. Since junior brother Qin was a man in his previous life, even if he has become a woman, he should still be treated as a man. Ding Yu corrected him with a serious expression. If you treat him as a woman, this shows that you still have a desire for a woman in your heart. Wang Luo replied with shame, Senior brother is right, it should be junior brother Qin. My comprehension of the Supreme Way is still insufficient. Heiyu's mouth twitched as she listened to their conversation from the side. Before Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi could start their fight, the evil son walked out. I will join hands with brother Cao. He looked at Xin Yuanfeng and the others with contempt. Humph! Xin Yuanfeng walked out, sword in hand. The evil son waved his finger and said with contempt, "You're not capable enough. You brothers should come at me together. If you pieces of trash don't work together, you're worthless." Ha. Xin Yuanfeng's face turned ashen. Pang Xingai and the others were the same. The evil son was too arrogant. He was the evil lord from back then. Although they were strong, he was stronger. Even though everyone here had reincarnated, the gap between them was too large. Xin Yuanfeng and the others felt ashamed. They were too weak and could not share their big brother's burden. Pang Xingai walked out. If they did not join forces, Xin Yuanfeng alone would not be a match for the evil son. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A voice rang out from afar. It was filled with hatred as the person screamed, "Evil son, you deserve to die." Xin Yuanfeng and Pang Xingai stopped in their tracks. The evil son also stopped and looked toward the source of the voice. A man dressed in a flowery green robe with a fair face and no facial hair appeared. He pinched his thumb and index finger together, after which threads surrounded his body. He was holding a thin embroidery needle in his hand. His face was so pale that it did not look normal. His voice did not sound like a woman's, nor did it sound like a man's. He gave off a strange feeling that was hard to describe. His face was filled with anger, and his eyes shone with hatred. He stared at the evil son and gnashed his teeth as he said, "Evil son, you did not expect this, right? I am not dead yet. I have returned to take revenge on you." The person who had just arrived was none other than the little evil king. The evil son was his lifelong enemy. Not only did the evil son kill his father, but it was also because of him that he had severed his third leg. Every time he thought of this, the little evil king wished that he could swallow the evil son alive. "It's you." Xie was really surprised. "That's right, it's me. Evil son, I'll take your life." The little evil king made his move. Whoosh! Cold streaks of light appeared, as the threads around his body weaved together. A dagger was hidden in his hand. His body charged forward, leaving a few afterimages in its wake. It was impossible to distinguish the real body from the afterimages, and in an instant, he had surrounded the evil son. Fine threads crisscrossed, as the needles attacked the evil son from all directions soundlessly. The evil son was greatly alarmed. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Boom! Blood-red light surrounded the evil son and covered his entire body. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The little evil king's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the cultivation technique he was using was very strange. His strange movements made it impossible for him to distinguish between real and fake. Those thin needles were silent and untraceable, making it impossible to guard against. A great battle between the little evil king and the evil son erupted. After a short while, the evil son felt a stab of pain run through his arm. A needle had actually penetrated his defenses and pierced his arm. Waves of icy cold aura pervaded his arm. It felt as if that aura would freeze his spiritual power. The moment they started exchanging blows, the evil son fell into a disadvantageous state. He was seemingly at a loss at what to do. The little evil king's cultivation techniques and attacks were all too strange, especially those thin needles and threads. Once he was entangled by them, it became difficult to extricate himself. The needles were fast, silent, and there were many of them. As he was facing them for the first time, the evil son was actually unable to find a way to deal with them. However, he was after all the reincarnation of a divine realm expert, and had plenty of combat experience. Hence, even though he was at a disadvantage, he was able to stabilize the situation and minimize his losses. Once he got used to the little evil king's strange techniques, he would no longer be so passive. Everyone was shocked. Where did all these heavens blessed come from? How could each of them be stronger than the last? This newcomer had actually suppressed the evil sun. The geniuses present felt like the sky had fallen on them. Before these monsters appeared, they had all been considered the cream of the crop. However, they now realized that they were still far behind the true geniuses. Why was the gap between people so large? The heavens were unfair. Chapter 240, Venting Their Anger. On the small hill, Chu Yun looked at the little evil king in surprise. After disappearing for a period of time, the little evil king had actually become so powerful. However, why did he seem so strange? There was something wrong with him. In particular, that colorful robe he was wearing. His appearance was neither male nor female. It was too unusual. Could it be that he had cultivated some strange cultivation technique that had led to this? After the little evil king and the evil king started to fight. On the other side, Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi also started to fight. Boom! Qin Ying's domineering halberd directly crushed the god-slaying saber aura. His snow-white fist punched and directly crushed Cao Tianyi's golden fist strikes. The battle was very domineering. Cao Tianyi's heart trembled. Qin Ying's fighting style was too imposing and domineering. Qin Ying exuded the aura of an unmatched world dominator. When coupled with his female body, this aura coalesced to emanate a wild and special beauty. Zhu Yuanbei's eyes were shining. Cousin is too beautiful. Pang Xingai and the others glared at him. However, what followed their anger was sorrow. At this moment, their big brother was indeed very beautiful. Cao Tianyi was once a divine realm expert, so his strength was naturally extraordinary. Those who could break through to the divine realm and were on the cusp of breaking through to the Dao realm were undoubtedly very talented. He did not back down in the slightest, and used a similarly overbearing fighting style to fight Qin Ying. Two contrasting fighting styles appeared on the battlefield. Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi were fighting head-on, overbearing against overbearing. Neither retreated, and with their powerful strength, they continued to attack each other. As for the little evil king, he was as elusive as a ghost, and his attacks were crafty and strange. His figure was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The evil sun was constantly dodging and defending, trying to find an opening to counterattack. At this point, the evil sun's body had already been pierced by a few needles, and he was feeling very uncomfortable. He did not seem to be outwardly injured, but in fact, the evil sun knew that his injuries were not light. Those strange needles not only froze his spiritual power, but also his physical body. They were also able to invade the soul and freeze his soul power. Were it not for the fact that his soul was special, he might have already been severely injured. However, he had gradually gotten used to the little evil king's strange attacks, and was starting to respond with his own attacks. The little evil king seemed to have gone mad as he attacked fiercely, venting out the hatred he had accumulated in his heart. This person can be roped in. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. At the very least, he can help us deal with the great evil palace. Pang Xingai said. Xin Yuanfeng and the others all agreed. Ding Yu and the others watched the battles. The battle between Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi was especially intense. Qin Ying's halberd was extremely domineering. Cao Tianyi, who was as powerful as him, was unable to gain any advantage against the former. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Many Emperor Realm cultivators who were watching started to retreat to avoid the shockwaves of the battle. The evil sun and the little evil king were still fighting. It was difficult to determine the winner between them. Although the evil sun had suffered some losses, it would not be easy for the little evil king to win outright. After the evil sun had gotten used to his strange attacks, the fight gradually stabilized, and the two sides entered a stalemate. Looking at the current situation, whether it was the battle between Qin and Cao Tianyi, or the battle between the evil son and the little evil king, both were at a standstill. It was even very likely that both fights would end in draws. As for whether they had any trump cards that they had not used, no one knew for certain. Although the battle seemed to be intense, it was actually not the time for them to fight to the death. Neither Qin nor Cao Tianyi wanted to be embroiled in a life-and-death battle at this moment, as it would allow others to take advantage of them. At the very least, they had to wait until the Azura ancient land opened. Once inside, they would be able to use their trump cards to fight for the fate treasures. On the other hand, the little evil king really wanted to kill the evil son. He did not care about the fate treasures or the Azura ancient land. However, his current strength was not enough to accomplish the deed. Although he had injured the evil son, the latter's injuries were not fatal. Moreover, the evil son was not alone. If he was not careful and was injured himself, he would find himself surrounded by enemies. As such, the little evil king reigned in his killing intent. He also knew that the best opportunities for him to kill the evil son would appear inside the Azura ancient land. A moment's distraction might be all he needed to settle the score. Moreover, even if he could not kill the evil son, as long as he destroyed the fate treasure the latter obtained, he would be able to appease his anger. Chu Xian observed the battle between Qin and Cao Tianyi. They were similarly strong. In the end, it was hard to say who would win or lose. After all, Cao Tianyi was once a divine realm expert. Even if he could not use his divine realm body, he must have prepared several trump cards and killing moves. Qin was not simple either. Other than the secret technique he taught him, he was a direct descendant of the Luo family, so he had naturally mastered a lot of their secret techniques. Moreover, with the Luo family's foundation, how could they not have prepared a trump card for Qin? Moreover, Qin already had his own trump card. The human king's Dao weapon. The Dao weapon left behind by Luo Xinbei was a precious treasure that even Cao Tianyi probably did not have. From his previous life to this life, this Dao weapon had accompanied Qin and had long since become one with him. Even if Qin could not unleash its full power, it could still protect Qin from death in crucial situations. At the very least, it would be able to protect Qin's soul from being destroyed. Therefore, if they were to really fight to the death, Qin had a slightly higher chance of winning. Chu Xian looked at the battle between the little evil king and the evil son. As expected, the evil warding immortal scripture really suited him. His cultivation level was pretty good, and his strength was decent too. He was able to display the unique aspects of the evil warding immortal scripture quite well. Although he was unable to defeat the evil son was similarly unable to defeat him. They were evenly matched. Of course, the evil son was the reincarnation of a divine realm soul, so it was normal for him to have some trump cards. However, the little evil king's fate had led him into Chu Xian's lucky mystic realm, which contained no shortage of treasures, and even trump cards. Mo Hongliu, the divine realm demon elder, was also a strong competitor for the fate treasures. Chu Xian then looked at Feng Shaoqing, the descendant of the human king's Feng family. As expected, other than Mo Hongliu, there was also someone else from the outer zones involved. Furthermore, it was another human king's family. Chu Xian was not sure about the Feng family's influence or power, as the Black Moon Tower's influence had not expanded into the southern zone yet. Nevertheless, Xiang Xing was from the eastern region of the southern zone, so he should possess some understanding regarding the Feng family. Chu Xian did not continue to pay attention to the battles any longer. Instead, he took out the heavenly Dao talisman and poured his Dao aura and Dao principles into it, strengthening it once more. The battle between Qin and Cao Tianyi was soon over. This was a battle to vent their anger and resentment, and also to test each other's strength. They would continue the fight when they fought for the fate treasures. After the little evil king stabbed the evil son with a few more needles, the battle ended. His parting words were that as long as he was around, the evil son's plans would not succeed. The evil son's face was extremely gloomy. If the little evil king kept interfering and fighting him, he would be at a disadvantage in the fight for the fate treasures. He had never thought that this ant who he despised would become so much stronger in such a short period of time, strong enough to become a hindrance to his plans. Xin Yuanfeng immediately tried to rope in the little evil king. The little evil king did not reject Xin Yuanfeng's offer. After all, how could he defeat the evil son alone? He needed someone to help him fend off the other cultivators from the great evil palace so that he could focus on fighting the evil son and interfering with his plans to snatch the fate treasures. Chapter 241, Secret of the Extreme Dao. Over the next few days, Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi fought several times, but each fight still ended up in a draw. The little evil king challenged the evil son almost every day. Every time they fought, the evil son would be stabbed with 1 or 2 needles. This made him very angry and sullen. He started to cultivate new secret techniques to try and deal with the little evil king. Boom! The dilapidated ruins of the Azura ancient land became clearer. Spatial ripples appeared, accompanied by a flash of multicolored light. It was evident that the Azura ancient land would soon open. From the outside staring in, one could catch brief glimpses of emperor-level artifacts and treasures inside the Azura ancient land. The fate treasures were not the only thing in there. Many experts and powerful cultivators had died there in the past, and their treasures had been buried there with them. There might even be some inheritances there. The Azura ancient land had been sealed away in space for a long time. Some treasures had become ordinary or even disappeared under the erosion of time. Similarly, there were also some treasures that had become more exquisite and precious under the polishing of time. Emperor-level artifacts could deteriorate and become ordinary artifacts, but those crafted from special materials and treasures, or those that were properly nurtured, had slowly transformed into heavenly artifacts. It was even possible for some heavenly artifacts to transform into divine artifacts. The countless experts that had fallen there, the qi and blood essence that had been spilled, were all catalysts that could nurture these artifacts and heavenly treasures. Moreover, some of these artifacts and heavenly treasures could have been infused with the aura of fate emanated by the fate treasures inside. All the major powers were here for these. Only Qin Ying and a few others could compete for the fate treasures, and most of the major powers were not able to participate in the fight for those fate treasures. However, there were other benefits and treasures they could obtain. Opportunities were always accompanied by risks. If one wanted to obtain the fate treasures, one had to bear the risk of being attacked by the other factions. Not everyone had the ability to bear it. Of course, if they encountered the fate treasure, whether they could restrain their greed or not was another matter altogether. Temptation could get the better of anyone. Ling Baiun's expression was gloomy. For some reason, he had been feeling uneasy recently. It seemed that ever since he fell out with the Yu family, he felt that his strength had been stifled, and that he was unable to unleash his full strength. Whenever he fought with that abandoned child of the Ji family, he would rely on his higher cultivation level to suppress the other party. However, thanks to the interference of the woman who called herself a ghost, he never could press his advantage and defeat him, and would be forced to retreat each time. Every time he retreated, his strength seemed to regress, and he could no longer unleash his full strength. He knew that if he unleashed his full strength, he would not be much weaker than the evil son. The Yu family. Ling Baiun walked out and stared coldly at Yu Beilong. "Come out and fight." Yu Beilong snorted coldly and walked out, sword in hand. He was somewhat afraid of Ling Baiun. He was known as the #1 heavens blessed in the eastern region, and was very formidable. Even though Yu Beilong had been reincarnated, he did not possess any advantage over Ling Baiun. In fact, his opponent was even stronger than he was when he was at the same level in his previous life. Ling Baiun had the ability to suddenly burst forth with strength during critical moments in intense battles. Thanks to that, he could suppress those at the same level as he was, and people were wary of fighting him. However, in the previous battle, for some reason, Ling Biun had not displayed his usual sudden burst of strength. Perhaps he was conserving his strength? A young man walked over with a wooden saber in his hand. He looked simple and honest, and did not seem like a particularly smart person. Chu Pingfen. Ling Biun, I'll be your opponent. As Chu Pingfen walked over, extreme saber chi began to condense. It was as if it would slash through every obstacle. Yu Beilong looked at Chu Pingfen in surprise. He was the abandoned son of the Ji family, a 16-year-old emperor realm cultivator. Ling Biun's face darkened and he said coldly, "Very well, let's fight then. Why is Pingfen here?" Chu Yun frowned and looked a little anxious. Does he have a grudge with the Ling family? Ling Biun's cultivation was higher than Chu Pingfen's. Moreover, Ling Biun was not an ordinary emperor realm cultivator. To her, it would be extremely difficult for Chu Pingfen to emerge victorious against someone like him. Just as she was about to stop him, Su Xianer said, "Don't worry. Uer is with him. He'll be fine." Chu Yun stopped in her tracks and asked, "How did he become enemies with Ling Biun?" He Yu said, "Yu Baibei of the Yu family is how should I put it? It should be Yu Baibei and Uer and Pingfen. Between the three of them." At that moment, He Yu was a little tongue-tied. She could not properly explain what the relationship between the three of them was. It was not a normal relationship. Yu Baibei used to be Ling Biun's fiancé, so... Chu Yun was momentarily stunned and left speechless. This nephew of hers looked silly and dull, but in the end, he had snatched someone's fiancé away. How old was he? Does Pingfen like that girl? If Chu Pingfen liked her, Chu Yun would support her nephew. I don't know if he likes her or not. Their relationship is a little messy. It's something even I don't understand. He Yu shook her head. She really did not understand. She only felt that these young people were too playful. Chu Yun was rendered speechless once again. Down below, Chu Pingfen and Ling Biun had already started exchanging blows. Even though he was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level, Chu Pingfen's saber was still able to block Ling Biun's attacks. Every single saber strike seemed to contain an extreme amount of power. His aura was very special. Cao Tianyi, Mo Hongliu, and the evil son narrowed their eyes as they watched Chu Pingfen in battle. They were secretly shocked at this young man's monstrous talent. Such a young emperor realm cultivator. What was even more terrifying was his cultivation technique. Is that the legendary Extreme Dao? Cao Tianyi and the other two secretly communicated with each other. It should be. Why is there someone who can cultivate the Extreme Dao in the current 9 zones? Moreover, it's such a young emperor realm cultivator. Cao Tianyi asked in puzzlement. I don't know. Mo Hongliu was silent for a long while before he replied. There was an Extreme Dao cultivator in the Chaos Zone, the evil son said in a deep voice. What happened after that? Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu looked at him together. He disappeared after killing a Divine Realm expert. There are a lot of rumors, but I haven't heard any news about the Extreme Dao since then. It supposedly disappeared from the 9 zones. The three of them were silent. They were not ordinary Emperor Realm experts. They had seen a lot and knew more about the secrets of the 9 zones than ordinary Divine Realm cultivators. It was unknown when the Extreme Dao disappeared from the 9 zones. Even veteran Heaven Realm experts and some newly advanced Divine Realm experts were unaware of the existence of the Extreme Dao in the 9 zones. However, someone cultivating the Extreme Dao had appeared in the southern region. Moreover, in the upcoming fight for the Fate Treasures, the two of them were worried about something. Is that person really dead? Cao Tianyi looked at Mo Hongliu and asked. Hard to say, Mo Hongliu pondered for a while before replying. You're not sure either? It's said that after entering the demon zone, there was no trace of him. At that time, I had just entered the heaven realm. How could I know of those secrets back then? The evil son looked puzzled and asked, who are you talking about? Chapter 242, Extreme Dao Lunatic, King Slayer Incident. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu looked at the evil son for some time, but did not speak. The evil son's facial expression turned dark as he said angrily, "We are now allies, so shouldn't we be sharing information?" The evil son had been a Heaven Realm expert when he was expelled from the Northern Zone by Qin Ying back then, and only advanced to the Divine Realm later on. He naturally did not know as much as Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu about the secrets of the past. When he was expelled from the Northern Zone, Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu had already been among the top Divine Realm experts. They were at least 100,000 years older than the evil son. An extreme Dao lunatic. Cao Tianyi made hushed sounds when he said that and did not dare to say anything further. Speak more clearly. The evil son felt extremely depressed. It was like telling half the story and then stopping at a cliffhanger. Cao Tianyi was once a top Divine Realm expert, yet he was afraid of even talking about this matter. It was really embarrassing. Mo Hongliu, you speak then. Mo Hongliu replied angrily, I won't speak. The evil son was extremely angry, but Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu were both silent. The evil son was about to curse them, when suddenly Mo Hongliu said, it should be something that happened 500,000 years ago. The evil son's heart jumped. It was something that happened so long ago? 500,000 years. How long could a Divine Realm cultivator live? The limit of a Heaven Realm cultivator's lifespan was less than 120,000 years, therefore a Divine Realm cultivator's lifespan should be more than 1,000,000 years, right? From this, the evil son calculated that 500,000 years should not be too long for a Divine Realm cultivator. However, in the current 9 zones, not many people knew about things from 100,000 years ago, much less 500,000 years ago. 500,000 years ago, that was the end of that incident. To be honest, it happened 1,000,000 years ago, or even earlier. You have to know that, even during our era, there were only a few rumors about this matter. Cao Tianyi continued. The evil son became even more curious and urged, hurry up and say it already. What exactly happened? Mo Hongliu spat out one word, King Slayer. What? The evil son was stunned. Cao Tianyi said, the King Slayer incident that shocked the 9 zones. Mo Hongliu added, an extreme Dao lunatic killed a human king, a monster king, and a demon king. The evil son sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Someone had killed 3 kings from 3 different zones. What king lunatic! Moreover, the strength of each king was extremely terrifying. Someone who was able to slaughter a king, let alone 3, would be incomparably powerful. Because of this matter, that lunatic was pursued by the experts of those 3 kings' families, and many more. Moreover, the extreme Dao was forbidden within the 9 zones. Because of this matter, the human race no longer has a human king ruling over them, Cao Tianyi said in a deep voice. The monster race and demon race also no longer have kings who rule over them. It can be said that it was that lunatic who single-handedly changed the situation of the entire 9 zones, Mo Hongliu continued. The evil son understood. He recalled the news in the Chaos Zone back then. It was rumored that the extreme Dao cultivator had appeared and disappeared. It was very likely that he had been surrounded and killed. Why didn't I hear anything about this? It was covered up. As time passed, naturally, any information related to the incident disappeared. In my era, all that was left were a few rumors. Cao Tianyi looked at Chu Pingfen. Now, an extreme Dao cultivator has reappeared. Mo Hongliu was silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The evil son said, are we going to spread the news that he cultivates the extreme Dao? Do you think that there are still people who even remember the King Slayer incident? Cao Tianyi chuckled. The evil son did not say anything else, but he thought of many things. After the King Slayer incident, the three races no longer had a king. Cao Tianyi planned to become the human king of the northern zone. Once he succeeded, not only would he be the human king of the northern zone, but he would also try to become the human king of the 9 zones. With great luck, he would break through the shackles of the divine realm and reach a higher realm. Then, he would have the strength to become as powerful as a real human king, and not just be one in name. Mo Hunglia was behind the demon race invasion. Then, did Mo Hunglia want to become the demon king of the demon race? Had he and Cao Tianyi been secretly working together back then? If the demons successfully invaded the southern region and became the first demons to invade the human race's territory, they would receive great fortune. Furthermore, whoever ascended to the throne of Demon King during this period would obtain the great luck of the demons. Thinking this, the evil son was secretly shocked. At the same time, he could not help but admire Qin Ying. He had actually devised a plan to foil Cao Tianyi and Mo Hunglia's schemes even though he had not even reached the divine realm back then. Not only did he block Cao Tianyi's path to that legendary higher realm, but he also blocked Mo Hunglia's path there as well. The evil son was secretly shocked. He had to be on guard so that he would not be tricked by these two people. The battle between Chu Pingfen and Ling Baiun was already reaching its climax. Due to the gap in their cultivation levels, Chu Pingfen was ultimately weaker. At the crucial moment, he borrowed strength from Uer to end the fight in a draw. Ling Baiun's gaze was ice cold. Every time he was about to win, a new wave of power would inexplicably surge forth from his opponent. A sinister and terrifying power. That ghost race girl. Every time he wanted to unleash his full strength, for some unknown reason, he could not. It seemed like he was restricted. In the small courtyard, Chu Xian watched the battle between Chu Pingfen and Ling Baiun. Due to the difference in cultivation level, Chu Pingfen was always at a disadvantage. Uer did not attack directly. She only used her strength to support Chu Pingfen. That was why they were evenly matched. Even so, Ling Baiun, the son of the fate of the eastern region, was unable to suppress an enemy whose cultivation level was lower than his. It was equivalent to a defeat. Chu Xian waved his hand and took this opportunity to seize a portion of the fate of the eastern region and transferred it to Chu Pingfen. Sooner or later, the position of the son of the fate of the eastern region would belong to Chu Pingfen. After the battle ended, Chu Pingfen ignored Xin Yuanfeng and the others and went over to the small hill where Ding Yu and the others were. As the days passed, Chu Pingfen challenged Ling Baiun once every few days. Ling Baiun was very sullen and became more and more irritable. Cao Tianyi saw this and did not plan to intervene. He had always had some inexplicable fear of the extreme Dao. In this era of the fight for the fate treasures, the reappearance of the extreme Dao was a sign. The reappearance of the extreme Dao, is it due to the King Slayer? Cao Tianyi and Mo Hunglia secretly discussed. It's hard to say. Mo Hunglia was also extremely fearful. In the current 9 zones, there were not many people who knew about the King Slayer incident. Those veteran Divine Realm experts and the human kings' families were definitely aware, though. The encirclement and killing of extreme Dao cultivators back then were mostly done by the experts of the human kings' families. However, the King Slayer incident had happened a long time ago. Now that there was no one in the 9 zones who remembered it, who would deliberately target Chu Pingfen. The current human kings' families would only try to rope him in and not kill him directly. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to become the human king, Cao Tianyi sighed. Mo Hunglia was silent. He had been away from the demon zone for too long. How much influence did he have left? Moreover, he was now a human-demon hybrid. He no longer had high hopes of becoming the demon king. At the very least, I have to get 2 fate treasures. Only then will I have a chance to enter the desolate ancient zone. Mo Hunglia said in a low voice, it doesn't matter if we become kings or not. We have to focus on increasing our strength. Now that the Divine Realm experts are leaving the desolate ancient zone, I'm worried that something has happened to the 9 zones. Cao Tianyi nodded and agreed with Mo Hongliu's conjecture. Chapter 243, The Heavenly Dao Plan is really good. Qin Ying's plan had ruined Cao Tianyi's plan, and the battle for the fate treasures had been postponed until now. Taking the position of human king now was but an extravagant hope. Therefore, the goal of Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu was to obtain the fate treasures and enter that mysterious place in the desolate ancient zone. There, they would break through the shackles of their previous lives and reach that legendary higher realm. They thought that with their divine realm bodies backing them up, they would easily be able to obtain the fate treasures. However, thanks to Chu Xian, they were now forced to fight with their Emperor Realm reincarnated bodies. It was now hard to predict who would win the battle for the fate treasures. Moreover, there were actually Divine Realm experts who left the desolate ancient zone and returned to the 8 zones. This unsettled Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's hearts. With their sharp instincts as former top Divine Realm experts, they sensed that something big was going to happen in the 9 zones. Therefore, they had to increase their strength as soon as possible, fuse with their original bodies, and recover to their peak strength, or even surpass the Divine Realm. In front of the Azura ancient land, other than the frequent battles between Chu Pingfen and Ling Baiun, no one else made a move. Even Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi restrained themselves. The real battle would take place inside the Azura ancient land. As the number of battles between Chu Pingfen and Ling Baiun increased, Chu Pingfen was able to rely on UER to gradually gain the upper hand. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu soon realized that something was wrong with Ling Baiun. It seemed that his fate was weakening. The Dao of fate was too mysterious. Still, the two of them were once Divine Realm experts, and their senses were sharper than everyone present. They had even come into contact with fate treasures before. The extreme Dao can steal the fate of others. Mo Hongliu was extremely shocked. Cao Tianyi was also shocked. Could it be that the King Slayer is trying to steal his fate? The two of them did not know that Chu Xian was behind the decline of Ling Baiun's fate. They instead mistakenly came to the conclusion that the extreme Dao could steal another's fate. All of a sudden, all kinds of speculations about the King Slayer incident flashed through their minds. Boom! Spatial ripples appeared again, and the Azura ancient land's outline became even clearer. Now, they could see some traces of the battle back then. Chu Pingfen no longer challenged Ling Baiun. Instead, he made preparations to enter the Azura ancient land. Everyone stared at it, wondering what kind of great battle had happened inside. Many Heaven Realm experts had fallen back then. Chu Xian observed the laws of heaven and earth of the southern region, waiting for the best opportunity to replace a portion of the laws of heaven and earth with the heavenly Dao laws in the heavenly Dao talisman. This would be a crucial step in the completion of the heavenly Dao talisman plan. Once this step was completed, he could slowly subsume those laws and replace them with his own. Once that was done, he would be able to expand this into the laws of heaven and earth of the northern zone. Chu Xian was very excited. If his plan succeeded, he would become the controller of the heavenly Dao laws within the northern zone. Even a Divine Realm expert would not be able to escape the heavenly Dao laws. In addition, as soon as a Dao Realm expert approached the northern zone, he would immediately sense their presence. Furthermore, as the heavenly Dao's laws continued to rise, even Dao Realm experts wouldn't be able to escape the restrictions and would be under the control of the heavenly Dao. Furthermore, if the heavenly Dao talisman plan succeeded, the northern zone's cultivators would cultivate the heavenly Dao laws and comprehend them. This would make the heavenly Dao laws even more perfect and powerful. As for Chu Xian, the creator of the heavenly Dao laws, he would also obtain great benefits. Chu Xian had already planned that after the heavenly Dao laws replaced the laws of heaven and earth in the northern zone, he would change the benchmark of the 100-year Emperor Realm and the 1000-year Supreme Realm. He would make it easier for cultivators to cultivate to speed up the perfection of the heavenly Dao laws. The stronger the living beings under the heavenly Dao laws were, the stronger the heavenly Dao laws would be. There might even be a day when the heavenly Dao laws he created would be on par with the great Dao. This meant that the living beings under the heavenly Dao laws would always comprehend the heavenly Dao and not the great Dao. Those who could transcend the heavenly Dao laws and comprehend the great Dao were definitely freaks. Such freaks were extremely rare, though. Chu Xian was extremely excited when he thought about the benefits he would gain if he succeeded in implementing this daring plan. The heavenly Dao talisman plan was really good. Chu Xian thought of another question. If he succeeded, and the entire 9 zones were under the heavenly Dao laws, would that make him, the master of the heavenly Dao laws, another kind of Daoyuan realm expert? The heavenly Dao laws were created by himself, and also belonged to him. Although he did not open his own path on the great Dao, he created the heavenly Dao laws, which might someday be on par with the great Dao. This was also a type of Dao path. The difference was that he did not open a Dao path on his own. Instead, he created a Dao path by subsuming and replacing the laws of heaven and earth of the 9 zones. However, why had no other Dao realm experts tried this? Chu Xian frowned. He did not think that other Dao realm experts would be indifferent to the possibility of creating a Dao path in this manner. Perhaps it was because they could not, or maybe they did not know how to. There was also a possibility that Dao realm experts, having surpassed the laws of heaven and earth, disdained them. Moreover, they did not possess Chu Xian's system. Rumble. The spatial seal holding the Azura ancient land back began to tremble once again. The entire southern region began to tremble with it. The southern region's ley lines spewed out spiritual energy. Some desolate areas began to burst forth with vigorous vitality, as the level of spiritual energy was increasing. Cultivation would now be easier, and some spiritual herbs were changing rapidly. The desolate mountains of the southern region were now verdant and green. There were spiritual herbs growing there, although they were just buds. In time, this would definitely become a spiritual land. The recovery of the laws of heaven and earth and the ley lines brought with it about the recovery of the fate of the southern region and the outpouring of spiritual energy within the southern region. After the recovery of the laws of heaven and earth of the southern region, the laws of heaven and earth of the entire northern zone would also become complete, and the entire northern zone would undergo a transformation as well. Compared to other zones, the northern zone was relatively barren, and the spiritual energy there was relatively thin. This was related to the lack of fate within the southern region and the incomplete laws of heaven and earth. Now that the laws were starting to recover, the laws within the entire northern zone would also strengthen. Some heavenly treasures that were undergoing transformation would also complete the transformation. Cultivators who were at a bottleneck would be more likely to break through as well. The Divine Realm and Heaven Realm experts outside the Azura ancient land all sensed the changes happening. Chapter 244, Exploring the Azura ancient land. Many Heaven Realm experts of the Northern Zone were surprised to find that the restoration of the Southern region's laws of heaven and earth had brought about such a great change. It increased the density of spiritual energy within the entire Northern Zone. In time, the Northern Zone would no longer be lacking compared to the other zones. Luo Ming and the other Divine Realm experts thought about what was happening at the desolate ancient zone. Could that too be related to this? Although the southern region was only a remote region within the 9 zones, the fact that the laws of heaven and earth here were incomplete did not just affect the southern region. It also had an impact on the northern zone. Logically speaking, it should not have any impact on the 9 zones. However, with the changes happening in the desolate ancient zone, they were no longer sure about this. The laws of heaven and earth in the 9 zones were intertwined, so if the laws of the southern region were incomplete, this meant that there was a small gap loophole in the laws of the 9 zones. Had these changes affected the desolate ancient zone? The spatial seal around the Azura ancient land shook more and more frequently. The huge and dilapidated battlefield became clearer and clearer. The frequency of the appearance of the multicolored light also increased. Moreover, there were some traces of the auras of the supreme treasures. Chu Xian was paying attention to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth of the southern region, while also examining the situation around the Azura ancient land. What existed inside the Azura ancient land? Was it a dangerous place that posed a threat to Emperor Realm cultivators? He activated the heaven spying mirror and looked into the Azura ancient land. In the image projection, the Azura ancient land was in ruins. The mountains were shattered and the rivers were dry. The air was filled with a rotten stench. Chu Xian continued to investigate. Suddenly, a blood-red lake appeared, which appeared to be boiling. As he continued to look around, he saw a corpse, some broken emperor-level artifacts, and a muddle-headed remnant soul that had lost its consciousness. The Great War back then had been too intense. Many Heaven Realm experts had fallen. In the Azura ancient land back then, there had been no restrictions. Everything was destroyed during that battle. Another blood lake appeared in the image projection. Chu Xian frowned. Why was there another blood lake? Rivers of blood had flowed that year during the Great War from all the death and destruction, but why had the blood not dried up? It was the blood of the cultivators, which contained a terrifying amount of qi and blood essence. Even heretic cultivators who practiced evil techniques would not be able to use this blood. However, it was suitable for the spirit-devouring flower to consume. Chu Xian continued to investigate the area. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the image projection. It was a broken corpse. It was walking like a puppet, and its hollow eyes were glowing with scarlet light. It had been corroded by the evil energy of the battlefield, and had already mutated. It was the corpse of a demon. Perhaps its soul had not been completely destroyed yet, but it could not bear the corrosion of the evil energy. Therefore, its broken body had already mutated. However, it was not strong enough to pose a threat to an Emperor Realm cultivator. When this demon had been alive, it too was merely an Emperor Realm cultivator. Chu Xian continued looking around. The Azura ancient land was very large, so he could not examine every detail thoroughly. He could only give the entire place a once-over. After checking things out, Chu Xian discovered 7 blood lakes. All of them were boiling with terrifying qi and blood essence. He did not know why, but when he saw these blood lakes, Chu Xian had a feeling that something would happen to these blood lakes. Throughout the history of the 9 zones there had been countless battles. There were probably many battlefields that had been sealed away into space like this that contained such blood lakes, right? Chu Xian decided to allow the spirit-devouring flower to consume the blood lakes. It would nourish the spirit-devouring flower. Boom! Half a month later, the spatial seal rippled again, as the entire southern region underwent even more changes. Moreover, many half-step Emperor Realm cultivators could sense the bottleneck hindering them from breaking through loosening. This was a sign that the laws of heaven and earth were close to fully recovering. A few days later, the multicolored light appeared again in the southern region, and it lasted for more than an hour. At this moment, those half-step Emperor Realm cultivators started to break through. In front of the Azura ancient land, all of the Emperor Realm experts who were here to fight for the Fate treasures retreated to avoid being caught in the spatial fluctuations. The Divine Realm and Heaven Realm experts who were thousands of miles away also retreated at Ren Changhe's request. They had to stay thousands of miles away from the participants. Everyone in the Chu family's territory was looking at the multicolored light. Not long after, Chu Tianming issued an order. Everyone in the Chu family was to seize the opportunity to cultivate and raise their cultivation levels as soon as possible. The southern region was about to change. In the Great Qin Royal Palace, Qin Qiun looked in the direction of the Azura ancient land and felt her heart clench. She was worried about Qin Ying's safety. She even thought of seeing Chu Xian. However, at this critical moment, she needed to stay in the Great Qin dynasty and deal with any possible dangers. Chu Xian stood in the courtyard and looked in the same direction, while keeping an eye on the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. The heavenly Dao talisman was floating in front of him, and the heavenly Dao laws were ready to merge with the laws of heaven and earth at any time. Chu Xian was waiting for the best opportunity. The heavenly Dao talisman plan had reached the most critical moment, and Chu Xian could not afford to miss his chance. He had to seize the best opportunity. Chu Er. My lord. Chu Er stood respectfully in front of him. If there are any changes in the great Qin dynasty, make them disappear. Yes, my lord. Chu Er disappeared from where he had been standing. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Chu Xian made preparations in advance. The Heavenly Dao Talisman plan had to be carried out silently. Without any experts noticing, the southern region's laws of heaven and earth would be slowly replaced by the Heavenly Dao laws. Next would be the northern zone, followed by the entire 9 zones. At that point, even if it was not on par with the Great Dao, it would definitely allow him to fight Daiyuan realm experts. Rumble. The Azura Ancient Land's spatial seal continued shaking. After another half a month, a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator finally broke through to the Emperor Realm. Of course, even if they broke through, they still kept a low profile. A first-level Emperor Realm cultivator was just a piece of trash compared to the current experts in the current southern region. The Azura Ancient Land might contain countless opportunities. However, it had nothing to do with this new Emperor-level cultivator. Only death awaited there. Chu Xian continued to wait for the right opportunity. At this moment, 108 Heavenly Dao seals were floating around him. Each seal represented a Heavenly Dao law. 3 days later, the spatial seal continued to tremble. Soon after, the horns of the ancient battlefield emerged from the spatial seal and crashed into a small mountain. At the same time, multicolored light appeared. The sky was covered with crisscrossing multicolored light, and one could vaguely see some of the gaps between the crisscrossing lights being patched. Chapter 245, Opening of the Azura Ancient Land. Amidst the dense multicolored light, the laws of heaven and earth were faintly discernible. The broken gaps were rapidly being patched. Those who could see these faintly discernible laws of heaven and earth were at least heaven realm experts. Weaker ones would only see the crisscrossing multicolored lights. The divine realm experts raised their heads. Given their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, they could naturally see it more clearly. However, they only caught a brief glimpse before it was covered by the multicolored lights. Chu Xian quietly waited. The final moment before the laws recovered would be the best opportunity. Finally, the opportunity came. The Dao aura around his body surged, and the power his Dao principles surrounded him. The will of the great Dao appeared. He raised his hand and pointed. The heavenly Dao talisman seals that circled around him instantly rushed into the laws of heaven and earth that were about to recover under the influence of the will of the great Dao. The seals dissolved, and were enveloped by the dense multicolored lights. It was covered by the will of the great Dao, so no one was able to see the seals. Shua. The laws formed by the heavenly Dao talisman seal instantly filled in the gap that was about to be patched. They fused with the laws of heaven and earth, and were like a drop of ink that dripped into water. The heavenly Dao talisman in front of Chu Xian trembled as the power within it circulated. Rumble. The fusion of the heavenly Dao laws caused the laws of heaven and earth, which were currently recovering, to pause for an instant. The multicolored light flickered for a moment. This momentary abnormality did not attract anyone's attention. Dense Dao aura accumulated within Chu Xian's hand as he held the heavenly Dao talisman. At the same time, the fate-suppressing Dao cauldron appeared, suppressing the fate of the southern region and linking it with the heavenly Dao talisman. After a corner of the Azura Ancient Land appeared, it paused for a moment before shaking, as if something had happened. Qin Ying and the others were still waiting. In their eyes, the shaking of the Azura Ancient Land was caused by the spatial fluctuations. Even Cao Tianyi thought so. Even the Divine Realm experts did not notice anything amiss. Chu Xian continuously manipulated the heavenly Dao talisman, using it to comb through the laws of heaven and earth. He searched for laws similar to the ones within the heavenly Dao talisman and used those to replace the original laws. Even though he had already reached the second level of the Dao realm, he still felt pressured. The will of the great Dao seemed to have detected something, and certain laws were repulsed. Chu Xian did not dare to forcefully suppress it. Otherwise, it would cause a huge disturbance, and easily expose his actions. He raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. The Origin Dao crystal appeared in his hand. It was filled with the aura of the Great Dao, which now covered the Heavenly Dao talisman. At the same time, it connected to the Great Dao transmitted waves of the aura of the Great Dao. Using the Origin Dao crystal as a medium, the Heavenly Dao laws continuously surged into the laws of heaven and earth. It used the aura of the Great Dao to conceal the Heavenly Dao laws and complete the replacement of some of the laws of heaven and earth. The multicolored light continued to flicker, but there were no other signs of disorder. In an orderly manner, the gaps in the laws were patched up, though some of these laws had been replaced with the Heavenly Dao laws. The first and most crucial step had been completed. Chu Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but he still did not dare to be careless. He continued to comb through the laws of heaven and earth, devouring and replacing similar laws with his own. He was about to succeed. Chu Xian waited for the moment when the Heavenly Dao laws were activated. He was waiting for the system's reward. He had replaced part of the laws of heaven and earth with his own. This should be an achievement worthy of a generous system reward. It would take some time for the 108 initial Heavenly Dao laws to be completely integrated into the laws of heaven and earth. It could be as short as 3 days, or as long as 10 days to half a month. Chu Xian could only keep an eye on them, not relaxing for even a moment. The laws of heaven and earth were constantly being patched up. If there were Dao realm experts present, they would notice that some of the laws seemed different. However, there was no other Dao realm expert in the southern region other than Chu Xian. Therefore, it was destined that no one would know. The laws of the southern region were already quietly changing. They were being replaced. In front of the Azura ancient land, everyone had solemn expressions on their faces as they waited for the opportunity to enter. Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi were both preparing for a big battle. They both had a contingency plan for the Azura ancient land. It would depend on whose contingency plan was better and who could seize the fate treasures. Apart from Ding Yu and a few others, the other Emperor Realm experts were targeting the treasures and minor fate treasures. They had no intention of fighting for the 5 regions' fate treasures. Although those fate treasures were important, they had to be alive to enjoy them. There was no way Qin Ying or Cao Tianyi's sides would allow them to take advantage of them. Boom! Parts of the Azura ancient land continued to materialize, flattening a few small mountains. The spatial seal continued to shake, and a rotten stench appeared. There was a faint baleful aura lingering within the battlefield, and the spiritual energy in the region started turning violent. If those below the Emperor realm were here, they would no longer be able to absorb this spiritual energy. Qin Ying and the others, who had experienced the Great War back then, had unusually gloomy and angry expressions. Cao Tianyi, on the other hand, had a calm expression. In that battle, regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race, many experts had died. In the end, the entire battlefield was sealed away in space. Chu Xian continued to operate the Heavenly Dao talisman. Half of the 108 Heavenly Dao laws had already been fused into the laws of heaven and earth. The entire process was very smooth. Only a tiny gap in the southern region's laws of heaven and earth had not been patched up. Rumble. 3 days later, the multicolored lights in the sky over the southern region disappeared, and the spatial seal finally gave way and disappeared. The ancient battlefield finally made its reappearance in the southern region. The moment it did, a fierce aura swept out like waves. Qin Ying and the others' expressions were normal. That fierce aura had been accumulating for a long time on the battlefield. The instant the Azura ancient land returned to the southern region, the 108 Heavenly Dao laws had finally fused into the laws of the southern region. At this moment, Chu Xian controlled a portion of the southern region's laws. Heavenly Dao Enlightenment. Chu Xian extended his hand and tapped on the Heavenly Dao talisman. His Dao aura soared, and the 108 heavenly Dao laws instantly replaced the dominant position of the southern region's laws of heaven and earth. The heavenly Dao laws became the main laws, and the original laws of heaven and earth acted as a supplement. Chapter 246, Heaven-Splitting Brush. The heavenly Dao talisman was activated. Chu Xian's consciousness used the heavenly Dao talisman to overlook the entire southern region. It was as if all living beings in the southern region were under his control. They were all governed by the heavenly Dao laws. The baleful aura of the Azura ancient land continued to surge out. With a thought, Chu Xian's heavenly Dao laws descended, transforming the baleful aura into gentle spiritual energy. At this moment, Chu Xian realized how powerful the master of the heavenly Dao laws was. With a single thought, he could change everything. Even life and death could be decided with a single thought. Of course, he was not able to do this yet. After all, he had only replaced a portion of the laws of the southern region. Although the heavenly Dao laws had occupied the dominant position, the laws of heaven and earth were too vast. He had not fully incorporated the entire laws of the heavens and earth. Only when this was done would Chu Xian be able to truly have control over all living things in the southern region. Chu Xian waved his hand and the origin Dao crystal returned to the pocket dimension together with the heavenly Dao talisman. The laws of the pocket dimension were already close to perfection. They were directly connected to the great Dao. Chu Xian had a plan, and the pocket dimension had a very important role to play in it. However, he needed to continuously upgrade the pocket dimension in order to implement this plan. At the same time, he also had to replace the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 zones with the heavenly Dao laws. At this moment, this plan had only taken its first step. You have not left seclusion, but have replaced a portion of the southern region's laws of heaven and earth with the heavenly Dao laws. You have been rewarded with the heaven-splitting brush. The long-awaited system reward had finally arrived. However, the treasure that was rewarded was beyond Chu Xian's expectations. Heaven-splitting brush? He could not help but think of the earth creation scripture. Could it be that the heaven-splitting brush and the earth creation scripture were a pair? Heaven-splitting and earth creation. He examined the reward. Heaven-splitting brush draws out the heavens with a brush. It can draw the laws and all living things. It can open the heavens from nothingness and from primal chaos. Paired with the earth creation scripture, it can create a world and the living things within it. Chu Xian's eyes widened. The heaven-splitting brush and earth creation scripture were indeed extremely powerful treasures. It could create the world and the living beings within it. This was simply a treasure of creation. Chu Xian's heart beat rapidly. With these 2 treasures, he could become the ruler of a world. This would allow him to carry out a certain part of his plan even more perfectly. Chu Xian looked at the pocket dimension and resisted the urge to create the world inside the pocket dimension. The heaven-splitting brush was powerful, but with his current cultivation base, he probably could not create a world at will, much less create the living things within it. Chu Xian estimated that he had to at least reach the Daiyuan realm before he could do this. At most, he could create a small world without living beings at the moment. However, such a small world was useless to him. Chu Xian also noticed that the description mentioned that the heaven-splitting brush could open up the heavens from nothingness and primal chaos. Where was the primal chaos? Beyond the Great Dao was the primal chaos? Was the primal chaos inside the Great Dao as well? Chu Xian felt that his understanding of the Great Dao was still lacking. Perhaps even Daiyuan realm experts like Hong Yuanchou lacked this knowledge. Did Huanglong and Gui Ran, who were creatures of the Great Dao, know about what was inside and beyond the Great Dao? Was the Great Dao finite? Chu Xian was filled with curiosity and the desire to explore all of this. However, to explore the Great Dao, one had to reach the Daiyuan realm. Therefore, he had to cultivate hard and break through the 36 levels of the Dao realm as soon as possible. The first step of the heavenly Dao talisman plan had been successfully implemented. When he had completely replaced the southern region's laws of heaven and earth with the heavenly Dao laws, another system reward would probably be triggered. Chu Xian turned his gaze to the Azura ancient land. The ancient southern region's fate treasure would be a catalyst. With this, he would be able to speed up the replacement process. If he obtained the other 4 regions' fate treasures, he would also be able to use them as a catalyst for the encroachment of the heavenly Dao laws in those regions. Hence, the fate treasures was very crucial. Currently, other than his own disciples, only Cao Tianyi, Mo Hongliu, and Feng Shaoqing were posed a threat. Xie Zhi was being targeted by the little evil king, so he did not have much of a chance at obtaining the treasure. Cao Tianyi and Qin Ying each had their own trump cards, so it was hard to say who would win. Ding Yu was the southern region's son of fate, so he had an advantage. Wang Luo and Xiao Yang were the same. Chu Pingfen now possessed half of the eastern region's fate as well. Cao Tianyi's advantage was still there though. He was the son of fate of the central region, and he had a trump card. Ignoring the question of whether he would be able to obtain all of the fate treasures, he definitely had a high chance of obtaining the central region's fate treasure. After Xiao Yang's fate transformed, he was not only the son of the fate of the western region, but also the son of fate of the northern zone. In that sense, he had an advantage over the others. Ding Yu was also the holy child of the earth spirits. Yuer carried with her the fate of the ghost race. Chu Xian concluded that the chances of the disciples obtaining the fate treasures were very high. The supreme fate treasures had to be his. In front of the Azura ancient land, the surging baleful aura suddenly turned into gentle spiritual energy, which stunned everyone present. The laws of the southern region had been restored, which caused the baleful aura to be neutralized. For some reason, Cao Tianyi and the others felt that something was not right. When had the laws of heaven and earth ever been like this, acting as if it was a living thing? Was it because the laws had just reawakened? Still, they did not dwell on this matter for long. The Azura ancient land was open, and the fight for the fate treasures had officially begun. The human king position was no longer viable for Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu, but they wanted to obtain the fate treasures and open that place in the desolate ancient zone and recover their strength as soon as possible, or even advance a step further. Boom! Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu moved, and their figures flashed as they flew toward the Azura ancient land. Qin Ying waved his halberd and tried to stop them. Humph! Cao Tianyi sneered and said, "Qin Ying, let's see who will emerge victorious on the battlefield." "As you wish." Qin Ying held his halberd and charged into the Azura ancient land with Xin Yuanfeng and the other brothers. The little evil king left a trail of afterimages in his wake and immediately searched for the evil son. "Evil son, with me present, you can forget about getting any treasures." The evil son's face was gloomy. The other Emperor Realm experts from the Heavenly Saint sect wanted to stop the little evil king, but they were stopped in their tracks by the Emperor Realm experts of Nine Swords Mountain and the Kishan Alliance. Chapter 247, Entering the Azura Ancient Land. Let's head in as well. Ding Yu led the group as they headed into the Azura Ancient Land. On the other side, Feng Shaoqing glanced at Ding Yu and the others and chuckled. He then unhurriedly headed in as well. Rumble. The first to start fighting within the Azura ancient land was the little evil king and the evil son. They fought endlessly the whole way in. The evil son was furious. He truly regretted not torturing the little evil king to death. Qin Ying, Cao Tianyi, and the others headed toward the depths of the Azura ancient land. The other Emperor Realm cultivators who entered the Azura ancient land scattered in all directions to look for opportunities. For the time being, no other fights broke out. Among them, a few Emperor Realm cultivators, whether intentionally or not, secretly followed Qin Ying and the others. As soon as Ding Yu entered, he said, "Should we move together or separately?" "Let's move separately. Our chances will be higher that way," He Yu said. With their strength, there were very few people who could trouble them. Even Wang Luo, who was slightly weaker, could handle Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu. Xiang Xing was actually the strongest because of his Heaven Realm soul puppet. Even though it could only fight for short periods of time, it was enough to crush any Emperor Realm cultivators. Such a powerful puppet had never appeared at this level. The structures, restrictions, and formations involved were very complicated. Xiang Xing had relied on the large amount of resources in the pocket dimension to forge it. Among Ding Yu's group, Chu Yun was the weakest. Even so, she was still stronger than most Emperor Realm experts. Ding Yu and the others were not worried about her safety. Chu Yun was carrying the heavenly spirit cat in her arms, which had reached the divine realm. The cat was the strongest creature currently present in the Asra ancient land. Who could threaten Chu Yun's safety? Next was Chu Pingfen. His cultivation level was lower, which made him slightly weaker. However, he and Uer were inseparable, so he was not afraid of any Emperor Realm expert. Chu Pingfen also had a trump card to protect himself. Alright, then let's split up. Ding Yu and the others agreed to split up. He Yu turned back to glance at Feng Shaoqing and said, "Be careful of that Feng family member. He's not simple. It's fine as long as he isn't an enemy. Even if he is, who cares? Descendant of a human king or not, just kill him." Ding Yu said indifferently. His body turned into a streak of light and flew away. He Yu, Wang Luo, and the others also headed in the same direction. Su Xian'er originally wanted to mess with the Su family, but this was not the right opportunity, so she gave up on this matter for now. She held a long whip in her hand and looked at Chu Yun. "Do you want to follow me or go alone?" Chu Yun rubbed the cat's head and said, "I'll be fine alone. I'll just take a look around." Su Xian'er stretched out her hand and rubbed the cat's head. Her figure flashed and she flew away. Chu Yun held the cat and slowly walked into the depths of the Azura ancient land. Boom! The sound of a battle could be heard from afar. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over. A dazzling white light that looked like a flower appeared in front of her. An Emperor-level fate treasure. Chu Yun stretched out her hand and grabbed it. Her face was filled with joy. This Emperor-level fate Emperor treasure could be used to strengthen the Chu family's foundation. Put the treasure down. Suddenly, a few Emperor Realm cultivators surrounded her and attacked. All of them had reached the 9th level of the Emperor Realm. Since the treasure has chosen me, then it's mine. You guys can go find another treasure. Chu Yun directly stored the treasure into her storage pouch. You're courting death. These few Emperor Realm cultivators were wearing the same clothes and clearly belonged to the same force. "I really don't want to kill you guys. Don't seek your own death," Chu Yun said coldly. "You piece of trash. Eldest senior brother, kill her." An Emperor Realm cultivator made his move. However, as soon as he made his move, he saw cat claws cover the sky. Slap slap slap. The countless cat claws slapped those people around. "Little White, stop playing around." Bang! The few of them who were being slapped back and forth by the cat claws instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Chu Yun turned around to look. Feng Shaoqing hurriedly cupped his hands together and revealed a kind smile as he led the group in another direction. That was too terrifying. What kind of cat was that? It had reached the Heaven Realm at least, right? Did they not say that those above the Emperor Realm were not allowed to participate? What was going on? Feng Shaoqing had countless questions in his heart. Inside the small courtyard, Chu Xian was sitting on a chair as he brewed a pot of tea. He drank it leisurely and watched what was going on in the Azura ancient land through the heaven spying mirror. Chu Yun brought the heavenly spirit cat in with her. Were those above the Emperor Realm not allowed to participate? Well, that did not include his own people. The Azura ancient land was very lively. With the appearance of the treasures, fights broke out continuously. Some people obtained fortunes, while others obtained inheritances. There were also people who died at the hands of mutated corpses. Qin Ying, Cao Tianyi, and the others continued to head deeper into the Azura ancient land, heading straight for the location of the fate treasures. They all had prepared contingency plans so that they could sense the location of the fate treasures. Behind them, there were people following them from a distance. These were all people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Chu Xian saw two groups of people fighting next to a blood lake. One of them was from the Great Evil Palace. They were trying to devour the qi and blood essence of the blood lake. However, their bodies were corroded and their souls were in chaos. They attacked recklessly and lost their minds. Chu Xian raised his hand and grabbed the spirit-devouring flower. Go! He threw the spirit-devouring flower and it flew toward the Azura ancient land. Up until now, the spirit-devouring flower had yet to break through to the divine realm. After devouring the blood lakes in the Azura ancient land, the spirit-devouring flower should have no problem breaking through to the divine realm. The fight for the fate treasures was not something that would conclude in 1 or 2 days. Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi quickly rushed toward the location of the fate treasures. Ding Yu patted the spirit of the earth vein, and asked it to find the location of the fate treasures. Wang Luo, Xiang Xing, Xiao Yang, and He Yu all had their own methods. Along the way, they also collected other treasures. Xiao Yang was attacked by the cultivators of the western region, including warriors of the Xiao family. Apparently, the Xiao family was still trying to eliminate him. Wang Luo was also attacked by the cultivators of the Wang family. Xiang Xing was wearing a set of armor that covered his entire body. When he encountered someone who fought with him for treasures, he did not even bother dodging. Even when struck by emperor-level weapons and artifacts, he was not injured at all. He Yu calmly strolled through the Azura ancient land. Nothing fazed her, and she did not even bat an eye when she killed people. As someone who cultivated the heavenly Dao scripture, she was extremely powerful. No one who fought her could withstand more than 3 moves. Su Xianer was not here to look for treasures. She came here specifically to mess with the Su family. She held a whip and looked everywhere for the Emperor Realm cultivators of the Su family. When she found one, she whipped one. When she saw 2, she whipped 2. Chapter 248, Ice and Fire Dual Whip Technique. Chu Pingfen and Ling Baiun clashed. They had encountered each other not long after they entered the Azura ancient land. With Yuer's help, Chu Pingfen did not lose out. The two of them explored as they fought. Eventually, they encountered a muddle-headed remnant soul. It roared and attacked. At this moment, Yuer appeared. The bell in her hand shook, directly suppressing the remnant soul. Moreover, her ghost spiritual power coiled around it. She stretched out her hand and pointed, transforming the remnant soul into a ghost. It was now a new member of the ghost race. Moreover, it lost all of its memories of its previous life. In any case, it had died in battle. Its consciousness had long disappeared, leaving only a muddle-headed remnant soul behind. In the Azura ancient land, there were many such remnant souls left behind by the cultivators and experts who had died here. Under the influence of the baleful aura, they had lost their minds and mindlessly attacked people. When Ling Baiun saw this, he decided to retreat. He actually did not continue to fight them. He was afraid. When he saw this scene, Chu Xian knew that Ling Baiun would no longer be the fated son of the eastern region. Chu Pingfen would replace him. Chu Xian took out the good luck charm and injected his fate Dao principle into it. He waved his hand to speed up the transfer of fate. In a corner of the Azura ancient land, Su Suan he had forced back 2 Emperor Realm experts and was trying to snatch an Emperor-level fate treasure. His eyes were burning with passion. As long as he successfully obtained this fate treasure, this trip would be considered a success. Last time, because they wanted to interfere with Su Xianer's fate, the Su family's fate treasure was destroyed, causing the elders of the Su family to become uneasy. As long as he obtained this fate treasure, the Su family's fate would continue to be safeguarded. If Cao Tianyi succeeded in the end, then the Su family would rise even higher. hula. Suddenly, a snow-white whip lashed out fiercely. Susunhee's expression changed, and he hurriedly made a move to defend. At the same time, he turned around. He was instantly filled with rage. Susyener, it's you? What are you doing? Trying to cause destruction. Susyener snorted coldly and said, Susunhee, you didn't expect this, right? Shua. She lashed out with the whip again. Susunhee's expression changed greatly. How could Susyener be so strong? He was no match for her. From those two attacks, he was able to determine that she was stronger than he was. In fact, Susyener did not seem to be weaker than Cao Tianyi. How could this be possible? You're still dodging? Things will end faster if you obediently let me whip you a few times, but if you continue to dodge, then... Humph! Susyener lashed out again and again. Everywhere the whip landed, the ground would be frozen. Even Susunhee's emperor domain had turned into an icy domain. No matter what, I'm still your brother. Susunhee was furious. A few lashes? Not to mention a few lashes, even if he was hit by a whip once or twice, he would probably die. Since when have you treated me as your sister? Susyener refused to let him go. I'm really not the one at fault here. Susunhee denied it. Then, he continued, that's an emperor-level fate treasure. It's a big deal. You're also a member of the Sua family. If you bring it back to the Sua family, the elders will definitely reward you and will break the marriage engagement. You'll also obtain great authority within the Sua family. He did not want to be whipped. Given Susyener's current strength, if she returned to the Sua family, there was no way the elders would not treat her well. Bah, I'm no longer a member of the Sua family. Susyener coldly snorted, if you continue to resist, you'll be whipped even more. You can't beat me. If you obediently let me whip you a few times, I won't stop you from taking the treasure. Otherwise, I'll take it away. As she spoke, she raised her left hand and said, I'll count to 3. You should make your decision quickly. 1, 2. Susunhee's expression changed drastically. Now, he could only gamble on the fact that Susyener would not kill him. After all, he was her brother. She would not go so far as to whip him to death, right? He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and said, whip me. Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, a whip ruthlessly lashed onto his body. An ice-cold force surged into his body, as if trying to freeze his body and soul. Susunhee's entire body trembled, and his teeth chattered. His body was covered in ice shards. However, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Susyener had indeed shown mercy and did not kill him. Pa! Another lash struck him. This time, it was not ice-cold, but warm instead. Aside from the pain, the heat actually dissolved the ice-cold power in his body. Susunhee heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was true that he had been whipped a few times, but he could still withstand it. He had not suffered any serious injuries. Pa. Susyener's lashings became more and more practice. One lash after another landed on Susunhee's body. Gradually, she gained some insights, and the strength of the lashings changed. Pa. Susunhee was shivering from the cold, but he did not panic. The next lash would warm him up. In the end, the next lash struck his body, but instead of being warm, it was hot. Like a flame, it surged into his body, as if trying to burn him into ashes. Not good. Susunhee's expression changed. What was going on? Pa. After a few lashes, half of Susunhee's body was frozen, while the other half of his body was red, as if he was on fire. What happened to it just being a few lashes? Why was it endless? Susunhee wanted to open his mouth and beg for mercy, but his entire body was trembling, and though his mouth was moving, he was unable to speak. His soul was also alternating between cold and hot at the same time, and he felt as if his entire body was about to explode. Su Xian'er's lashes became more and more practiced and, finally, when the next few lashes landed on Su Xuanhe's body, the cold and hot were intertwined, entering his body together. Su Xuanhe could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a plop. Half of his body was frozen by the ice crystals, while the other half of his body was burning with raging flames. Su Xian'er stopped. If she continued, Su Xuanhe would definitely die. In any case, he had managed to hold on. Su Xuanhe was extremely excited. Although he suffered, the Emperor-level fate treasure was saved. In the end, he saw Su Xian'er holding the treasure in her hand. She waved it at him and said, "I'll be taking this thing with me." You didn't keep your word." Su Xuanhe was so angry that he was trembling. "I'm just a little girl, why would I keep my word? The Su family doesn't have any credibility to speak of anyway. I learned this from them." Su Xian'er snorted and turned around to leave, completely ignoring Su Xuanhe's anger. "Your maidservant, Su Xian'er, whipped a heavens blessed and created the ice and fire dual whip technique. You have been rewarded with the ice and fire Dao principles." Chu Xian had been using the heavenly Dao talisman to replace more of the southern region's laws of heaven and earth when the system's reward suddenly arrived. He was pleasantly surprised. Su Xian'er had triggered a system reward? She had whipped a heavens blessed and created the ice and fire dual whip technique? She was quite capable. The heavens blessed that was whipped was probably that Su Xuanhe from the Su family, right? Chu Xian immediately received the reward. The ice and fire Dao principles added another 2 Dao principles to his arsenal. When the ice and fire Dao principles appeared, Chu Xian incorporated them into the chaotic energy and fused them together with the other Dao principles. Chapter 249, They each had their own methods. Chu Xian took out the heaven spying mirror and checked on the current situation inside the Azura ancient land. In the image projection, there were battles everywhere. Some remnant souls in the Azura ancient land had also started to become active. Chu Xian saw that Uer and Chu Pingfen were transforming remnant souls into the ghosts, and even refining some of them into pure soul power. Not bad, not bad. The ghost race was going to grow stronger again. There were plenty of remnant souls in the Azura ancient land. At this rate, Uer would soon have an army of the ghosts. Chu Xian then checked on Ding Yu and the others. They were all heading toward the depths of the Azura ancient land. Wang Luo kept on fighting with the Emperor realm experts of the Wang family. Even though he was besieged, he was easily fending them off. The Wang family was in despair. Xiao Yang was the same. He swept the Emperor realm experts of the Xiao family away with his long spear. Later on, the experts hired by the Xiao family all backed out and did not dare to attack him again. He was too terrifying. There were so many of them, yet they were the ones being injured. In addition, he would not kill them, only injuring them each time. It was no different from being tortured. No one could withstand it. Not to mention the experts hired by the Xiao family, even their own family experts were terrified. They could not withstand this kind of torture. They wanted to retreat, but Xiao Yang would not let them. He gathered them together and beat them up several times a day without allowing their wounds to heal. They were being toyed with all day. The people of the Wang family were also very miserable. Wang Luo used some strange medicinal pills with strange effects on them. Every time he had a new idea, he would use the array formation and restriction pills to trap them, and then refine these new pills and use them as his guinea pigs. Some people's divine souls turned green and floated out of their heads without dissipating for a long time. Some people could not stop farting. The spiritual power in their bodies gushed like farts and could not be stopped. The experts who were surrounding Wang Luo were all frightened and begged for mercy. Chu Xian tapped on the heaven spying mirror, and the image projection changed targets to Qin Ying, Cao Tianyi, and the others. Cao Tianyi and Mo Honglio were silent and kept moving forward. Qin Ying and his 7 brothers were also silent and moving forward. Finally, a dilapidated hall appeared in the distance. This was the location of the cross-zone teleportation array formation of the southern region and the central battlefield of the Great War back there. Qin Ying's gaze was ice-cold. He raised his halberd and looked coldly at Cao Tianyi, saying, "Scoundrel Cao, if you have any trump cards, feel free to use them now." Cao Tianyi laughed lightly and said, "Qin Ying, you should have stopped me from coming here. I know that you also have your own trump cards, but do you think that your trump cards can be compared to mine?" Cao Tianyi was full of confidence. Qin Ying looked at Mo Hongliu and said coldly, "Back then, you had already colluded with the demon race? Did you reach some kind of agreement?" Now, the situation was clear. Mo Hongliu and Cao Tianyi were in cahoots. When the demon race invaded back then, both sides must have reached a tacit understanding to obtain certain benefits from the Great War. That was all in the past. Is it important? Cao Tianyi smiled and said, "Back then, there was indeed a divine realm expert who died. We killed him." Qin Ying's gaze suddenly became sharp. "A human? Why must it be a human?" Mo Hongliu opened his mouth and said, "It was neither a human nor a demon. It was just a divine realm expert from a small race that was just a little special." Qin Ying's heart sank. The fact that they called it special meant that it had to be related to the fate treasures. A small race related to fate? The Earth Spirit race? Qin Ying, I, Cao Tianyi, actually admire you. However, your cultivation and your horizons are limited. I, Cao Tianyi, am a bona fide divine realm expert. You schemed against me once, and foiled my plan. That can be considered your achievement. However, the fate treasures will ultimately be mine. It doesn't matter if I don't get the position of human king. My old body will fuse with my current body, and I'll break through again. Your reliance on the human king's family means nothing to me." Cao Tianyi calmly spoke. He was not the slightest bit anxious. "I, Qin Ying, have many enemies, and many geniuses have died at my hands. However, the one I despise the most, and the one I look down on the most, is you, Cao Tianyi. So what if you're a divine realm expert? You sacrificed the lives of fellow humans in an attempt to break through the bottleneck. No matter how strong you are or how high your cultivation level is, in my eyes, you're nothing but trash." Qin Ying's eyes were filled with disdain. "Haha, the great Qin Emperor is indeed arrogant. No wonder you dared to scheme against me." Cao Tianyi's gaze became cold and severe. The aura of a divine soul spread out, and he pulled out a talisman seal. "The divine blood will guide me. Fate will be mine." Cao Tianyi clenched his hands and, with a rumble, the floor inside the dilapidated hall shook and cracked. Mo Hongliu's figure flashed, and he stood between Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi. 5 drops of fist-sized, pale golden blood emerged from the ground. The blood was covered by a layer of dense white light. Divine blood. Qin Ying's gaze focused. He could sense a special aura from the divine blood. Once the divine blood appeared, there was a sudden flash of multicolored light. A total of 5 rays of light suddenly flew over and rushed toward the 5 drops of divine blood. "Big brother!" Pang Xingai and the others attacked. Qin Ying was not anxious at all. Pu. The 5 rays of light entered the 5 drops of divine blood. Cao Tianyi sneered and waved his hand. The divine blood flew towards him. Mo Hongliu's aura erupted. Now that Cao Tianyi had obtained the fate treasures, he only needed to block Qin Ying and the others for a moment. Once the divine blood fell into Cao Tianyi's hands, they could easily escape. The corners of Qin Ying's mouth curled up slightly. "Return." Qin Ying let out a soft cry. The divine blood that was originally flying towards Cao Tianyi suddenly stopped. Following that, the multicolored lights actually leaked out the divine blood drops as they tried to carry the divine blood toward Qin Ying. Cao Tianyi's expression changed. He looked at Qin Ying in surprise. What kind of contingency plan had he prepared that could actually overcome the divine blood and attract the fate treasures? Get over here! Cao Tianyi's body shone with golden light. Mysterious runes surrounded his body, and a powerful suction force acted on the divine blood. Humph! Qin Ying snorted coldly. The image of a bracelet appeared above his head and suppressed the divine blood. The fate treasures also appeared from within the divine blood drops. They actually wanted to abandon the divine blood drops and return to Qin Ying's side. Dao weapon imprint. Qin Ying's contingency plan was to leave a wisp of the aura of a Dao weapon on the fate treasures. The Dao weapon had been reincarnated with Qin Ying, and it was one with his soul. The Dao weapon imprint allowed him to influence the fate treasures. Of course, the fate treasures had their own unique qualities. Even if he had the Dao weapon imprints, he could not completely control the fate treasures. That would require him to become the master of the fate treasures. However, as long as he obtained the fate treasures, he would be able to refine them slowly. Chapter 250, Intense Battle. Cao Tianyi's expression turned incredibly dark. He had thought that with the divine blood as a catalyst, he had a 100% chance of winning. However, Qin Ying had come prepared. It seemed that he had some special method that allowed him to leave an imprint on the fate treasures. Now that they were stuck in a stalemate, the one who would get the treasure in the end would be the one who was stronger. Great Qin Emperor! Cao Tianyi opened his mouth and said sneeringly, "Or should I call you little girl instead?" He wanted to provoke Qin Ying and cause him to lose focus. After all, Qin Ying hated the fact that he had been reincarnated as a woman. As long as he lost focus, even slightly, his control of the mysterious imprint would weaken. Then, Cao Tianyi would be able to snatch the fate treasures in an instant. However, Qin Ying's expression was calm, without a trace of anger. He even looked at Cao Tianyi mockingly. How could Qin Ying lose his composure so easily? Boom! Mo Hongliu suddenly attacked. His half-moon blade swept toward Qin Ying, trying to interrupt the fight for the fate treasures. One sword technique. Dazzling sword chi tore through the air. Xin Yuanfeng's sword intent surged as his attack stabbed toward Mo Hongliu's half-moon blade. He had been accumulating strength. The moment Mo Hongliu attacked, he also struck using Nine Swords Mountain's ultimate technique. Galaxy. Pang Xingai also attacked. Surging starlight power swept out like ocean waves. Flower dance. Dazzling flowers bloomed all around Huoquan's body, one after another, enveloping her and Qin Ying inside to defend them. Peng Qiguang, Yu Beilong, and Bai Shaokong also attacked. Boom! They joined forces and instantly dispersed Mo Hongliu's attack. Then, Pang Xingai, Peng Qiguang, Yu Beilong, and Bai Shaokong charged toward Mo Hongliu. After using the one-sword technique, Xin Yuanfeng retreated in order to recover the spiritual power he consumed. Huoquanzi protected Qin Ying and Xin Yuanfeng. Black light bloomed around Mo Hongliu's body. It was time to decide the victor. With the fate treasures in front of them, neither side could back down. The powerful strength of the reincarnation of the demon race Divine Realm Elder was displayed at this moment. Black light condensed in his hand, and it was as if darkness had descended. It enveloped Pang Xingai and the other three and kept pressing forward. Cao Tianyi's body emitted golden light as he hurled punch after punch as he strode forward. Huoquanzi blocked the attacks, but in just 3 punches, a huge hole had appeared in her wall of flowers. Qin Ying wielded his halberd and, with a domineering strike, defeated Cao Tianyi's attack. Scoundrel Cao, let's decide the victor today. Qin Ying attacked Cao Tianyi. As for the fate treasures, it was still wrapped inside the divine blood. The two of them split their attention and fought while fighting for the ownership of the fate treasures. Not far away, a few figures were hiding. They were the martial artists who had followed them and wanted to reap the benefits. Xin Yuanfeng recovered his energy and held his sword in his hand, constantly accumulating strength. He stared at Cao Tianyi, waiting for an opportunity to use the one-sword technique. Huoqunzi joined the attack on Mo Hongliu. 5 top-notch Emperor Realm experts had surrounded Mo Hongliu, but they were still unable to gain the upper hand. From this, it could be seen how powerful Mo Hongliu was. Boom! Suddenly, Mo Hongliu punched towards the rear. Pang Xingai and the others did the same. If they wanted to reap the benefits, they had to be strong enough. **T. The expressions of those Emperor Realm cultivators changed drastically. It was too late for them to escape. Boom! They were instantly killed. On the other side, the battle between Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi had become more and more intense. They had even relaxed their control over the fate treasures. Mo Hongliu snorted coldly. His soul power spread out, and a wisp of divine power descended. At this moment, he used one of his trump cards. A wisp of divine power wrapped itself around his weapon as his eyes emitted killing intent. A mirror appeared in front of Pang Xingai. There was a galaxy reflected on the mirror's surface. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence and infused them into the mirror. Starlight power bloomed like a river, enveloping him. He had also used his trump card. How could the former sect master of the Star Ocean sect not have any trump cards prepared? Bai Shaokeng's battle intent enveloped his body. An illusory figure appeared within his battle intent, which seemed to exude a faint divine aura. That illusory figure was a wisp of the former sect master's aura, a divine realm expert. Peng Qiguang's expression was ferocious. With a roar, a strange image of a demon beast appeared behind him. Its scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust. A wisp of sword chi flew out from between Yu Beilong's brows. Huoqunzi held a purple flower in her hand. Petals fluttered as purple light gradually filled the air. The moment Mo Hongliu used his trump card, Pang Xingai and the others also instantly activated their trump cards. Boom! The sky rumbled and dust billowed. Mo Hongliu vomited blood and was sent flying. His body was covered in wounds, and the black light around his body was pulsing erratically. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was gloomy and cold. Pang Xingai and the others also vomited blood and suffered serious injuries. Both sides had used their trump cards and were actually evenly matched. Mo Hongliu was a reincarnated divine realm expert after all, so the trump card he possessed was naturally better. However, the 5 of them had worked together to block it. On the other side, Qin Ying and Cao Tianyi were also fighting intensely. Qin Ying's tyrant dragon body was pushed to its limits, and his body was wrapped in a layer of scales. His clothes were already torn in several places. If not for the scale armor, the snow-white skin below would probably be exposed. Boom! Qin Ying's halberd struck repeatedly, pushing Cao Tianyi back. Cao Tian suddenly hurled the golden hammer in his hand. A wisp of divine aura spread out. He was going to use his trump card. However, Qin Ying was no different. The aura of a Dao weapon also filled the air. Boom! The moment the two sides collided, a sword strike suddenly made its appearance. One sword technique. Xin Yuanfeng took the opportunity to attack. Even his body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword at that moment. Tch! The sword chi penetrated the golden light around Cao Tianyi's body. Xin Yuanfeng then appeared in front of him and pierced his shoulder. If Cao Tianyi had not dodged at the very last moment, this sword strike would have pierced into his chest. He was wounded. Get lost! Cao Tianyi roared angrily. A faint shadow of his divine soul appeared above his head. With a roar, he blasted Xin Yuanfeng away. Xin Yuanfeng vomited blood as his body flew backward. He fell to the ground and remained motionless. Then, Qin Ying's halberd came crashing down, covered in indomitable power. Cao Tianyi's eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged toward the halberd with his chest. The golden hammer emitted boundless power. The halberd pierced through Cao Tianyi's chest, but Qin Ying did not show any joy on his face. He ignored the blinding golden light as a layer of white light bloomed around his body. With a roar, he raised the halberd and slammed it toward a spot just next to him.